The Empress fury. You have touched my reverse scale. Empress Wanxing said darkly, and with a sudden wave of her hand, Hong, a power that could not be resisted surged towards them. Pa pa pa. In an instant, over a dozen heavenly body tier elites had been blasted into a mist of blood. Bo. Bo. The Eternity Sky Emperor and Jade Drop Emperor threw up blood madly at the same time. They exchanged a look. Both of them were shocked. Haven't you yet not passed the heavenly tribulation? Why would your abilities be so powerful? They had all experienced the same, and naturally knew that one's abilities would become stronger with every tribulation passed. Correspondingly, the might of the heavenly tribulation would also increase and maintain a powerful pressure all the same. Precisely because of this, when 10 people underwent a heavenly tribulation, it was possible that 7 of them might not make it through and die in the end. Yet Empress Wanxing had turned over this perception. She was indescribably powerful. With their cultivation level, added with the power of the nation, they couldn't even hold up against a single attack from Empress Wanxing. How is this possible? She no longer had power of the nation to draw on. The 2 emperors felt incredibly pained. In the end they were still too late. They looked at Ling Han. If it had not been because of this man, the end result would definitely have been different. They would have long since been able to barge in, and in that case, Empress Wanxing couldn't possibly have broken through. Furthermore, because she'd have been disturbed during her isolation, this would have created a powerful reverse bite for her. Empress Wanxing would have definitely been severely wounded, and thus could have been easily subdued. Previously, Ding Lian had dared to break through the restrictions and attempted to enter because he knew that fact. Otherwise, how could he dare have designs about the Empress when he was only in the high extreme? Looking at Empress Wanxing's position, she not only wanted to kill them. Furthermore, she couldn't bear to kill them immediately, and planned to kill them in a drawn-out, tortuous way. They were both people who had been in lofty positions for a long time, and knew that people like them could not possibly change their mind once they had made a decision. Thus, neither of them had any intention to beg for mercy at all. Instead, they turned their attention on Ling Han. Even if they were to die, they would bring Ling Han along with them. If I can't obtain you, this brat would not either. Die. The 2 emperors exploded simultaneously. They had completely revived their ancestral weapon, releasing the greatest might of heavenly body tier. Using themselves to control the weapon, they attacked Ling Han. This was their most brilliant strike. Too bad, though the present Empress Wanxing was still in the heavenly body tier, her battle prowess had soared into the eternal river tier. It was an absolute one-sided suppression when an eternal river tier faced against a heavenly body tier. Peng, the Empress, merely raised her hand casually, and the 2 emperors were frozen stiff, unable to move even a single muscle. They tried their best to struggle, but it was completely useless. They could not free themselves at all. To dare harm my beloved, the 2 of you are courting death. Empress Wanxing's whole head of black locks fluttered, her robes dancing. Even in her utmost fury, she was still amazingly beautiful, and did not make anyone feel terrified in the slightest. I am very angered, extremely angered. When she said these words, everyone's surprise grew further. Previously, though everyone had known, Empress Wanxing had after all still been quite reserved, yet she now directly called Ling Han her beloved. The Empress was really a temperamental person, having absolutely no intention to hide the truth. Fuck, they were again forced to watch a public display of affection. Pa. Empress Wanxing raised her hand and a palm strike descended. She delivered a slap into empty air, and both the faces of the Eternity Sky Emperor and Jade Drop Emperor suffered a slap at the same time. The sound was crisp and prompt. So what if they were 2 great emperors? One side of their faces immediately became swollen, and they stumbled as if they had become drunk. I want to tear the 2 of you into pieces and feed you to the wild dogs. The Empress was practically extraordinarily furious. Her flames of anger did not diminish, but instead burned ever brighter. At first she was only worried about Ling Han's injuries, but as this anxiety vanished, she thought of even more. What if she had come out too late and Ling Han had guarded her with his life, and had died in the end? The moment she thought of that scene, the Empress's eyes reddened, her delicate hands balled into tight fists. Every single hair on her head was filled with killing intent, and every gaze was filled with thunderous fury. If Ling Han had died, she would have killed all the living creatures on Joint Peace Planet to be buried alongside Ling Han. Who do you think you are? Pa, pa, pa. Empress Wanxing continued to slap them madly. She did not hold any power in reserve at all. After each strike, the two great emperors were completely bruised and battered. After a few times they could no longer hold on. One after another, broken teeth had been slapped out of their mouths, together with blood. Their hair was disheveled. What austerity of an emperor did they have left? The present them were not much different from wild dogs. Yet Empress Wanxing did not look like she would stop at all. The divine lightning rumbled, hiding their terrible cries, but the slapping sound was incredibly clear. Pa pa pa, it continued to be heard. Empress Wanxing became more and more furious. She wanted very much to kill these two people, but how could directly killing them vent her anger? Thus she controlled her strength. However, her eyes focused on the other heavenly body tiers from the two majestic empires. With a tap of her finger, one heavenly body tier elite would be blasted into a mist of blood, both his form and spirit destroyed. This was the majestic bearing of the strongest king tier, invincible among her peers. Long live your majesty. Chu Qiushue and the others cheered loudly, so excited that they felt numb. This was their ruler who could kill one person with a single step, and who had no equal. The two great emperors exchanged a look, and couldn't help but reveal a sliver of grief in their expressions. The gap between them and Empress Wanxing had already expanded to an unimaginable extent, and they could not even die a quick death. A ruler could not be humiliated. The two emperors roared in fury, and rose vigorously in a counterattack. Naturally, they were not planning to put their lives on the line in a gamble, but rather wanted to make use of the opening of attacking the Empress to draw the heavenly tribulation towards themselves. Going by the regulations of the heaven and earth, one who took the initiative to attack someone undergoing the heavenly tribulation would implicate himself in it as well. Going through the heavenly tribulation meant that they had control of their own life and death. Just let them die, all right? Long, the tribulation cloud began to increasingly adjust its might according to the cultivation levels of the two emperors. The beautiful eyes of Empress Wanxing narrowed. The two of you were planning to commit suicide. Quang, the divine lightning descended, and this time it was targeting the two emperors. The two great emperors looked like they had been absolved. This time they could finally die. King tiers had their own pride. Even if they were to die, they would die standing and die an honorable death. Pa. A large hand appeared in thin air, forming a shield above the two great emperors. It was astonishingly beautiful, like a mountain of jade. The divine lightning descended, yet was borne up by this large hand, and did not strike the Eternity Sky Emperor and Jade Drop Emperor at all. Empress Wanxing had actually moved. Who could have imagined this? Why had Empress Wanxing moved to protect them? Previously, wasn't it she who had forced the two great emperors into dead end? But in the next instant, realization dawned on them. The Empress did this because she did not want them to die too easily. Instead, she wanted to kill them slowly, one slap at a time. Women definitely could not be offended. This was really too cruel. However, a heavenly tribulation definitely could not be passed on another's behalf. Quang, the next time the heavenly tribulation descended, its might had increased a whole tenfold. This was the heaven and earth showing their might, and was also a warning. No one could go against the regulations of heaven and earth. The offender would definitely be punished. The might of the heavenly tribulation directly increased tenfold, and with Empress Wanxing's battle prowess, it was not something that she could not stand against. However, this was only a beginning, as it would be followed by 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. It'd be endlessly increasing right until the person who had interfered would be killed. Thus, even a proud person the likes of Empress Wanxing dared not make another attempt to interfere. The Empress too can be tender and soft as water. Empress Wanxing did not make another move. The two great emperors were determined to die, so they did not resist the heavenly tribulation at all. Very quickly they were blasted into ashes. Humph. Empress Wanxing still felt that her anger had not been vented. Too bad, the heavenly tribulation had ended, and there was not even scraps left of the two great emperors. She couldn't even feed them to the dogs. She looked towards the few remaining heavenly body tiers of the two majestic empires, and moved her hand in a pushing motion. These people were immediately turned into a rain of blood, of course. They did not even have the chance to beg for mercy. Chu Qiushue and the others were all numb with excitement. Their ruler was too assertive. She alone was enough to conquer all the elites of the two great majestic empires, showing her invincible might. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! They all knelt, not minding at all that they were on their knees. This was a great goddess and they had to kneel to her. Yet Empress Luanxing did not even cast an eye on them. She merely smiled at Ling Han. "Wait for me." Boom. She shot up into the skies, and continued to pass through her heavenly tribulation. The tribulation also became more and more powerful. Though she was unafraid, she worried that the aftermath would bring disaster to Ling Han, so she naturally had to endure it in the skies. Actually, Ling Han's injuries were already much better. He had the foundations of the indestructible Heaven Scroll, and he only had to channel it through his body, and his recovery rate would be extremely quick. He stood up and went to check on the Rain Emperor. "Second brother, how are you doing?" "I won't die." The Rain Emperor laughed, his whole expression filled with satisfaction. "I will definitely be able to take another step on the path of cultivation after this battle. Not too long after, I will be able to step into the middle stage of the consummate level." Ling Han was dumbfounded. His second brother was really too awesome, an absolute prodigy that could use actual battle experience to further improve himself. He could even turn the battles he had experienced into his own enlightenment to support his own rapid improvement. Even if he had not met Ling Han and did not have the support of his alchemical pills, his second brother's achievements would definitely still be extraordinary. A pearl would shine wherever it was. "Senior Su." Ling Han turned to look at Su Ran. This man had been bringing an elite in the consummate level of the heavenly body tier to run circles with him, and only now did he finally stop. A muscle twitched in Su Ran's cheek, and he looked at Ling Han with a strange expression. Only now did he recall something. Why had Ling Han declared that he would ask Empress Luanxing to dispel the restrictions on him? It turned out that the two of them were a couple. Looking at how Ling Han was willing to give up his life for the Empress, and how the Empress's killing intent soared when she came out of isolation, they were indeed a match made in heaven. And he had actually worried that Ling Han's venture to appeal for him would be ignored, and he instead would be suppressed as well by the Empress. You're awesome." Finally, Su Ran still gave him a thumbs up. Being capable of plucking a supreme beautiful flower like Empress Luanxing was indeed a feat worth admiring. Chu Qiuxue and the others did not dare approach. They were not qualified. Which of these three did not possess the battle prowess of the consummate level of the heavenly body tier? And the stronger they were, the more they adhered to the rules. The difference of a minor level in the heavenly body tier meant a world of difference. Let's clear up the mess. All the heavenly body tiers of the two great majestic empires have practically died, and it should be time for our chaotic star's majestic empire to unite the world under our rule. A hegemony that would last millions and millions of years. Chu Qiuxue and the others were all very excited. Who would have thought that the circumstances would make such a sudden reverse just when their nation was about to perish, and now it would be them that would be uniting the world under their reign. Aside from Chu Qiuxue, who stayed back to loyally guard Empress Luanxing, the two ministers and the 5 generals all left. There was a gigantic mess left for them to clean up. Half a day later, Empress Luanxing had finishing passing through the heavenly tribulation and descended. "Your Majesty." Shua. Chu Qiuxue had just spoken when Empress Luanxing brought Ling Han to her side with a flutter of her sleeve. She took one step and she was already very far away. At present she possessed the battle prowess of the Eternal River tier, so how fast exactly was she by now? The couple has some quiet words to speak to each other, so why are you butting in? Su Ran laughed loudly. Chu Qiushua's eyes swept over him and said, "A thief should not blabber nonsense." She obviously knew Su Ran's background. Otherwise, how could she possibly dare to be disrespectful to an elite in the consummate level? The Rain Emperor merely snickered. In the small world, he had already left behind many descendants, and now his full being was focused on cultivation. He had long since set aside the affairs of the heart. However, as the second brother, he still hoped to see that Ling Han and Empress Luanxing's relationship could come to fruition. He was an emperor, and in the past he too had many beautiful women in his harem. Thus, he naturally did not think there was anything wrong with Ling Han marrying a few wives. Ling Han and Empress Luanxing arrived at a green hilly region. The Empress had Ling Han in her arms, her expression filled with tenderness. It should be me embracing you, right?" Ling Han asked weakly. "You are wounded," the Empress said, her tone not allowing for any refusal. However, she thought for a moment and then continued, "When you are recovered, I will allow you to embrace me." Ling Han suddenly felt his heart soar, and almost became a beast and pounced on this exquisite beauty. However, he immediately hissed in pain. He had indeed sustained very severe injuries in this battle. He had completely used up all the indestructible true fluid, and even rising from the ashes had been forced out. In the end, he had really been at the end of his line, and was burning up his own life force to continue fighting. The present him had shortened his lifespan by at least a few million years. Ling Han did not take it to heart though. Firstly, he was too young, and wouldn't the matter be resolved if he found some great herbs to restore his life force? Secondly, he had the confidence he could enter into the celestial realm. By then, his lifespan would be unlimited, so that was even less of a concern. For the sake of his wife, what could he not give up? Watch. Ling Han had not cried out even once when his bones had been shattered, yet was now baring his teeth and hissing in agony. He was pretending to be as pitiful as he possibly could be. It could be seen with a single glance that this was all fake, but Empress Wanxing did not mind in the slightest. That was how her personality was. If I liked you, I would not change even if the skies collapsed on us. It was a complete investment, and she did not care at all if she would be wounded in the process. It was very, very difficult for her to fall in love, but the moment she did, it would be a love that was so blazingly fierce that it could burn herself up. Ling Han pushed his advantage and said, "Wife, let me kiss you." Empress Wanxing shook her head. Ling Han was just feeling disappointed, when she suddenly lowered her head and kissed him lightly. "You're wounded, so I will kiss you." Ling Han was amused. He stretched out his arms and pretended to show his affection, yet he simply held onto the Empress's tender hands. They were incredibly smooth and delicate and extremely great to feel. Empress Wanxing indulged him and gripped his large hand back. She asked, "Where have you been all these years and what have you encountered?" Ling Han spoke casually, only relating the pleasant affairs, passing over the unpleasant events. However, Empress Wanxing was both intelligent and stubborn, and had him relate even the smallest details, and some matters caused the Empress to fly into a fury. Someone actually dared to bully her beloved. "What plans do you have next?" Ling Han questioned. "Naturally, I will go with you to the Star-San Martial Arts Academy." Empress Wanxing did not even consider the question. "I do not have any eternal river tier level cultivation technique, and even if I manage to make my way upwards through my own fumbling, my future advancement through the cultivation levels would also become extremely slow. Furthermore, the reason I had established the Chaotic Star's majestic empire was so that I could draw on the power of the nation so that the 9 great clones could reach the consummate level of the heavenly body tier at the fastest speed possible." Ling Han nodded and said, "All right then. We will head to the Star-San Martial Arts Academy together. However, we still have to clear up this terrible mess." "Why?" Empress Wanxing asked curiously. Ling Han suddenly felt like he was about to go crazy. This Empress was a little too irresponsible, wasn't she? 50 years. The Empress was determined to do nothing, so Ling Han had to work harder and help the left and right ministers handle the government affairs whilst regaining the territory of the Chaotic Star's majestic empire, and at the same time collecting the territory of the 2 majestic empires. This was not something that could be done in just 1 or 2 days. It would take at least 8 to 10 years. Thus Ling Han also chose to do nothing. He was too lazy to torment himself as well. Ling Han asked Empress Wanxing to dispel the restriction on Su Ran, and the 9 Hells ice coffin was naturally returned to the national treasury. Su Ran's lover had also recovered. She was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 20s. Her name was Qin Xiao. She was a quiet person and gave off a very comfortable feeling to those around her. No wonder she had been able to subdue Su Ran. It had to be known that Su Ran had also been a top prodigy years ago, and he had advanced into the consummate level of the heaven tier in a mere 200,000 years. Who knew how many people had burned with envy? Of course, in comparison to such unprecedented king tiers as the likes of the Stone Emperor and the North Emperor, he was still considerably inferior. He was barely just qualified to enter into the Star-San Martial Arts Academy, and it was not so definite, either. Ling Han brought Empress Wanxing with him back to the Great Ling Empire, and the whole capital immediately exploded. What was going on here? The Empress was actually kidnapped by Ling Han. Though they were a subordinate nation of the Chaotic Star's majestic empire in name, the Empress was their matriarch, and as the saying went, when a woman married, she would follow her husband. Then didn't that mean that the whole Chaotic Star's majestic empire was her dowry? Moreover, now that the whole world was united, then wouldn't the Great Ling Empire be the largest? Their ruler was awesome. Some were happy, but there were definitely some who would be unhappy, and it naturally was the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. She had long since known that Empress Wanxing was incomparably exquisite, but only when she had truly seen her with her own eyes did she know how enchanting the latter was exactly. Even she, as a woman, could not help feeling her heart throb wildly. She was worried that Ling Han's whole soul would be hooked by this Empress. However, after the Empress held onto her hand, and had a quiet conversation with her, the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden's attitude immediately changed greatly. She no longer pushed the Empress aside, and instead amiably addressed her as Big Sister. Fuck, she had been soothed just like that. Indeed, the Empress was definitely fit to be the master of the harem. Though Hunyo's battle prowess was high, she was only aware of eating, playing, and acting shamelessly. The Big Sister position would still have to be filled by the Empress, and she was definitely capable of holding down the fort. Just look at how fierce the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden was. In the past, she had thrashed Ling Han so much that he was forced to venture into ancient sites. He would rather cultivate a divine technique even if it meant risking his life so he could suppress this fierce woman. Yet now she was as obedient as a pet cat in front of the Empress. Everyone really had a weakness. The charm of the Empress could not be described with mere words. Putting aside how the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden was subdued, even Ling Han's 2 brothers and 6 disciples were completely won over. Only the Rain Emperor was incredibly assertive, and barely managed to ignore her charms. Work was now underway, and Ling Han planned to stay in the Great Ling Empire for another 50 years. Then he would set out to the Long Light Galaxy, and head to the Myriad Directions Galaxy from there. In these 50 years he had to leave behind seeds in the Great Ling Empire. When he returned in future, it definitely could not be a Great Ling Empire that had declined, but rather a Great Ling Empire that was filled with life. He set out on the task of searching for an heir for the throne. The Empress said she would let go of her hold and she would. Now, the whole Joint Peace planet was in her hands, and as long as she was willing she could even conquer a great many planets in the surroundings as well. But she had thrown everything onto Ling Han, putting on the appearance of a good wife. Ling Han was not made to manage a nation either. He had still tossed everything off to his cousin. In any case, with the left and right ministers and the 5 generals to assist, there was no need to worry about any problems that would crop up. But when he, Empress Luanxing, and the other elites left 50 years later, and there was no one there to suppress the left and right ministers and the others, what was to be done? Therefore he had to expedite the growth of a new batch of elites who could be completely trusted. There were not many people that Ling Han planned to bring with him to the Star Sand Martial Arts Academy 50 years later, because the entry requirements were too demanding. They had to at least cultivate to the pinnacle level once, and this was enough to disqualify 9,999% of all the people in the world. And this was merely the most basic condition. Afterwards, they would then select 100 of the most powerful prodigies to become king among kings. And with this kind of selection, even the North Emperor and Stone Emperor would not dare say for sure that they would definitely be capable of entering. Hence, Ling Han merely planned to bring those who had cultivated to pinnacle level. Aside from himself there was Empress Luanxing, the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, the Rain Emperor Ding Ping Juyao and Su Ran. Those like his big brother Feng Piyun and third brother Murong Qing would stay behind in the Great Ling Empire this time. Ling Han set out on the task of grooming new talented people. Feng Piyun and Murong Qing had given up as well. Pinnacle level was not something that could be cultivated with mere hard work. The most important requirement was still natural talent. Without that bit of natural talent, even if they worked a million times harder, it would be useless. From birth it was destined that life would be unjust. Isolating themselves in the Black Tower, after a mere 7 years, the 2 of them broke through to the Sun Moon tier one after the other. Ling Han then brought out the Berserk Blood Spirit Pill to help them advance further. Even without being tempered by immortal flame, they could only ingest one every 3 years, and 50 years' time was about enough to send the both of them up to the peak stage of the Sun Moon tier. It was even possible that they could break through to the Heavenly Body tier. As long as they reached the Heavenly Body tier, they would be able to stand as equals with the left minister and the others, and there was no need to worry that they could not be controlled. Kang Shuyuan and Yun Yongwang meanwhile, were working hard at refining alchemical pills. Ling Han had assigned them a mission, and that was they had to become level 8 alchemists before his departure. The cultivation levels of Jiang Yefeng and the others were also soaring rapidly. Everyone had Berserk Blood Spirit Pill that they could ingest, and could advance a subminor level every 3 years, which was shockingly frightening. And more importantly, the leaves of the reincarnation tree could be used in tea. This would help them to comprehend Tao. They had the Berserk Blood Spirit Pill for the accumulation of cultivation, and Reincarnation Tea for the comprehension of Tao. They also had the Reincarnation Tree with which a single day was equivalent to a whole year. As long as they managed to reach the Sun-Moon tier, that was definitely a transformation with every year, and a great transformation every 3 years. What depressed Ling Han was the fact that there were not enough fruits of the Red Rain Divine King Tree. There was not enough to go around, and the Berserk Blood Spirit pills were almost finished. Furthermore, the Reincarnation Tree could only sustain the simultaneous cultivation of 10 people, and now that there were so many people who wanted to comprehend Tao, it was necessary to wait for their turn. Thankfully, they still had the leaves of the Reincarnation Tree to be used as tea, which would assist in the comprehension of Tao. This could be considered as the solution to this big problem. In addition, there were 3 great alchemists here, and one of them was the Alchemy Emperor. Even Joint Peace Planet was so vast, and after raiding the treasuries of the 2 majestic empires, Ling Han also had a great amount of natural treasures in his possession, so he managed to refine a great number of divine pills. Though they could not match the Berserk Blood Spirit pill, it was still extremely shocking. Hence, the strength of the whole Great Ling Empire was improving at a mad pace. The abilities of Ling Han, the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, and the Rain Emperor were also soaring. With Ling Han, the Alchemy Emperor, what need was there for them to worry about not having enough alchemical pills? Previously, Ling Han had entered into the Medicine King's cave, and he had looted a great amount of godly medicine. Use in medicine. Use in medicine. Use in medicine. He was extravagantly using up the godly medicine in his possession. Why should they be saved up? If they were not used, that would definitely be a true waste. On the other side, all the level 10 godly metal was endlessly delivered over. The procurement had even left the bounds of Joint Peace Planet, and was being done at the scale of the entire galaxy. This naturally was delegated to the Mo clan establishment. Ling Han had promised them a favor before, and would especially look after them in the event of any business. 50 years, time passed in the blink of an eye. Return. In the immortal realm, 50 years, time really couldn't bring much change. These were not empty words. As long as one had advanced into the immortal level, then putting aside 50 years, one might not be able to advance another minor level in even 5,000 years. But in the Great Ling Empire, 50 years was enough to cause the majority to be completely transformed. The Rain Emperor, at the peak stage of the consummate level of the Heavenly Body tier. Ling Han, at the peak stage of the medium extreme of the Heavenly Body tier. Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, at the peak stage of the low extreme of the Heavenly Body tier. Ding Ping and Jiuyao, at the peak stage of the pinnacle level of the Sun-Moon tier. Feng Piyun, Murong Qin, Jiang Yefeng, Kang Shiyuan, Qin Ruijing, Yun Yongwang, Helian Tianyun, the Rock Spirit, Rabbit, the Old Ginseng, and the Azura Demon Emperor were all at the peak stage of the consummate level of the Sun-Moon tier. The Azure Flame Vulture, Little Qin, was at the early stage of the low extreme of the Mountain River tier. There was nothing to be done about it. It had started too late, and its bloodline wasn't all that strong either. There was also Yuan Chenghe, Qin Yi, and the others. They had all attained very great achievements, though they could not match the others. If there was anyone who hadn't improved in the slightest, it would only be Empress Luan Xing. She was already at the peak stage of the pinnacle level of the Heavenly Body tier, and if she did not break through to the Eternal River tier, this step was too hard to take. Still, without a corresponding cultivation technique, no matter how supremely talented she was, and even if she could comprehend Tao underneath the Reincarnation Tree and had Reincarnation Tea, if she wanted to break through to Eternal River tier, that would at least be tens of thousands later. In terms of the time taken underneath the Reincarnation Tree, that was an exceedingly long time. Too bad there still did not appear a new Heavenly Body tier here, especially for those who would be staying behind. At first, Ling Han had been very anticipatory that Feng Piyun and Murong Qin could break through. What was most satisfactory for Ling Han was that with the effort of the entire nation, the Divine Demon Sword finally surpassed him, and advanced into level 11. But this was also very depressing to Ling Han. Even if it was the whole effort of the entire nation in name, it actually meant investing all the resources of Joint Peace Planet, and the result was that the Divine Demon Sword had only progressed another level. If he wanted to further boost its level, he was a bit afraid to think about it. Perhaps only when he became a saint, and went all over the world to collect all the godly metal in this world, would he be able to forcibly push the level of the Divine Demon Sword to the height of a celestial tool. By this time Ling Han also prepared to set out. He sent someone to inform Su Ran, and after a few days Su Ran brought his wife to meet EP with Ling Han. Brother Su? Ling Han was shocked. He could not address him as senior any longer. Though the present Su Ran still had a head of gray hair, the skin all over his body had become very smooth, and he did not look old in the slightest anymore. If it was not for the fact that that head of gray hair was a little blinding, he would definitely be a dashingly handsome man that could make the hearts of women throb when they saw him. Even so, he also had a unique kind of charm to him, causing Jiang Qiaoling and the other young women to exclaim with shining eyes when they saw him. However, in terms of age, a 300,000-year-old cultivator at the consummate level of the heavenly body tier was indeed exceedingly young. After they reminisced for a while, Ling Han decided to set out. A friend in need was a friend indeed. At the time, Su Ran had stepped out even in such a dangerous situation. This caused Ling Han not to only be grateful for Su Ran's previous guidance and the favor that he had done him through his teaching. He had now truly thought of him as a real friend. Thus, he allowed the other to know a portion of the secrets of the Black Tower, that this was a spatial god tool, and there was a reincarnation tree inside. This stunned Su Ran dizzy. Only now did he know how Ling Han had managed to advance into the heavenly body tier before he had reached 100 years old. With the reincarnation tree in his possession, the world was his. Too bad, none of them had eternal river tier level cultivation techniques. Thus, they scheduled the breaking through to the Eternal River tier for when they reached the Star-San Martial Arts Academy. There was a great saint-level elite overseeing things there, and even the notionless saint would have to address him as senior. Speaking of the notionless saint, this ex-saint had broken through to the heavenly body tier. The rate was fast enough to make even Ling Han envious. More importantly, the conditions for his path of cultivation in this lifetime were really too good. Had a 5-element body, the experience of a saint, the reincarnation tree, and the berserk blood spirit pills. Merely one of these would allow one's cultivation level to soar rapidly, what more when all 4 of these conditions were gathered for a single person. This guy also wanted to enter into the Star-San Martial Arts Academy and shamelessly compete with youngsters like them. Thus, the travelers on this trip included Ling Han, Empress Wan Xing, the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, the Rain Emperor, Ding Ping Jiuyao, Su Ran, and the Notionless Saint. Aside from them, Qin Shao, Li Ruodong, Ding Zhizhi, the Old Ginseng, and the Rabbit would also be coming. Though they could not enter into the Star-San Martial Arts Academy, one shouldn't break up families either. As for the Old Ginseng and the Rabbit, they were purely there to make trouble at the Star-San Martial Arts Academy. At first, Ling Han wanted to stop them, but then he thought that there was also a troublemaking large black dog following them, and these two added together probably wouldn't even be able to cause as much damage as a single toe of the large black dog. Xiao, the cloud-piercing shuttle, shot through the skies and flew towards the dark stars. Though Joint Peace Planet no longer had super elites as overseers, as long as there was no news of Empress Wan Xing's death, there would definitely be no one who would dare make trouble. Otherwise, when the Empress returned and called them to an accounting, who would be able to stop her? 2 years later, the group arrived at Cloud Apex Planet. Ling Han went first to the Treasure Forest Pavilion. He had promised that he would teach Han Xinyan the concoction method for the Berserk Blood Spirit Pill until she learnt it. Previously, when he had left, the latter still had not grasped it fully, and he was a man of his word. Thus, after more than 70 years, he once again came to this place. He walked side by side with Empress Wan Xing, and brought this Empress to admire the local conditions and customs of this ancient city at an unhurried pace. It had been a long time since he had last come here. "What would you like, Grandmaster Ling?" A worker had just approached them, yet immediately recognized Ling Han. He was suddenly all smiles, revealing a feeling of pleasant surprise that came from the heart. Ling Han had won the 2nd place in the clan competition on behalf of the Lin clan of the Anyuan branch. This was an amazing achievement and was also a great honor. Even the workers here felt similarly proud. Ling Han smiled and asked, "Is Madame Lin here?" "He, Madame has been waiting for you." The waiter immediately answered with a smile. Oh. Ling Han was surprised. Could it be that Lin Yuqi had been waiting for him all this while to give Han Xinyan tuition? Madame had initially been transferred back to the main branch, but has stayed here all this while for the sake of Grandmaster Ling. She said that you would eventually return. True enough, Madame had not guessed wrongly, and you had not disappointed her either, the worker said. Ling Han couldn't help but cast a look at Empress Wan Xing. This wife of his had better not become jealous. But the Empress was not the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. She looked very gentle, and not the slightest sign of anger could be seen. Of course, with how the air of primal chaos was enshrouding her, the average person would not be able to see her features at all. Otherwise, that worker could not have possibly spoken with such clarity. Grandmaster Ling, please wait a moment. I shall go and report your arrival to Madam. The worker departed and very quickly came back again. He brought Ling Han and Empress Wan Xing to the inner courtyard. However, he was not qualified to enter into the inner courtyard. There was a young maid standing here. With the young maid leading the way, they entered into the inner courtyard, and saw Lin Yuqi in a small garden. This gorgeously dressed woman was presently lazily lying on a bench. She did not wear any socks or shoes. Her 2 small feet were as beautiful as jade, smooth and delicate, just like a beautiful scene of the world. Yo, handsome little brother, you finally realized that you should come back to see big sister? Everyone had a weakness. A leopard could not change its spots. So quickly, almost 100 years had passed, but Lin Yuqi had not changed in the slightest. In the case of a heavenly body tier, this little bit of time might not be as short as the blink of an eye, but it was equivalent to a few days' time of an ordinary person at most. Don't misunderstand. I only came to check if Han Xinyan has successfully refined the Berserk Blood Spirit pill, and will leave immediately after. Ling Han had no desire to trifle with this very alluring woman. Lin Yuqi did not even raise her head. You are in such a rush, could it be that you are heading to the Star-San Martial Arts Academy? She knew even about that. Ling Han was slightly surprised. Though this woman could also be termed a prodigy of martial arts, she was still extremely far off from the level of king tiers. She definitely would not be able to enter into the Star-San Martial Arts Academy, so how had she known about the Star-San Martial Arts Academy, and had guessed correctly on her first attempt? Hee, just look at how concerned I am about you. Yet you only came to visit me after so many years. Lin Yuqi pretended to be aggrieved. No, I demand you accompany me today. Less chatter, is Han Xinyan here? Ling Han asked in irritation. This woman had to tease him every time. If he did sleep with her one day and then completely turned his back on her heartlessly, he would really want to see what her expression would be like. Of course, that was just saying it. Ling Han could never be that heartless, so he would rather not trifle with her. However, he would also be displeased if he kept being teased. Yo, you're throwing a temper tantrum with me, why not allow big sister to dote on you tonight and let you vent some anger? Lin Yuqi stood up, and with a single motion she arrived in front of Ling Han. As a heavenly body tier elite, her speed was naturally fast. A hand gripped her slender wrist. Lin Yuqi was shocked. At first, she thought it was Ling Han, but this hand holding on to her obviously had delicate skin, and she could tell with a glance that this was a woman as well. Thus she did not struggle. In any case, she did not lose anything, though her heart did skip a beat. How could this woman standing beside Ling Han be so powerful? She looked at the other, and her small mouth suddenly gaped widely. Heavens, how could there possibly be such a beautiful woman? Even she could feel her spirit shaken just by seeing her. She was almost drooling. Why was it like this? She was a woman herself, and furthermore was herself incredibly beautiful. She could die from admiring her own beauty in the mirror, so how could she possibly stare besottedly at another woman? She had a feeling that as long as this woman spoke up, she would complete whatever task she was given as best as she could, no matter how harsh the task was. With this thought she paled in shock. What kind of charm was that? Furthermore, if even a woman like herself would be like this, then what about men? They would all be worshipping her and kneel on the ground just for the sake of catching a glimpse of her toes. Ling Han snickered internally. This great vixen exuded her allure no matter the situation. Could it be that she didn't know that this person by her side was Empress Wan Xing? Her charm had no equal, and there had been emperors willing to surrender their empires for her sake. The great turmoil previously had directly led to the destruction of 2 great majestic empires, and the cause had been Ding Lian's manic longing, which was proof of this person's charms. Were you showing off? Oh, you want to sleep with my husband? Empress Wan Xing asked calmly. This. Though Lin Yuqi had a glib tongue in the face of Empress Wan Xing, she was as uncomfortable as a young girl that had first stepped into romantic affairs. That was how shy she was. She was practically dying from the awkwardness. She was teasing Ling Han, and actually met with the latter's actual wife. This could really be considered as throwing herself onto the spear's end. All right then, you shall be serving him in bed tonight. Empress Wan Xing declared unexpectedly. From today onwards, you will be a member of our Ling clan, and shall address me as big sister in future. Miss, I was just joking. Lin Yuqi got a scare, asking her for bed service tonight itself? She was still a virgin. And? Empress Wanxing revealed a sliver of dignity and seriously uttered, "Call me Big Sister." Fuck, are you being serious? Lin Yuqi had originally thought that she was enough of an annoying troublemaker herself, but she had immediately paled in comparison when compared to this lady. The latter practically wanted to force her into prostitution. She hurriedly searched her origin power, wanting to struggle free, yet shockingly discovered that while this hand holding onto her wrist might be as beautiful as jade, and was practically like the most delicate work of art, it did not move in the slightest. So powerful. She hurriedly exerted some effort, but Empress Wanxing seemed as if she had not even sensed anything, and was still shockingly calm. The gap in power was really too big. Ling Han shook his head on the sidelines. Empress Wanxing had cultivated to the pinnacle level, and had furthermore reached the peak stage. Added with the fact that the Nine-Snake tribe were prodigies of the ancient times and she had come from the celestial realm and possessed unfathomable means, she was truly powerful. It was just like with the Ding clan that Ding Zixian was from. Almost everyone knew how to use Tide of the Ages. The only difference was that some would be stronger and some would be weaker. How terrifying a secret technique was that? Even if their cultivation level was completely the same, it would be very difficult for Ling Han to defeat Empress Wanxing. He would need to depend on the indestructible Heaven Scroll for defense, and finally expend himself to emerge victorious, so how could Lin Yuqi possibly be a match for her? Big sister. Lin Yuqi immediately grinned, her expression filled with obeisance. She finally knew that her inferiority to Empress Wanxing was not only in terms of looks, bearing, and figure. With her personality she was naturally the type to be flexible. For a man to avenge himself, even 3 years would not be too late, and she was a vengeful woman, so she would get her vengeance in 3 days. When Empress Wanxing was no longer here, just see how she would tease Ling Han to tears. "I was just joking, please don't take it to heart, big sister," she said humbly, her eyes soft. Yet Empress Wanxing did not take it seriously at all and said, "Joking? So you were just fooling around with me? You're not playing by the rules." The charming smile on Lin Yuqi's face immediately disappeared. Killing a person would only take a moment and she had surrendered, so you could concede a bit too. Why keep picking on this matter? Her lip twitched and she said, "How could I dare to fool you, big sister?" Honestly, she had never been so aggrieved. In the past, who had not accommodated her when they saw her incomparable beauty and shocking natural talent in martial arts? Yet Empress Wanxing's expression was still serious. "I never joke around. Since you have fooled me, you have to pay the price. Your punishment will be to service my husband in bed tonight." Fuck. Lin Yuqi almost spat out a mouthful of blood. So no matter what, she was insisting that she would be providing bed service? She had only been joking around, so why had it given her an opening to take her words seriously? She laughed drily. "Big sister, you must be kidding." Humph. Empress Wanxing looked serious. With Lin Yuqi's hand in her grasp, she gave a light tremor, and an overbearing origin power suddenly surged into Lin Yuqi's body along with her own martial intent, sealing off Lin Yuqi's cultivation level in an instant. This was completely one-sided, and Lin Yuqi was completely incapable of resisting. What? Lin Yuqi paled in shock. Her cultivation level had been sealed and she was now a normal person. What if she would really be undressed completely and thrown onto Ling Han's bed naked? What was she to do? Would she really be dishonored by this little rascal? Hey. Don't let your imagination run wild. I do not accept such slander. Ling Han hurriedly exclaimed. He could tell what she was thinking about just by looking at Lin Yuqi's face that had paled in fear. "Big sister, I am really sorry," Lin Yuqi exclaimed to Empress Wanxing, crying. "Do you really know your mistake now?" Empress Wanxing asked calmly as if completely indifferent. "Yes," Lin Yuqi mumbled softly. She had really gained some healthy fear from being sorted out. Chapter 1428 Change. Lin Yuqi was a cordial person, yet there was a slight kink in her personality. That was, she liked to tease people. This was especially the case with naive and innocent youngsters, whom she would tease until they became red-faced with embarrassment. She derived great joy from their awkwardness. Now, however, she was almost frightened to death. Although she had already recovered her cultivation and returned to her position on the chair, she still had yet to calm her frightened self. She had a feeling that this woman hadn't simply been joking. If she hadn't admitted defeat, this woman would have genuinely carried through with her threat. It was due to this feeling of a genuine threat hanging over her that she chose to respect yet distance herself from Empress Wanxing. In fact, she felt a sense of fear toward her. Ling Han laughed loudly in his mind. Why was Empress Wanxing the ruler of his harem? Just look at her demeanor. He couldn't help but feel smug. Has Han Xinyan succeeded in refining the berserk blood spirit pill yet? Yes, she succeeded, Lin Yuqi said in a deflated voice. She would only feel invigorated and spirited when teasing others. Now that an untouchable prey was sitting before her, how could she not feel stifled? Ling Han nodded and said, "That's good to hear. I'll take my leave then." "Oh, that's right, why did you mention the Star-San Martial Arts Academy just then? Why don't you pop your head out to see? Who isn't discussing this matter right now?" Lin Yuqi was showing signs of returning to her previous self. However, after stealing a glance at Empress Wanxing, she immediately felt a chill in her heart. She hurriedly reined herself in, continuing, "In the past, it's always been one of the Star-San Saint's 9 disciples recruiting disciples. This time, however, all 9 of them will be recruiting disciples. Thus, which young king tier isn't rubbing their hands in eager anticipation?" "Oh." Ling Han was slightly surprised. Didn't this mean that there would be more available spots? Lin Yuqi raised 9 fingers and said, "In the past there were only 100 available spots in each recruitment cycle. This time, however, there are a whopping 900 available spots. Moreover, it's rumored that the most talented among these 900 new disciples will be taken as a personal disciple of the Star-San Saint, guaranteeing their path to become a saint in the future. Who can resist this kind of temptation?" Indeed, even the North Emperor and Stone Emperor wouldn't dare to beat their chests and claim that they could definitely become saints in the future. After all, taking this step was far too difficult. However, if one became the disciple of the Star-San Saint, then becoming a saint in the future would be guaranteed. This was because of the Star-San Saint's keen eye for talent. However, the cruel matter of fact was that only one of the 900 prodigies who entered the Star-San Martial Arts Academy would eventually become a saint. The others would all become stepping stones for this one fortunate prodigy. This was a true battle between prodigies. Once one failed, they would have essentially kissed goodbye to their chances of becoming a saint. This was because this battle pertained to the fight over fortune and Tao. As the saying went, the success of one prodigy would be built on the failure of 10,000 others. Similarly, saints would also be treading upon the despair of other prodigies as they ascended to the pinnacle of success. The success of the 9 saints was but a repetition of this cruel truth. Among the 99 disciples who had entered the academy alongside them at each time, none had succeeded in becoming a saint, regardless of how prodigious they were. They could only remain trapped at the peak stage of the consummate level of the Eternal River tier forever. For example, the Crimson Flame Emperor had also been a supreme prodigy back in his days, even referred to as the most talented prodigy on Cloud Apex planet in the past 1 billion years. Moreover, he had also had the fortune of entering the Star-San Martial Arts Academy. However, he had lost to the prodigy who was now the 9th saint. Even so, he had continued to strive to become a saint, though he experienced nothing but failure and rejection. Yet, even with this knowledge, the young king tiers still flocked to the Star-San Martial Arts Academy. First of all, they would at least have a chance of becoming that one fortunate prodigy. If they became a saint, they would then be the most powerful being in the world, someone who could truly grasp their own destiny and fate. Secondly, even if they couldn't become a saint, they would still develop a battle prowess that was unparalleled among their cultivation level, just as the Crimson Flame Emperor had. Becoming the most powerful cultivator under the tier of saint was also a seemingly acceptable outcome. Is it true that only one out of the 900 prodigies can become a saint? Ling Han didn't believe this curse. Not only was he going to become a saint, but those beside him were also going to become saints as well. "Alright, I understand. Then I'll take my leave now." Ling Han stood up to leave. "Then Brothum, we'll meet again at the Star-San Martial Arts Academy." Lin Yuqi wanted to act seductively again, yet she immediately became serious upon seeing that Empress Wanxing was still beside them. Ling Han was slightly surprised. "Huh, you're also going?" Even if there were far more available spots than before, it still wasn't a case that anyone could enter the academy. "I'm a scout. I need to test the waters of the Myriad Directions galaxy to determine whether or not we can expand our treasure forest pavilion there," Lin Yuqi said. "So that's how it is." "Ling Han, don't be too careless," Lin Yuqi warned. "Rumors are flying, saying that the Star-San Saint is already nearing the end of his life. This time he might be searching for someone to pass his inheritance onto. Thus the competition will surely be tremendously intense. You've definitely got to squeeze yourself into the top 900. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, I'll keep that in mind. Lin Yuqi didn't say anything else. Anyhow, they might meet again at the Star-San Martial Arts Academy. More importantly, she was afraid of Empress Wanxing. Husband, we're not going to take her along with us? Empress Wanxing asked. We can have a new face attending to you at night. Pa. Lin Yuqi was so startled that she fell back down onto her chair. A smile stretched across Empress Wanxing's face. Did they think that she couldn't play jokes? Ha ha ha. Ling Han wrapped his arm around Empress Wanxing's slender waist as he casually took his leave. Wife, why don't you attend to me tonight? He whispered in Empress Wanxing's ears. Although Empress Wanxing had already started to call him husband, the two of them still hadn't experienced any intimate contact yet. Thus there was always an itch in Ling Han's mind. Empress Wanxing glanced at him and said, I still have yet to cultivate my 9 snakes' mystical power to the pinnacle level, so I must retain my purity. However, if you insist. Her eyes were watery and full of love. Ling Han's heart fluttered, and he involuntarily gripped her slender waist even tighter. Although this empress was proud, she would be gentler than anyone when she expressed her love for him. However, the more she was so, the more he would cherish her. He pecked the empress' soft lips, saying, It's better that we wait then. I don't want to sabotage your path to the pinnacle level. Empress Wanxing nodded and said, I know. Ling Han enjoyed this kind of seemingly mundane relationship with the empress. Even though it seemed dull, who could say that there weren't strong feelings of love between them? At that time, Empress Wanxing had even dared to oppose the venerable Trinity to stand up for him. Meanwhile, Ling Han was willing to become enemies with the two majestic empires for her. Love didn't need to be incessantly spoken. Ling Han couldn't help but ask, So, when can you cultivate to the pinnacle level then? Empress Wanxing involuntarily chuckled. This man sure was perverted. She pondered for a moment before answering, Not before I reach the Genesis tier. Ling Han nodded in understanding. No wonder she had previously required him to reach the Genesis tier before agreeing to marry him. This wasn't because she had incredibly high standards, but because it was necessary. That was the Genesis tier. It would take them at least several hundred years to reach. Ling Han immediately became mopey. Him loving Empress Wanxing was one matter, and him wanting to make love with her was another matter. From a certain perspective, when a man loved a woman, wasn't he wanting to make love with her forever? I want it too, Empress Wanxing whispered into his ear. Howl. Ling Han almost howled like a wolf. Who said that the Empress couldn't say seductive things? He truly wanted to push her over and make love with her now. However, he clearly couldn't do this, so he could only forcefully suppress his urges. We'll have Heavenly Phoenix attend to you tonight, the Empress suddenly said. She was truly the best wife in the world. How understanding. Because he hadn't married and made love with Empress Wanxing yet, he felt too guilty to secretly make love with the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. He couldn't leave her as a widow any longer. After all, he was alive and kicking. Chapter 1429 would figure plain. It was a pity that they had to set off straight away, meaning that Ling Han didn't have the opportunity to have the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden attend to him tonight. The cloud-piercing shuttle began another lengthy journey, only arriving at the Myriad Directions galaxy after one entire year. It then flew toward Woodfigure Planet. The Star-San Martial Arts Academy was located on none other than Woodfigure Planet. This was an open planet that didn't have any planet protection formation. This made it appear extremely generous and open. However, this was also a very dangerous decision. If a starship suddenly launched a sneak attack, the planet wouldn't have any way of defending against it. However, no one was worried about this problem. What a joke. The Star-San Martial Arts Academy was located on this planet, and inside this academy were 10 Genesis tier saints. 10 saints? What kind of concept was this? Generally speaking, it would be a great miracle if a galaxy could produce a saint. For example, the Long Light Galaxy didn't even have a single saint, with Eternal River tier elites being the rulers of that galaxy. From this, it could be seen just how rare Genesis tier saints were. Here, however, there were a whopping 10 saints on a single planet. Wasn't this simply incredible? Who dared to attack this planet? Who would be retarded enough to attack this planet? With saints guarding the planet, what need was there for a planet-protecting formation? That would be a waste of true origin stones. The cloud-piercing shuttle started to descend. However, its descent was extremely hard to control, and Ling Han didn't have a target landing destination either. Thus he didn't pay much attention and directly landed wherever. Everyone left the Black Tower, only to see that this was an expanse of marshlands. Gray mist suffused the surroundings, significantly limiting how far they could see. Such rich spiritual qi. The richer the spiritual qi, the more and faster true origin stones are formed. At the same time, the overall level of cultivation will also be higher, the notionless saint said. After reaching the heavenly body tier, even his speed of cultivation had slowed down. He could no longer advance rapidly simply through cultivation. Thus he also exited the Black Tower. Moreover, this could also prevent him from being tossed out of the Black Tower and used as Ling Han's shield. As expected of a place that can produce saints, everyone exclaimed. They had been to Cloud Apex Planet before, and they had already thought that the spiritual qi there was very rich. However, only after arriving here did they realize that there were always places more impressive than the previous. Moreover, this was only a mere marshland and not a holy land for cultivation. If they traveled to those famous mountains and valleys, they would definitely find mines of true origin stones and unbelievably rich spiritual qi. They continued forward. Although those below the heavenly body tier couldn't fly, who didn't know how to tread over water, they all traversed across the marshland, not causing a single splash in the water below. Boom. A gigantic figure suddenly burst from the water, biting at Ling Han and the others. This was a gigantic crimson alligator. However, it had a single bull horn as well as 4 wolf-like legs, making it appear incredibly strange. Little Qing chirped before immediately swooping down and grabbing the gigantic alligator with its claws. It transformed into its original shape, its wingspan reaching 3,000 meters at full stretch. It was even larger than the gigantic alligator. The alligator was only at the Shattering Void tier, so how could it withstand the power of Little Qing? Its bones were immediately crushed and it was as dead as could be. Even some random alligator dares to ambush us. It's truly seeking death. But the environment here is far too suitable for cultivation. The first demonic beast that we came across was already at the Shattering Void tier. This is a clear sign of how dangerous this place is. Although we're all very powerful, it's best that we remain alert and careful. Shio. Right at this moment, a streak of light suddenly flashed before them, shooting at the soaring Little Qing. Little Qing's wingspan measured over 3,000 meters in length right now, so it was naturally far too big a target. Ling Han saw the streak of light clearly. That was an arrow. He immediately snapped his fingers, activating the lightning sword technique. His attack reached the arrow even though he had unleashed it later. Pah! The arrow instantly shattered into pieces. In terms of attack speed, it was very likely that no one at the same cultivation level, no same major tier could compare to Ling Han. In terms of might, the lightning sword technique was also incredibly powerful, especially since it had been imbued with heaven's might. Fury involuntarily spread across Ling Han's face. They hadn't provoked anyone, yet someone had suddenly fired an arrow at them. What was the meaning of this? However, before they could even seek out the assailant to question them, they saw a man fly over, anger on his face. Behind him were 2 elders. These elders were clearly his servants. "Who's sabotaging my hunting?" the man asked, haughtiness on his face. "Hunting? He's treating Little Qing as an ordinary demonic beast?" Ling Han humphed in displeasure. He was a protective person and he had just seen Little Qing being randomly targeted by a stranger, so how could he not be furious? "This is my beast pet, yet it was almost wounded by you. How are you going to compensate me?" he asked balefully. "Compensate you?" The man involuntarily chuckled upon hearing this. At this moment, his 2 servants finally caught up to him. However, they didn't so much as glance at Ling Han and the others, merely standing behind the man respectfully. What a hilarious joke. Someone actually dares to ask me, Lu Xiuan, to compensate them? "You're not going to compensate me? That's fine by me," Ling Han said with a nod. Just when Lu Xiuan thought that he was bowing his head, Ling Han continued, "I'll also fire an arrow at you. That way we'll be even." Lu Xiuan faltered for a moment before fury completely overtook him. Are you seeking death? Ever since his brother had become a king tier, who had ever dared to speak to him like this? "Apologize or eat my arrow," Ling Han said calmly. There was firm determination in his voice. "Impudence." The 2 elders leaped forward saying, "How dare you speak to young master like that? Immediately kneel down and accept your death. Lu Xuan crossed his arms before his chest with a sneer, asking, "Do you know who I am?" "Puh." Almost everyone beside Ling Han laughed out loud upon hearing this. This was the standard question asked by every descendant of someone rich or powerful. "Why you people?" Lu Xuan became even more enraged. What kind of attitude was this? How audacious. The two elders immediately charged over, unleashing their might without any restraint. Ding Ping immediately stepped forward. Not willing to be beaten, Jiuyao also followed immediately after him. Ping pong. The two of them each threw a punch, and the two elders were instantly sent flying backward, blood spraying from their nose and mouth. Papa. The elders collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain and unable to pick themselves back up. This? Lu Xuan was instantly drained of his courage. Although these two elders were his servants, they were, in fact, even more powerful than him. In any case, he was merely borrowing the power of his clan, especially his older brother, to act wantonly. Moreover, it was only because of his clan and his older brother that he had the right to command these two servants who were at the consummate level of the Sun Moon tier. Yet, they were actually defeated by those two young men in a single exchange. Don't act rashly. Lu Xuan stammered as he saw Ding Ping and Jiuyao walking over. He hurriedly scuttered back in retreat, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He hadn't imagined that he would cause such huge trouble simply by coming here to hunt and pass time. Ling Han couldn't be bothered speaking any more nonsense either, directly activating the annihilating Dragon Star arrow. Shio. There was a flash of golden light, and the arrow had already arrived before Lu Xuan's left shoulder. Pah! His entire left arm exploded into oblivion. Blood splattered into the surroundings. This was truly a bloody sight. Of course, this was already the result of Ling Han showing mercy. Otherwise, how could a measly cultivator at the low extreme of the Sun Moon tier survive his attack? Lu Xuan was experiencing such agony that streaks of tear and snot were flowing down his face. My older brother is Lu Juntian. Since you've dared to treat me like this, my older brother definitely won't forgive you. Scram. Ling Han waved his hand, uninterested to learn more about Lu Juntian. If this person appeared before him, he would happily engage him in battle. Chapter 1430 At the foot of the Purple Wind Mountain. Fortunately my little Qing is uninjured, Jiang Qiaoling said unhappily. Otherwise, I would have severed your dog head. She had very good relationships with the old ginseng, the rabbit, little Qing, and rock spirit, all the non-humans. Right now, she was sitting on little Qing's body and stroking its scales and feathers. Everyone chuckled upon hearing this. Jiang Qiaoling was mischievous and lively, not gentle and obedient like Ding Zhizhi. However, she was a joy to have around. Which of her seniors didn't like and spoil her? This was also the reason why she dared to make trouble. Let's go. Everyone continued forward. Although this marshland wasn't small, how quick was everyone's speed? It took them just a few hours to leave the marshlands behind them. A large city appeared on the horizon before them. After entering the city, they had two main things to do. The first was to rest up, and the second was to gather information. After all, they had to figure out the location of the Star-San Martial Arts Academy first, no? This was an ancient city that had existed for heaven knew how many years. Without even entering the city, they could already sense its aura of age and history. Upon entering it, this sensation became even clearer. Each tile and each stone exuded a sense of history. The best place to gather information was naturally the tavern. As such, they all found a tavern to enter, not asking for a private room and simply sitting in the main room. As they ate, they listened to the conversations around them. Sure enough, they were able to rapidly develop an understanding of this unfamiliar world. Oi oi oi, have you guys heard? Seventh young master of the Bailao clan just married the darling daughter of the leader of the Stone Hill faction half a month ago. Oh, no way. Isn't seventh young master of the Bailao clan referred to as a handsome man who only appears once every 10,000 years? Meanwhile, it's rumored that the darling daughter of the leader of the Stone Hill faction is not only tremendously ugly, but also extremely violent and uncouth in nature. This is like planting a pretty flower into air. Anyhow, it's spoiling a good man. What could the Bailao clan do about this? They're under pressure from their mortal enemies, the Lu clan, so they had no option but to unite by marriage with the Stone Hill faction. The Lu clan, They produced a prodigy. He's truly a prodigy. It's rumored that he received a word of praise from the Dipankara saint 7,000 years ago. What? The Star-Sand Saint's seventh disciple, the Dipankara Saint, has personally praised him before? Or else? Lu Juntian only advanced to the mountain river tier 7,000 years ago. Now, however, he's already reached the medium extreme of the heavenly body tier. According to hearsay, he's not far from advancing to the high extreme either. This kind of cultivation speed is truly terrifying. He's definitely going to be accepted into the Star-Sand Martial Arts Academy this time. To say nothing else, at least the Dipankara Saint is impressed with him. This time, all 9 of the saints are recruiting disciples together. Thus, him entering the Star-Sand Martial Arts Academy is a foregone conclusion. To say nothing of becoming a saint, he can at least become an Eternal River Tier elite. That's the Eternal River Tier. TSK. Everyone spoke with spirit and wonderment. Even on a planet like this, where there were 10 saints, those at the Eternal River Tier could still be referred to as elites. After all, only a rare few cultivators could reach this tier. Anyhow, both the Lu clan and Bailao clan were heavenly body tier forces. However, because the Lu clan had produced a prodigy in Lu Juntian, this had heaped a ton of pressure onto the Bailao clan. After all, these clans were mortal enemies, and the Lu clan was showing signs of surpassing them in the near future. As such, the Bailao clan had hurriedly gone out to search for allies. The Stone Hill faction was an Eternal River Tier force. Although they only had one such elite, this elite having retired from public view, no less an elite at the Eternal River Tier was still an elite at the Eternal River Tier after all. This was enough to suppress the Lu clan. Ling Han and the others exchanged a glance, all slightly astonished. This was far too coincidental. They had just come across Lu Juentian's brother, and they were now hearing about him from the conversation of others. Moreover, they learned that he was indeed a young king tier, and had even received praise from a saint in the past. It went without saying that he was supremely talented. However, which of them wasn't a king tier? As such, what did it matter that Lu Juntian was a king tier? Would they be afraid of him? Say, it seems like Lu Juntian went to the Purple Wind Mountain. Why did he go there? Don't you know? Many young king tiers have arrived recently, and they've all agreed to taste tea and discuss Dao at the Purple Wind Mountain. This gathering is taking place these few days, and everyone is treating it as an honor to catch a glimpse of this gathering. What's so impressive about that? Isn't traveling there to catch a glimpse simple? Ha, old brother, it's not as simple as you think. Indeed. Not to mention the powerful followers of these king tiers guarding the foot of the mountain, preventing those under the level of king tier from ascending. Even the Purple Wind Mountain itself is a peculiar creation of heaven and earth. Only a handful of heavenly body tier elites can succeed in reaching the peak of the Purple Wind Mountain. Really? There are such peculiarities? Brother, you've definitely come from somewhere else. Otherwise, if you're from here, there's no way you wouldn't have heard about the famous Purple Wind Mountain before. So, does that mean that I don't even have the right to witness their battles? I've only just reached the mountain river tier, so I'm afraid that I can't even reach the foot of the Purple Wind Mountain. They all sighed in disappointment. However, their conversation quickly took a turn, and they started to discuss their experiences in brothels, comparing which girls were more skilled. They were men after all, so their topics of discussion would naturally revolve around power, conflict, and women. Looks of displeasure spread across the females' faces, so Ling Han took this opportunity to say, "Why don't we check out this Purple Wind Mountain?" Yeah. Jiang Xiaoling couldn't be happier, and she immediately shouted in agreement. It's a good opportunity to meet the king tiers from this place, the Rain Emperor said, a strong fighting spirit exuding from his body. Not only was he eager for battle, but Ding Ping, Juyao, Su Ran, and the others were all eager for battle. Let's go. They paid their bill before asking a random man for the location of the Purple Wind Mountain. This mountain was extremely famous, so at least 9 out of 10 people would know of its location. The Purple Wind Mountain wasn't far from this place, so they decided to head over there as quickly as possible. As such, those who were weaker all entered the Black Tower. In just a few hours, a lone peak appeared before them. There was nothing strange about this peak, yet the winds that howled through this area were incredibly strange. All of them were purple in color. Purple Wind Mountain. It was certainly true to its name. Right now, there was already a sea of people at the foot of the Purple Wind Mountain, all of them raising their heads as they gazed at the peak of the mountain. Meanwhile, there were also several hundred people hovering in the sky. Some of them were at the heavenly body tier while some of them weren't. Regarding the latter, these were half humans who had wings on their backs. It was clear that this gathering of prodigies was an extremely attractive event. Even heavenly body tier elites hurried over to catch a glimpse. How lively, Ling Han said with a chuckle. Fourth brother, let's go. Let's go to the mountain peak and battle to our heart's content. The Rain Emperor said boldly. Ling Han couldn't help but say, second brother, the king tiers are there to taste tea and discuss Dao. Exactly, so they're there to taste tea and battle, no? The Rain Emperor replied. Fine, second brother is becoming more and more battle-thirsty. Ling Han turned to Ding Ping and the others and said, you guys wait here. Only heavenly body tier elites could ascend this mountain, and these elites had to be king tiers among the heavenly body tier, no less. Although Ding Ping and the others had reached the pinnacle level, they still had yet to reach the heavenly body tier. Thus, they were far from qualified enough to ascend this mountain. Su Ran also told his wife to wait here for him. In the end, only 6 people were going to ascend the mountain: Ling Han, the Rain Emperor, Empress Luan Xing, the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, Su Ran, and the Notionless Saint. However, these 6 individuals were all incredibly powerful. In fact, Empress Luan Xing had even reached the peak stage of the pinnacle level of the heavenly body tier. If she engaged in battle, she would simply be bullying the other king tiers. They made their way through the crowds and prepared to ascend the mountain. Ha, there's another group of naive fools. Heaps of people want to ascend this mountain. However, how many of them have the right to do so? To say nothing of how difficult ascending the Purple Wind Mountain is, they won't even have the opportunity to attempt it. The people in the surroundings all jeered and mocked them, showing absolutely no confidence in Ling Han and the others. After all, the king tiers atop the mountain had all left their followers below. Moreover, among those who could become the follower of a king tier, which of them wasn't a supreme prodigy when compared to ordinary cultivators? Chapter 1431 Unrefined King Tier. Halt. Ling Han and the others were stopped just as they neared the foot of the mountain. This was a group of extremely haughty youths. They were clearly only the followers of some king tiers, yet all of them were as haughty as could be. It was as if their eyes were on their foreheads as they belittled and looked down on everyone else. However, one had to admit that these followers were indeed very powerful. They were all at the heavenly body tier, and one of them had even reached the consummate level of the heavenly body tier. Perhaps this person's cultivation was even higher than that of many the king tiers. However, those who could obtain the title of king tier certainly hadn't done so because of a high cultivation level. Rather, they had obtained this title because of their battle prowess against those at the same cultivation level. Only those who could obliterate everyone at the same cultivation level had the right to obtain the title of king tier. Ling Han glanced at them and asked, why? The king tiers are currently tasting tea and discussing Dao, so all uninvolved persons are prohibited from disturbing them. A youth in purple robes answered indifferently. He didn't so much as glance at Ling Han and the others. Ling Han involuntarily chuckled and asked, does your clan own this mountain? And no, the young man in purple subconsciously answered, shaking his head as he spoke. Then what the hell are you stopping us for? Ling Han chided. You. The young man in purple was enraged, flames of anger burning in his eyes. However, upon recalling his master's words, he forcefully suppressed his anger, waving his hand and saying, anyhow, no one is allowed to ascend the mountain today. Then why are there people atop the mountain? Ling Han asked. He was in quite a good mood, so he started to debate with the youth. The young man in purple was exasperated and he replied, if there's no one, how can they taste tea and discuss Dao? Exactly. Since others can ascend the mountain, why can't we? Ling Han chuckled and continued, perhaps the tea is too expensive? Rest assured, this brother is rich. Very rich. It's useless regardless of how rich you are. That's a gathering of king tiers. Even ordinary prodigies don't have the right to attend. The young man in purple was already rendered speechless by Ling Han. How was this person so good at sophism? He paused for a moment before asking, do you have the right to attend this gathering? Are you very powerful? Why not? Ling Han retorted with a smile. Although I might not look sturdy, I can battle against 5 of you with no problem. If you can defeat me, I'll allow you to ascend the mountain. Although the young man in purple had only exchanged a few words with Ling Han, he had already become extremely annoyed and exasperated. At this moment he finally couldn't contain himself any longer. Ling Han looked at his companions and asked, what about them? The other followers were all spectating an interesting show at this moment, and they couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this, replying, if you can defeat Wendong, we'll allow all of you to pass. Deal? Ling Han started to stretch his body. Meanwhile, Empress Wan Xing and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden both smiled faintly. They were wearing cloaks at this moment, with even their beautiful faces covered by their clothing. Otherwise they would definitely cause a huge commotion. After all, there were far too many heavenly body tier elites here, meaning that ordinary methods wouldn't be able to hide their beauty. Beside them, the Rain Emperor had his arms crossed before his chest. He naturally felt it beneath him to battle against such small fry. Anyhow, he wasn't feeling impatient at all. After all, the king tiers atop the mountain weren't going to run away. The young man in purple was called Wendong, and upon seeing Ling Han's strange stretches, he couldn't help but chuckle in scorn. "How about this?" he said. "There's no need for us to battle. I'll stand here and let you punch me 3 times. If you can push me back even a single step, I'll make an exception and allow you guys to ascend the mountain." The other followers all giggled and laughed. They were all supreme prodigies, meaning that they were at least 4-star geniuses. In other words, they were far more powerful than those at the same cultivation level. Although Wendong was allowing Ling Han to punch him 3 times, it would be incredibly easy for him to withstand these punches as long as he used his origin power to guard his body. "No kidding?" Ling Han asked, purposefully looking toward Wendong in mock excitement. "Why would I trick you?" Wendong said in disdain. In reality, what did it matter even if they allowed Ling Han and the others to ascend the mountain? Could they resist the strange power of this strange mountain? Even prodigies such as them found it extremely difficult to resist this power. Only king tiers could resist this strange power as if it were nothing. "Then please excuse me," Ling Han said with a chuckle. He was just about to launch a strike, but he suddenly paused, asking, "Should I use my full power?" "Of course," Wendong answered proudly. "What if I accidentally kill you?" Ling Han asked apologetically. Wendong felt like pulling his own hair out. "You think you can kill me with your measly power? What an absolute joke." He humphed and said, "Punch me as hard as you can. But I can't. If I truly kill you, your parents will definitely come and cause a ruckus. And also your aunties and grandparents and whatnot. What will I do at that time?" Ling Han shook his head, and it was as if he wouldn't use his full power no matter what. Wendong's face twitched and his voice involuntarily went up a pitch. "I've told you to attack, so just bloody attack. If you can truly wound me, I'll admit that you're powerful. I won't complain even if you kill me. The people here are all witnesses." Ling Han breathed a long sigh of relief, saying, "Thanks for the assurance." It was as if a heavy weight had been lifted off his shoulders. "Fuck. Do you truly think that you can kill me?" Wendong felt incredibly irritated at this moment, and he had a strong urge to beat someone up. However, upon recalling his own promise, he could only humph heavily and said, "Can you attack now?" Ling Han was delighted upon hearing this, and he said, "Second brother, Brother Su wives, have you ever seen such a despicable person before? He's actually asking to be beaten up." "No," the Rain Emperor and the others replied, smiling as they shook their heads. Even the notionless saint was smiling faintly. Pooh. Even the other followers couldn't help but splutter with laughter. They felt that Ling Han was far too malicious. He had actually dug such a huge trap for Wendong. Wendong was naturally enraged, and it was as if flames were bursting from his eyes. He was just about to attack. "Hey, what are you doing? Didn't we reach an agreement?" Ling Han immediately said. Wendong's raised fist froze in the air. He was a supreme prodigy after all, so he naturally cared about his reputation. Under the watchful gazes of everyone, how could he go back on his own words? He was simmering with anger as he lowered his fist, and it was as if there were a ball of pain in his chest. He swore that he would definitely give Ling Han trouble after allowing him to throw his 3 punches. Ling Han's expression suddenly became serious as he started to channel his origin power. He raised his right fist and gathered heaven's might, unleashing a devastating aura into the surroundings. Pa 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 pa. Many of the surrounding spectators instantly collapsed to the ground. This was heaven's might, and it would render those under Ling Han's cultivation level completely defenseless. Even if one were above Ling Han's cultivation level, their power would still be forcefully suppressed by 2 stars. Wendong's expression changed drastically. His cultivation was equivalent to Ling Han's, with both of them at the medium extreme of the heavenly body tier. As such, he didn't collapse to the ground in fright. However, upon sensing the formidable aura emanating from Ling Han's body, an ice-cold chill involuntarily rose in his heart. This man definitely wasn't an ordinary heavenly body tier elite. Nor was he a supreme prodigy. It was a fucking king tier. He had been a follower of a king tier for so long, so how could he not realize this? Wendong wanted to cry. They were at the same cultivation level, so how could he block 3 punches from a king tier? To say nothing of 3 punches, he wouldn't even be able to block a single punch. He had been screwed over. A look of grief spread across his face. This crude and unrefined king tier had screwed him over twice. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. He hurriedly shouted. If he were struck by this punch, he would truly have died for nothing. After all, hadn't he said so himself? Ling Han wouldn't need to take responsibility even if he killed him. You're admitting defeat already? There was a look of disappointment on Ling Han's face and he continued, you've at least got to let me punch you once, right? He started to haggle with Wendong. No. Wendong shouted, shaking his head furiously. Ling Han looked toward the other followers and said, how about one of you replace him? No, the followers shouted, all shaking their heads frantically. Only then did Ling Han say, this mountain isn't owned by your clans, is it? Does it feel awesome and mighty to control entry to this mountain? The spectators finally understood that Ling Han wasn't pretending to be weak to bully them. Rather, he had purposefully pretended to be weak to give these haughty followers a lesson. Chapter 1432 The victim has arrived. Gasp. Who would have thought? He was actually a king tier. I wonder which galaxy he came from. He was able to become a king tier, so he's definitely from a large galaxy. However, this king tier appears a bit devilish. He purposefully dug a hole for Wendong and screwed him over. Who told them to seal this area off and even prohibit others from ascending the mountain? I feel like he taught them a good lesson. The Purple Wind Mountain isn't owned by their clans. Exactly. The cultivators at the foot of the mountain launched into a spirited discussion, some of them feeling that Ling Han was slightly devilish, and many more of them supporting his actions. Let's climb the mountain, the Rain Emperor said. His fists were already starting to itch. Seeing that Ling Han and the others were preparing to climb the mountain, a cold sneer involuntarily stretched across Wendong's face. Where do you think this is? Why do you think the prodigies chose this place to taste tea and discuss Dao? It's because no one else can reach the top of this mountain. King tiers could naturally reach the top of this mountain with ease. However, even 4-star geniuses like them would feel under immense pressure if they tried to climb to the peak of this mountain. At least, they definitely wouldn't have any remaining energy to engage in battles. According to rumors, the Purple Wind Mountain had only become like this because of the actions of a saint. It was him who had transformed this mountain, imbuing it with its strange powers. When it came to ordinary cultivators, they would struggle to ascend this mountain even if they had reached the heavenly body tier. Only by reaching the pinnacle level in at least one major tier and then reaching the heavenly body tier would one obtain the ability to climb this mountain easily. Moreover, the more pinnacle levels that one had reached, the easier it would be to climb this mountain. Are these people all king tiers? What a joke. How can that be possible? Wendong was eager to see them fail. He had been embarrassed before everyone, and thus he naturally yearned to see them being embarrassed before everyone as well. This way he would at least have some consolation. Not only was Wendong thinking this, but many other people were also thinking the same thing. How rare were king tiers? It was extremely difficult for a planet to produce even one king tier. As such, it was likely that there would only be 10 such king tiers in an entire galaxy. Moreover, this was for a large galaxy. If it were a small galaxy, perhaps it would only be able to produce 1 or 2 king tiers. In fact, it was entirely possible that it would produce none. Just as Ling Han and the others were about to embark on their climb, they suddenly saw 3 figures shooting over from the distance. One of them was in a wretched state, with his entire left arm non-existent. All that was left was a patch of mangled flesh. Young Master Yuan? Young Master Yuan! A follower in green suddenly exclaimed. There was a stunned expression on his face. Just then he hadn't recognized the wounded person, because he had refused to believe that anyone on Woodfigure Planet, especially in this Purple Wind Mountain region, would dare to target a member of the Lu clan. Indeed, the wounded person was none other than Lu Xiuan, the haughty youth who had been shot by Ling Han. Brother Qing! Lu Xiuan exclaimed. Tears involuntarily started to stream down his face as soon as he saw the follower in green. Family, he had finally seen family. He was incredibly moved, and he used his only arm to grab onto the follower in green, saying, "Brother Qing, you've got to help me exact revenge. You've got to help me exact revenge." "Who wounded you?" the person who Lu Xiuan referred to as Brother Qing asked, his face cold and full of killing intent. He was called Zhang Qing, and he wasn't actually a member of the Lu clan. Rather, he was the follower of the young King Tier Lu Juntian. He was naturally very powerful, and he was also a prodigy and a four-star genius. He could be referred to as a supreme prodigy no matter where he went. Anyhow, he had only decided to follow Lu Juntian because he felt that Lu Juntian had a profoundly dazzling future. In fact, he believed that Lu Juntian could become a saint in the future. Meanwhile, he understood that he would have zero chance of becoming a saint himself. As such, if he rode on Lu Juntian's coattails, perhaps he could even become an Eternal River Tier elite in the future. That was the Eternal River Tier. Was it not impressive enough? Thus, he treated the Lu clan as his own family. In fact, he treated it as more than his family. It was hundreds of times more important. That being the case, how could he not feel enraged and worried upon seeing Lu Xiuan's severe wounds? It was a group of despicable men and women. Their leader. Oh. Lu Xiuan's gaze had been focused on Zhang Qing, yet he suddenly felt a terrifying chill creep up from behind him. He involuntarily turned around to look, only to see the man who was the root of his nightmares behind him. He couldn't help but scream. His speed was slower than Ling Han's, but he hadn't taken any detours along the way. He had directly hurried over here to ask his elder brother to exact revenge for him. Thus, he had only arrived here slightly later than Ling Han and the others. However, just as he was speaking of his nemesis had appeared behind him. Lu Xiuan immediately scuttled behind Zhang Qing in fright, using his only hand to point at Lu Xiuan, shouting, "Brother Qing, it was him. Was him. Hurry up and attack him. Kill him for me. No, severely wound him so I can kill him with my own hand." And those two women. Although their faces are covered, their bodies are quite shapely. As he spoke, his mind started to wander. His mind was wandering with lust even under such conditions. From this, it was clear that Lu Xiuan lived up to the name of a true profligate. However, Zhang Qing was instantly terrified. Although he was also a prodigy, could he compete against a true king tier? No. Unless his cultivation level was far superior. Right now, however, he was only at the low extreme of the heavenly body tier. He was already no match for him in terms of cultivation level. Moreover, how large was the gulf between prodigies and king tiers? How could he exact revenge for Lu Xiuan? If he attacked, he would merely be seeking death. Brother Qing, why are you hesitating? Hurry up and attack him. Lu Xiuan urged. A look of displeasure spread across his face. He was only referring to Zhang Qing as Brother Qing, because his elder brother had asked him to do so. This was because Zhang Qing was a relatively good lackey he could use. Thus, he needed to take more care of his feelings. However, Zhang Qing was actually pretending to be deaf and mute when his nemesis was right before him? How could Lu Xiuan not be displeased? What's the meaning of this? You're eating from my Lu clan's bowl, yet you're not going to act as my Lu clan's dog. However, how would Zhang Qing dare to attack? There was a bitter look on his face and he said, "Young Master Yuan, that person is a king tier." What? Lu Xiuan was instantly startled. His elder brother was also a king tier, so he naturally understood what these two words represented: invincible among the same cultivation level. Of course, this was an oxymoron because invincible implied that only one person could become a king tier for any one cultivation level. Even so, a king tier would be invincible at least on their own planet. Even when casting one's gaze over entire galaxies, king tiers would only have fewer than 10 or so opponents. King tier, these two words were like a huge mountain in and of themselves. They were capable of crushing someone until they were barely able to breathe. However, a look of haughtiness immediately returned to Lu Xiuan's face, and he said, "There are ranks even among king tiers. My older brother is a rank 2 king tier." Indeed, just as he said, there were also ranks among king tiers. Even though they were all at the heavenly body tier, would two people be of equivalent power if one had reached one pinnacle level while the other had reached 2 pinnacle levels? Even though the benefits of reaching these pinnacle levels would decrease as one advanced in cultivation, the gap between the king tiers would still exist, just that it wouldn't be overly significant. However, to king tiers, any slight gap could prove fatal when they were battling against a fellow king tier of the same cultivation. If a king tier had reached one pinnacle level, they would be referred to as a rank 1 king tier. If they had reached 2 pinnacle levels, they would be referred to as a rank 2 king tier. If they had reached 3, they would be referred to as a rank 3 king tier, and so on and so forth. However, the maximum was only rank 5. After all, there were only so many pinnacle levels for one to reach. It was already common knowledge that king tiers were rare, with one galaxy only producing at most 10 king tiers. Among these, perhaps there would only be 1 or 2 rank 2 king tiers. In fact, it was even possible that there would be none. However, Lu Juntian was none other than a rank 2 king tier. Where's my brother? Call my brother over. Have him suppress this person. Lu Xiuan finally realized that Zhang Qing wouldn't be able to defeat Ling Han. Zhang Qing immediately made a decision saying, "I'll inform Master straight away." He knew that Lu Juntian only had this one younger brother, and he was more so extremely doting toward him. Humph, this person actually dared to wound me. He's truly become tired of Li, Lu Xiuan said arrogantly. There were so many people here, and thus he wasn't afraid of Ling Han attacking him. He wouldn't dare. Puh. However, before he had even finished speaking, he suddenly transformed into a cloud of flesh and blood. Chapter 1433 All King Tears. Zhang Qing was just about to ascend the mountain, yet he suddenly stopped in his tracks, his jaws dropping wide open. It was as if he were struck by disbelief. Not only him but everyone in the surroundings was also stunned. Gazing at the cloud of blood that had once been Lu Xiuan, then turning to gaze at Ling Han, who was still casually retracting his fist, they felt a sensation of frightening numbness spreading over their bodies. There was also an indescribable chill rising in their hearts. That was Lu Juntian's younger brother. To put things into perspective, at least several hundred of the cultivators present could insta-kill Lu Xiuan. However, even if Lu Xiuan slapped them across the face, most of them would still choose to play along with him, perhaps even sticking their heads forward to let him slap them more. Meanwhile, those who were more courageous and powerful might dodge his slaps. However, in terms of fighting back, no one would dare to even think about this. This was simply due to one reason: Lu Juntian. Now, however, someone had actually dared to kill his younger brother. The sky was going to collapse. They could imagine just how wild with rage Lu Juntian would become. Under his wrathful fury, it was even possible that he would kill all of the people present. Who told them to stand idly by as his brother was killed? There was bitterness in their minds. Who knew that Ling Han would kill him? Who knew that Ling Han dared to kill him? Moreover, Ling Han was a king tier. Even if they knew he was going to attack, how many of them would be able to stop him? They were done for. Ling Han had poked a hole in the heavens. The surrounding cultivators were all as quiet as a mouse. What were they going to do now? Why you dare? Zhang Qing stammered. He was also stupefied. Even if you're a king tier, openly killing the younger brother of another king tier is an utter provocation. This is creating a life and death feud. Anyhow, where is your courage coming from? Didn't you hear Lu Xiuan say? Lu Juntian is a rank 2 king tier. Rank 2. How many rank 2 king tiers exist in the world? However, Ling Han didn't pay any heed to him. Lu Xiuan had actually dared to speak uncouthly of Empress Luan Xing and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. How could he tolerate this? To say nothing of Lu Xiuan, his reaction would have been the same even if it were Lu Juntian who had uttered those words. He would simply respond with a punch. Let's go. The 6 of them walked away and started to climb the mountain. Holy fuck. How domineering. These people dared to climb the mountain even though they had killed Lu Juntian's younger brother. Just how courageous were they? However, are you certain that you can oppose Lu Juntian? Although he was only at the medium extreme of the heavenly body tier, he was already regarded as the #1 elite of the Lu clan. Moreover, he had even been praised by a saint before. His battle prowess could only be described as peerless. Zhang Qing was completely flabbergasted. Although he wished that he could kill Ling Han, he couldn't help but feel impressed by his demeanor. This was the courage that a true king tier should possess. He dared to kill, and he dared to face the turmoils that would arise from such an action. His resolve definitely wouldn't be swayed by others. Meanwhile, Ling Han and the others ascended the mountain, appearing as relaxed as could be. Holy fuck. Am I seeing things? Am I also seeing things? Gasp. Everyone drew a cold breath. All 6 of them are able to ascend the mountain. Moreover, it appears like they're all ascending it with ease. Holy motherfucker. 6 king tiers. Heavens. They all clasped their heads in astonishment. This was inconceivable. 6 king tiers had actually appeared at once. There were obviously more than 6 king tiers atop the mountain. However, which of them hadn't arrived alone? At most, they had only brought with them a few followers. As such, they had all initially thought that the Rain Emperor and the others were merely Ling Han's followers. Gazing at them now, they realized that the level of followers would have been raised to a completely new level if those 5 people were truly Ling Han's followers. Their incredible power was abundantly clear for all to see. Zhang Qing was also doing his best to climb the mountain, yet he was exerting all of the effort that he could possibly muster. However, the distance between him and Ling Han's group was steadily growing larger and larger. His body was drenched in sweat, yet he couldn't catch up to them no matter what. Meanwhile, Ling Han and the others were casually chattering and joking among themselves, appearing as carefree as could be. If they knew that there were still 2 king tiers in Dingping and Jia, just that they couldn't ascend the mountain, because they hadn't reached the heavenly body tier yet, the expressions on their faces would definitely be even more peculiar. Which galaxy did they come from? It's far too terrifying. It actually produced so many king tiers. Perhaps that young man is also a rank 2 king tier? If that's the case, he naturally doesn't need to fear Lu Juntian. Hey, you really have a wild imagination, don't you? Do you think it's that easy to become a rank 2 king tier? There mightn't even be one such king tier among 10 king tiers. Nothing in the world is absolute. Haven't you heard the story? In the past, there was a Sher clan that produced 3 king tiers. Moreover, they were all rank 2 king tiers. I've naturally heard about that. However, can they compare to the Sher clan? At that time, the Sher clan had a saint. Those king tiers all possessed the bloodline of a saint. But if he isn't a rank 2 king tier, how would he dare to ascend the mountain? The people at the foot of the mountain became engaged in a heated debate. Of course, they were even more eager to witness the battle that was about to explode atop the mountain. Once Zhang Qing brought the news of Lu Xiwan's death up, a bloody battle would definitely erupt among the king tiers. This wouldn't be sparring. Instead, it would be a genuine life-and-death battle. Interesting. There's a hint of pressure from this wind, and it targets one's divine sense, Ling Han said. This is the doing of a saint, the notionless saint said. He was the most qualified to speak about this. I also did something similar in the past, setting up a forbidden region that only king tiers could enter. The others all chuckled indifferently. This saint was very fond of blowing his own trumpet. In the beginning, they had all been startled and astonished by his stories. However, they had all become immune to it now, and they wouldn't pay much heed to his exaggerated stories. As long as one has reached one pinnacle level, they'll develop an extremely powerful resistance to this might. If they reach 2, they can almost ignore this might, the Rain Emperor said with a nod. Among them, Empress Luanxing was the least affected by the might of the wind. She had reached 3 pinnacle levels, which was an incredibly rare feat, even among saints. In other words, even if the Star Sand Saint were suppressed to the heavenly body tier, he mightn't necessarily be able to defeat Empress Luanxing. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden was facing a slight struggle. After all, she hadn't reached the pinnacle level of the Mountain River tier. Rank 1 king tiers could only just manage to climb this mountain with ease. They weren't climbing quickly, and they were also comprehending the Tao of the Saint as they advanced. This might wasn't just might alone, but also possessed a wisp of the Saint's Tao. Thus, comprehending it would be of some benefit to them. Zhang Qing was climbing the mountain as if his life depended on it, yet he continued to fall further and further behind Ling Han and the others. Eventually, his figure was blocked by a jutting face of the mountain, rendering him invisible. 15 minutes passed and Ling Han and the others reached the peak of the mountain. A flat platform had been forcefully carved into the top of the mountain, and gazing at the cut marks, it was clear that this platform had been carved numerous years ago. Perhaps it was also the doing of that saint. There were 30 or so people on this peak, though only 4 of them were women. The remaining people were all men. However, regardless of gender, they were all extremely handsome and beautiful youths. Even though some of them had horns, tails, or wings, this didn't prevent them from possessing charm and charisma that was capable of bewitching countless people. This was the demeanor of king tiers. The king tiers were currently discussing Tao, analyzing the transformations of fire element regulations. However, upon sensing the new arrivals, they all turned around to look. Seeing Ling Han and the others, they couldn't help but feel astonished. 6 king tiers had actually arrived at once? Moreover, by the looks of it, they were already very well acquainted with each other. Not only that, but it was also clear that the relationship between them was very good. This was obvious when looking at the distance between them. If they weren't friends, who would feel comfortable allowing someone to stand within 9 meters of them? After all, they were all king tiers. At this moment, the king tiers atop the mountain all developed a sense of hostility toward them. This was because this group of king tiers was far too powerful. If they weren't ranked 2 king tiers, it was possible that they could be easily defeated by this group. Friends, I'm Shengwan Heng, the host of this king tier gathering. Dare I ask for your names? A young man with wings on his back walked over, a warm smile on his face. It was as if he had no feeling of superiority. Oh. At this moment, Zhang Qing's figure finally appeared in the distance. He was like an exhausted dog, his mouth wide agape and puffs of white vapor blowing from it. His face was drenched in sweat, and his body was equally as soaked. Chapter 1434. A small galaxy? Had the heavens collapsed? Why was Zhang Qing showing such urgency? Everyone here was a king tier, so their vision was naturally incredibly powerful. Right now, Zhang Qing was truly climbing the mountain as if his life depended on it. It appeared as if he was only sweating, but in reality, he was actually forcefully raising his speed and gritting his teeth as he resisted the might of the mountain. The damage that was done to him was invisible and intangible, yet it would be serious enough to severely wound his vitality for several years or even decades to come. His cultivation would barely be able to advance an iota. In fact, it was even possible that his cultivation might fall. Lu Juntian naturally recognized that this was his follower. He couldn't help but feel astonished. What serious matter had occurred? It was actually serious enough to force his follower to such a state. He rushed over to meet Zhang Qing, worry growing in his mind. Ling Han didn't so much as glance at them. He simply introduced himself to the king tiers. The Rain Emperor, Su Ran, and the Notionless Saint all followed suit. Of course, the Notionless Saint didn't refer to himself as a saint anymore. Otherwise, he would definitely be pummeled by everyone present. Impersonating a saint was far too arrogant an action. Meanwhile, Empress Luan Xing and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden didn't speak to introduce themselves. Instead, they each retrieved a chair from their spatial spirit tools before sitting down gracefully. Their movements were elegant and intoxicating, and they instantly attracted the gazes of numerous king tiers. "Brother Ling, are you all from the same galaxy?" someone asked. If everyone were from the same nation, they would ask which region they had come from. After all, people from the same region would definitely feel closer to each other. Expanding this notion to galaxies, those from the same nation or same planet would naturally feel closer to each other. Further expanding this notion to the Universian even larger realm, those from the same galaxy would naturally be fellow friends. To king tiers, this was more so a source of reputation and glory. This was because this could represent the cultivation level of their galaxy. Who didn't want to bring glory to their galaxy? This was much like representing a sect in battle. They would naturally feel hostile toward other sections. This was their sense of pride and glory playing up. Ling Han exchanged a glance with the others before replying, "Eastern Light Galaxy." Indeed, Joint Peace Planet belonged to the Eastern Light Galaxy. Since the lower realm had ascended to the Joint Peace Planet, they naturally belonged to Joint Peace Planet, and thus the Eastern Light Galaxy. Eastern Light Galaxy? Blank expressions appeared on the king tiers' faces. They had never heard of the Eastern Light Galaxy before. Which large galaxy was this? It had actually produced 6 king tiers at once. Eastern Light, Eastern Light. I know. A king tier suddenly said with a clap of his hands. There was a look of realization on his face. Which large galaxy is it? The others asked. The king tier who had exclaimed in realization wore a strange expression as he shook his head. What is it? A super large galaxy? In the immortal realm, those galaxies that had eternal river tier elites were referred to as large galaxies. However, this required the galaxy to have at least 10 eternal river tier elites. Moreover, one of these elites had to be at the consummate level of the eternal river tier. Meanwhile, if a galaxy had a saint, it could be referred to as a super large galaxy. Of course, this didn't require the saint to be a great saint or saint king. It was fine as long as they were a saint. There was no numerical requirement either. After all, producing a saint was far too difficult. Neither of them, the king tier replied with a shake of his head. The Eastern Light Galaxy is a small galaxy. Small galaxy? The galaxies that couldn't meet the requirement of a large galaxy were all referred to as small galaxies. The king tiers all wore strange expressions. This small galaxy had actually produced 6 king tiers? This was incredible. One had to realize that even large galaxies could only produce a maximum of 2 to 3 king tiers. If they produced 4 to 5, they would definitely be entering a golden age of cultivation. However, a small galaxy? If they prayed day and night, perhaps they would be able to produce 1 king tier. However, the majority of the time, they would fail to produce even a single king tier. Moreover, the king tier paused momentarily as if he were testing the ability of the other king tiers to accept his words. This small galaxy only has a single eternal river tier elite. Not only that, but this elite is only at the low extreme. Pooh. Many of the king tiers spluttered in astonishment. This wasn't because they were uncultured, but because this piece of information was far too difficult to accept. This galaxy barely even had an eternal river tier elite. In reality, there had indeed been no eternal river tier elite in the Eastern Light Galaxy for the past 100 or so years. As such, it could be regarded as a bottom-ranking galaxy even among small galaxies. Yet it had suddenly produced 6 king tiers? How could the king tiers from the large galaxies accept this? To compare themselves against others was sure to drive them crazy. Is this true? It's impossible, right? Brother have you remembered things incorrectly? The king tiers all expressed their doubt over this astonishing revelation. It was simply unfathomable. The king tier simply smiled and said, "Why don't we ask Brother Ling and the others? They can easily confirm this for us." Ling Han didn't refute the king tier's information, confirming that the Eastern Light Galaxy indeed only had 1 eternal river tier elite. Moreover, this eternal river tier elite had already passed away. The king tiers all yelped in astonishment. This was a rare occasion where they were losing their composure and cool. Fuck. Humph. However, there was suddenly a menacing humph at this moment, and they all say Lu Juntian striding over, a harrowing killing intent on his face. His eyes were fixed on Ling Han and he roared, "Ling Han!" Although Zhang Qing didn't know Ling Han's name, Ling Han had already introduced himself just then. As a king tier, concentrating on several different things was naturally an easy task for Lu Juntian. Ling Han picked at his ears and asked, "What's wrong? I'm not deaf, you know?" "You killed my younger brother," Lu Juntian said gravely. His expression was incredibly dark. His father had passed away early, and he only had this one younger brother. It was evident that he would never get a second younger brother. Thus, regardless of how wanton and profligate Lu Xiwan was, Lu Juntian still cherished him immensely. As the saying went, an older brother was sometimes like a father. However, his only brother had been killed by Ling Han. Ling Han replied indifferently, appearing completely uncaring. He truly didn't care. You. Lu Juntian was beside himself with rage. This person had killed his younger brother, yet he didn't feel an ounce of guilt or sorrow. "Shouldn't I have killed him?" Ling Han asked with a smile. "I'm sure you're the most familiar with your younger brother's personality. His only use in life is to bring harm and misery unto others. Apart from killing him, what else could I have done?" Very well. Lu Juntian repeated this 3 times, a ball of flames materializing above his head with each repetition. These flames then transformed into a fire dragon that arched its back and roared. Roar. A burst of divine sense fluctuated outward, causing the hearts of the king tiers to shudder. So powerful. This burst of divine sense possessed a powerful might that caused them to feel unwilling to become enemies with Lu Juntian. Rank 2 king tiers were indeed powerful. Then there's nothing more to say. Pay with your life. Lu Juntian said coldly. He stared at Ling Han, ready to attack at any moment. Ling Han simply replied with a smile. He had no time to debate the debauchery of Lu Xiwan. He had only been carrying out justice, ridding the world of a sinister person. If Lu Juntian had understood his intentions, he wouldn't have allowed Lu Xiwan to become so wanton in the first place. So what more was there to say? They could only resolve this conflict through battle. They're about to do battle. Who do you think is going to win? Lu Juntian, of course. He's a rank 2 king tier, and it's difficult for a galaxy to produce even one such king tier. I admit that the Eastern Light Galaxy or whatnot is extremely incredible, being able to produce 6 king tiers at once. However, I'll eat this piece of stone if someone tells me that this small galaxy even managed to produce a rank 2 king tier. Haha, I think the same. The king tiers all shook their heads, none of them confident in Ling Han's ability to win. What a joke. He had come from a small galaxy that didn't even have an eternal river tier elite, so how could such a galaxy produce a rank 2 king tier? Empress Luanxing suddenly stood up, asking, "If my husband wins, are you people willing to eat a stone?" Were her grace and elegance qualities that could be hidden by a mere piece of fabric? Of the people who had witnessed her true appearance, which of them didn't treat her as the goddess of their dreams? Now that she was standing, her dress fluttered lightly in the mountain wind, making her appear like a divine celestial maiden who was about to drift away with the wind. What did it matter that the others were king tiers? All of them involuntarily held their breaths, dazzled by her beauty. She hadn't shown her face, yet she was still able to intoxicate the entire crowd of king tiers. This was the charm of the Empress. Chapter 1435 Battle of the King Tiers. The king tiers were dazzled by her beauty. However, this feeling of elated surprise quickly turned into intense jealousy. This breathtakingly beautiful woman already has a partner. Detestable. Absolutely detestable. Celestial Maiden, if Ling Han truly wins, we'll be sure to eat some stones, someone said loudly. He refused to believe that Ling Han was also a rank 2 king tier. Meanwhile, Lu Juntian's younger brother had been killed by Ling Han, so Lu Juntian would definitely go all out and unleash his deadliest attacks. As such, Ling Han was already as good as dead. That being the case, this masked yet still seductively beautiful woman would immediately become a widow. Although marrying a widow was a little beneath their status as king tiers, what did that matter? For this woman it was worth it. "Yeah, we'll eat a stone if he wins," numerous others said while patting their chests, all of them harboring the same thoughts. None of them wanted to appear weak before Empress Luanxing. Empress Luanxing nodded as she remembered all of these people. When the time came, none of them would be able to escape punishment. Not far from them, Lu Juntian was already burning with rage. Oh! The 3 fire dragons about his head danced and slithered about before one of them suddenly dashed out and swooped at Ling Han. Lu Juntian was extremely cautious, and this first attack was only a probing one. Ling Han snapped his fingers in reply. Shio! A burst of sword chi slashed outward, instantly shredding the fire dragon into pieces. These shredded pieces then transformed into countless sparks that flittered in the air before vanishing. The fire dragon had failed to cause any damage. However, Lu Juntian wasn't worried in the least. If Ling Han couldn't even withstand the strike, he would be a stain on the title of king tier. What did astonish him, however, was how easily Ling Han dealt with his attack. He was completely unable to determine Ling Han's strength. He raised his right hand and lightly made a pushing motion with his palm. Origin power gathered before forming into another fire dragon. However, compared to the one from before, this fire dragon was at least a dozen times larger. The might that radiated from it was also numerous times more powerful. Ling Han shook his head, again snapping his fingers in reply. Sword chi burst forth, instantly reducing the fire dragon to sparks again. During his 70 or so years on Cloud Apex planet, his advance in cultivation hadn't been significant. However, his improvement in the sword Dao had been simply astonishing. With the help of the reincarnation tree and reincarnation tea, he was able to make huge progress on this path. In terms of sword Dao alone, he could genuinely be regarded as a grandmaster of the current generation. "Still trying to probe me?" Ling Han asked with a smile. "I came here to see king tiers, not to watch monkeys showing off their tricks." "What arrogance!" Lu Juntian said with a humph. However, he finally ended his probing attacks, leaping forward and charging at Ling Han. At the same time, he unclasped his right hand, where a long spear rapidly materialized into existence. This wasn't a god tool that he had retrieved from his spatial spirit tool, but rather a weapon that he had formed using his origin power. Frighteningly, this spear was imbued with several divine patterns, making it appear like a supreme elite who was descending from another realm. It exuded a feeling of might and invincibility. Lu Juntian brandished his spear and swept it toward Ling Han. This was a secret technique that he had learned from an ancient site. This spear was profoundly mighty, and it was one of his most powerful attacks. Ling Han didn't dare to be careless. He was also a rank 2 king tier, and their cultivation levels were more so the same. Thus, their power would also be equivalent. Of course, this would be different if he were a special case like Ding Ping, whose power could exceed his cultivation level by 2 stars. In any case, he couldn't underestimate a king tier like Lu Juntian. Ling Han finally moved, making a tapping motion with his finger. The lightning sword technique was instantly activated, sending bursts of sword chi into the surroundings, all of them incredibly quick. How arrogant! Lu Juntian shouted in rage. He had only been probing Ling Han before, so it was understandable that Ling Han had responded by snapping his fingers. However, he was already launching one of his most powerful attacks now, yet Ling Han was still responding by merely making a tapping motion. You dissed me for probing you and being unwilling to unleash my trump cards, yet isn't that exactly what you're doing? However, as the sword chi spread outward, he immediately felt the immense pressure that was radiating from it. The sword chi unleashed by his opponent genuinely appeared no weaker than his origin power spear. Ordinarily, his spear would be invincible whenever it was unleashed. Even if his opponent were more powerful than him, he would still be able to forcefully rip a hole in their defenses and aggressively attack, killing them in a single strike. Thus, although his power could only surpass 6 stars, his battle prowess could definitely surpass more than this, reaching 7 or even 8 stars. This was the strength of rank 2 king tiers. Boom, boom, boom. Ling Han's sword chi continued to exchange blows with Lu Juntian's spear. Both of their attacks were formed from origin power, yet under the manipulation of the 2 powerful king tiers, they appeared incredibly real and tangible. Each time they collided, there would be dazzling flashes of divine patterns, followed by currents of air that seemed powerful enough to suppress all beings between heaven and earth. In fact, these currents of air would even transform into figures of demons. This intense battle caused the other king tiers to all click their tongues in wonder. At the same time, their expressions also became especially serious. Right now, each of them was a competitor fighting for a spot to enter the Star-San Martial Arts Academy. Following this, they would ascend the path of becoming a saint. Everyone understood that this was a narrow path that only one person could follow to the end. Only one person would be able to emerge from this competition as king. Now, however, both Ling Han and Lu Juntian were displaying a domineering might that was enough to make them tremble in apprehension. How could they beat such supreme king tiers? Prodigies were divided into levels, and the same went for king tiers. How could rank 1 king tiers defeat rank 2 king tiers? Meanwhile, the faces of some king tiers twitched unnaturally. These were the king tiers who had made a gamble with Empress Wan Xing. If Ling Han emerged victorious, they would have to eat the stones on this mountain peak. Although eating a stone wouldn't kill them, being king tiers and all, this was still something that they definitely didn't want to do. Firstly, stones would definitely taste disgusting. Secondly, eating stones would definitely feel horrible. Lastly, eating stones would be utterly humiliating, especially for king tiers such as themselves. Lu Juntian, you've definitely got to win. Lu Juntian naturally wanted to win as well. Not only did he want to win, but he even wanted to kill Ling Han. Following a furious roar, raging flames instantly exploded from his body. These flames then transformed into black divine flames. Along with the dazzling spear in his hands, Lu Juntian appeared much like an ancient demon god. Ding ding ding. Sword chi swept toward Lu Juntian. However, the divine flames enveloping him transformed into a suit of armor that surprisingly blocked all of the sword chi. Lu Juntian aggressively advanced, and it was as if nothing would be able to stop him. Interesting. Ling Han squinted his eyes. This suit of flaming armor wasn't incredible in its defensive capabilities, but rather devastating in its offensive prowess. It had disintegrated all of the attacks before it, and thus naturally rendered them unthreatening. Fire element cultivation techniques weren't great in terms of defense. However, the person who had created this cultivation technique had raised the offensive power of flames to a pinnacle level, using offense to replace defense. This gave Ling Han an urge to clap his hands and exclaim in wonderment. Not only this, but the suit of fire armor was also extremely capable of wounding the attacker. After all, would one dare to punch it with their bare fists? Ling Han chuckled as he balled his right hand into a fist and directly launched a punch at Lu Juntian. This? Lu Juntian was astonished. The secret technique he was using was called the Scorching Flame Armor, and it was also a technique that he had obtained from an ancient mystery realm. Its powerful might was evident, and it was a suit of armor that could burn even elites at the consummate level of the heavenly body tier. If one were at the high extreme, it was possible that they could even be directly incinerated into ashes. You actually dare to touch this armor? After a moment as astonishment, Lu Juntian instantly sneered in his mind. His opponent was seeking death. Both of them were king tiers, and it was very likely that Ling Han was also a rank 2 king tier. As such, their battle would have needed to drag on for a long time before a victor could finally be determined. However, who told Ling Han to be rash? He was actually facing his most powerful attack head-on. If this wasn't seeking death, then what was? Since you want death, I'll grant it to you. Lu Juntian didn't dodge, and thus Ling Han's fist howled over just like that, directly blasting at his face. At this moment, Lu Juntian felt extremely peeved even though he could envision Ling Han's fist being ruthlessly incinerated into ashes. Fucking hell, this person is far too despicable. He's aiming right for my face. Doesn't he know the saying to never aim for one's face? Ling Han's fist arrived. Chapter 1436 Resounding Defea. The people present were all king tiers of the current generation, and thus they were naturally very skilled when it came to analyzing the battles of others. When Ling Han's fist struck Lu Juntian's face, all of them squinted, and it was as if time had suddenly slowed down, with everything playing out in slow motion. Of course, this wasn't because time had actually slowed down, but rather because their minds were whirring far too quickly, making it seem as if the entire world around them had slowed down. When Ling Han's fist collided with the suit of flaming armor, a ball of boundless flames immediately surged toward him, yearning to disintegrate his fist. However, how powerful was Ling Han's physique? Moreover, he had even bathed in immortal flames before. As such, these flames were but a tickle on his hand. Without receiving an iota of damage, Ling Han's fist heavily slammed into Lu Juntian's face. Like rolling waves, countless ripples started to undulate across his face. He was then lifted off his feet and sent flying backward. The scene instantly sped up as the flow of time returned to normal. Lu Juntian thumped into the ground. Astonishment swept over the mountain peak. It was still too early to conclude who would win, yet one thing had already become apparent. Lu Juntian had suffered a huge loss in this exchange. Ling Han retracted his fist. Among those at the same cultivation level, his freakish physique meant that he could ignore any attacks from his opponents. The indestructible heaven scroll was from the celestial realm, and it was more so one of the most advanced cultivation techniques. As such, wouldn't it be embarrassing if he couldn't even suppress a cultivation technique from the immortal realm? Lu Juntian picked himself up, shock all over his face. He was unable to accept this. His flaming armor had failed to even wound Ling Han's skin. All it had achieved was creating a bit of smoke on Ling Han's fist. This was analogous to a mortal quickly sweeping their hand through a flame completely harmless. How is this possible? My divine flames can burn even elites at the consummate level of the heavenly body tier. Lu Juntian took a deep breath. Although he had already unleashed one of his most powerful attacks, it was clear that he had still underestimated Ling Han. His opponent was definitely a rank 2 king tier. No wonder you're acting so arrogant. So, it turns out that you're also a rank 2 king tier. He spat in a baleful voice. His words sent a wave of commotion through the king tiers. Rank 2 king tier. A small galaxy that didn't even have an eternal river tier elite had actually produced a rank 2 king tier. How could they accept this? However, if Ling Han wasn't a rank 2 king tier, how could he have sent Lu Juntian flying? Haha, I'm just SOSO, Ling Han replied indifferently. His wife was even more impressive than him. She was a rank 3 king tier. Lu Juntian's expression became even darker. Weren't rank 2 king tiers impressive enough? After all, most saints were only rank 2 king tiers as well. In other words, if they were at the same cultivation level, they could battle toe-to-toe with most saints. However, from Ling Han's reply, rank 2 king tiers were only SOSO. What else did he want? Fine, then let us see which of us is the king among kings. Fighting spirit soared from Lu Juntian as numerous black divine patterns materialized on his body. They were densely packed, and in the end they transformed into lengths of chains that were wrapped around his body. It was as if he had transformed into a great demon god. Boom. As if they were experiencing the birth of the universe, the sound of rumbling thunder traveled out from Lu Juntian's body. These were the sounds of Tao. The sound of Tao had actually been released from the body of a heavenly body tier elite. Just how incredible was this? Even though the spectators were all king tiers, they still couldn't help but feel stunned by this sight. No wonder Lu Juntian had received praise from a saint. Indeed, he had already far surpassed the level of ordinary king tiers. In fact, his overwhelming prowess even exerted an intangible pressure on the surrounding king tiers, making these absolute prodigies want to gaze up to him in awe. This powerful pressure also provoked Ling Han, causing him to drop his arrogant demeanor and become serious. An intense fighting spirit burst from his eyes, his pupil reflecting the images of exploding heavenly bodies. It was as if his pupils were reflecting a scene of destruction and creation. It was a pity that no one took notice of this. Otherwise they would definitely become even more shocked. Destruction and creation. This was the highest level of Dao. I'll obliterate you with a single punch. Lu Juntian roared. He charged forward, a profoundly domineering aura emanating from his body. Supreme king tiers like them could battle without pause for several years or even several hundred years. However, it was also possible that they could determine a victor after just 2 or 3 exchanges. This all came down to whether or not they were willing to unleash their most powerful trump cards. If they were, then the battles would naturally be over in a flash. Chains of regulations that had been formed from divine patterns were wrapped all over Lu Juntian's body, making him appear like a demon king. At the same time, however, there were also sounds of Dao emanating from his body like a chant. These juxtaposing powers made for an extremely peculiar scene. However, no one doubted his supreme power at this moment. Boom. The chains around his body shot out, the sounds of Dao also transforming into a golden figure that possessed 3 heads and 6 arms. All of these attacks surged toward Ling Han. This was Lu Juntian's most powerful ultimate technique. Ling Han didn't hold back either, he was going to battle with his full strength. In the blink of an eye, Lu Juntian's attack had already arrived. 1. Ling Han unleashed heaven's might before dashing forward, his hands pushing upward as he also activated Tide of the Ages. Without exception, the chains of regulations and golden figure both started to disintegrate at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Ping pong. Ling Han crashed into these attacks. However, how could these deteriorated attacks that were teetering on the edge of implosion wound or stop him? He crashed straight through them, instantly arriving before Lu Juntian. The spectating king tiers were all transfixed with shock. Such a formidable attack had actually failed to affect Ling Han. As Ling Han's opponent, Lu Juntian had more so already gone numb with shock. He hurriedly raised his arms, crossing them before his chest. Origin power surged before him, forming his last line of defense. However, it was a shame that he was in his weakest state after unleashing his ultimate technique. Moreover, Ling Han had already unleashed heaven's might, forcefully suppressing his power by 2 stars. As such, his defense at this moment was laughably brittle and weak. Ling Han launched another punch, again at Lu Juntian's face. Pum. As if it were made from water, Lu Juntian's origin power shield instantly shattered into pieces. Ling Han's fist smashed into his face, sending him flying. However, a dim glow suddenly appeared, and a sigh unexpectedly traveled out from Lu Juntian's body. This sigh carried with it a paramount might, causing all of the king tiers atop the mountain peak to go weak at the knees. This was a suppression on the level of life. It was as like an eternal river tier elite facing a heavenly body tier elite, or a Genesis tier saint facing an eternal river tier elite. Lu Juntian crashed into the ground with a loud thump. Surprisingly, however, only his face was red and swollen. He hadn't been killed. This was inconceivable, not in the least because Ling Han's punch had genuinely been tremendously powerful. In fact, Ling Han had unleashed his full power when throwing that punch. Not to mention that Lu Juntian was only at the medium extreme, his body should have been obliterated even if he were at the peak stage of the pinnacle level. After all, not everyone possessed a physique as freakish as Ling Han's. Once their origin power shield was shattered, their unprotected body would be incredibly weak against attacks. The king tiers were all astounded. This time, their surprise wasn't born from Ling Han's unfathomable strength. Instead, it was caused by that sigh from Lu Juntian's body. That sigh had caused even their souls to tremble in apprehension. This is the might of a Genesis tier saint. I'm certain. Someone exclaimed. It wasn't difficult to reach such a conclusion. Many of the king tiers were from super-large galaxies, and some were even the disciples or grand disciples of saints. Thus, it was only natural that they could recognize the aura of a saint. I understand. This was something prepared by the Dipankara saint. Indeed, the Dipankara saint had held high hopes for Lu Juntian, so it's not surprising that he left a wisp of his aura inside his body. As expected of a saint. He saved Lu Juentian's life. However, it can only save him once. The king tiers chattered among themselves, discussing what they had just witnessed. Meanwhile, Ling Han could obviously charge over to deal the killing punch. Or he could summon his divine demon sword to end Lu Juentian's life. However, since the Swordsmanship had already appeared, him killing Lu Juntian would be equivalent to him opposing the Swordsmanship. Right now he still didn't possess the right to oppose a saint. So be it, I'll spare Lu Juentian's life. I'll pretend that I'm giving face to a saint. Chapter 1437 Rank 3 King Tier. In the immortal realm, heaven and earth were great. However, saints were the greatest. Few saints would give face to others. However, perhaps even fewer people could give face to saints. Thus, Ling Han quietly bragged to himself in his mind. However, this was all he could do. If he were more powerful, he could have done as he pleased. He could have killed Lu Juntian without giving face to the Swordsmanship or fearing him. Power, power, power. In the end, everything revolves around power. The spectating king tiers were all speechless with shock. Although Lu Juntian wasn't the highest ranked among them, he was the only rank 2 king tier present. This meant that he was the most powerful among those at his cultivation level. Yet, before Ling Han, he had almost been defeated in the blink of an eye. With this comparison, it was evident just how terrifying Ling Han was. This king tier was far too freakish. Lu Juntian crawled up, his expression dejected and traumatized. He had always known that the Swordsmanship had left a wisp of his aura inside his body. This aura would save his life if he ever came across any fatal danger. However, this was both a protection and a test. He had once been brimming with confidence, certain that the wisp of aura would still be with him when he entered the Star-San Martial Arts Academy. Now, however, his confidence had been brutally shattered. The wisp of aura had disappeared, and he had undoubtedly disappointed the Swordsmanship. This also signified that he had already died once. The Martial Arts Academy competition in 20 years. I'll return to defeat you. After saying this, Lu Juntian descended the mountain, not glancing back even once. He was a person of great fortune, and he had once obtained an incredible cultivation technique. However, practicing this cultivation technique was full of dangers. In fact, even a king tier such as him would face the risk of death. Thus, he had never practiced this cultivation technique before, planning to only begin after he entered the Star-San Martial Arts Academy and had the supervision of the Star-San Saint. Now, however, he had decided to immediately enter seclusion and cultivate. He would master this cultivation technique in 20 years, thereby giving him the power to wash away today's humiliation. Lu Juntian was a king among kings. Ling Han shook his head. In terms of battle prowess among those at the same cultivation level, Lu Juntian was no more powerful than the Stone Emperor or North Emperor. Meanwhile, Qi Huangji was perhaps even a tad more powerful than him. Being as vast as the universe was, there was absolutely no shortage of prodigies. There was a flash, and Empress Luanxing had already stepped forward. She raised her hand and rapidly pointed at a few people. You. After pointing at all the people, she said, "It's time to eat stones." They genuinely had to eat stone? The king tiers singled out by Empress Luanxing all wore awkward expressions on their faces. They had indeed said that they would eat stones if Ling Han won. However, who would have thought that he would actually win? If they ate a stone before the others, what face would they still have? All of them remained silent and unmoving. Anyhow, there were so many of them, so what could Empress Luanxing do if they resisted? Would she dare to challenge all of them at once? Killing intent started to ooze from Empress Luanxing. She was an incredibly proud individual, and she had also been an empress for 1 million years. Her decree was the decree of heaven. So who dared to oppose her? She wouldn't mind going on a killing spree. A man in green flew over and said, "Hey, this celestial maiden, why don't we make a bet?" There were 3 streaks of white vein patterns on his forehead. However, these vein patterns didn't affect his appearance, instead making him appear even more profound. He was a beautiful man, an incredibly handsome man. "Why don't we have a sparring match? If you win, I'll force these people to obediently eat dirt," he said with confidence and haughtiness. The 10 or so king tiers who had lost their gamble with Empress Luanxing were all enraged. If they teamed up, who in the heavenly body tier could block them? Yet this person dared to say that he would force them to obediently eat dirt. Where was his courage coming from? "I'm Zhu Yu," the man said. There was adoration in his eyes as he gazed at Empress Luanxing. This was a woman who could capture one's soul without even needing to reveal her true appearance. Thus he couldn't help but feel love and adoration for her. A smile appeared on his face and he continued, "If I win, however, why doesn't this celestial maiden show me her true appearance? What do you say?" Empress Luanxing was infuriated upon hearing this. The projection of a large snake slowly materialized behind her, a single horn on its head even though it was clearly a snake. Like a true dragon, its body was coiled, an astonishing might radiating from its body. "If you lose, you can eat stones alongside them," Empress Luanxing said in a menacing voice. Zhu Yu laughed heartily and replied, "Deal." With a single thought, several heavenly bodies instantly materialized behind his body. Counting carefully, it was clear that there were a whopping 4 heavenly bodies, each of them covered with ancient words that continuously flowed over their surface. However, it was seemingly impossible to identify what these ancient words said. Consummate level of the heavenly body tier. "I reached the pinnacle level in both the mountain river tier and the sun moon tier," Zhu Yu said proudly. "Now, I've reached the consummate level of the heavenly body tier. Who's powerful enough to oppose me?" His words sent a wave of commotion through the king tiers. What? A third rank 2 king tier has appeared? There were only 30 or so king tiers present. Since when had rank 2 king tiers become so commonplace? However, it was no wonder that Zhu Yu was so haughty. He was a rank 2 king tier on top of being at the consummate level of the heavenly body tier. Who at the heavenly body tier could be his opponent? Only rank 3 king tiers would be able to surpass him. However, was this possible? Even among saints, only a rare few individuals had been prodigious enough to become rank 3 king tiers. According to rumors, the Star-San Saint was one such supreme king tier. Meanwhile, his 9 disciples were all rank 2 king tiers. Thus, those who entered the Star-San Martial Arts Academy would at least need to be rank 1 king tiers. If one wanted to become the personal disciple of the Star-San Saint, they would at least need to be a rank 2 king tier. However, the Star-San Saint was going to pass on his inheritance this time, so the requirement for his disciple would only be higher. Perhaps one would need to be a rank 3 king tier to have any chance. This requirement was incredibly high. There were only 4 major tiers from the Mountain River tier to the Eternal River tier, yet one would need to have reached the pinnacle level in 3 of these major tiers. Such a requirement was insane enough to have the majority of king tiers shake their heads and sigh. Meanwhile, Zhu Yu couldn't help but feel haughty. Originally, he wasn't one to show off and act arrogantly. However, the appearance of Empress Luanxing had caused him to change his mind. Like a peacock displaying its feathers, he was eager to display his talents to capture the heart of the beauty. "How is it? Do you understand the might and power of this brother now? Hurry, show me your adoring and worshipping gaze." Boom. Empress Luanxing lashed out, the universe seemingly collapsing as her palm pressed down. Zhu Yu's expression changed drastically. The might of this palm was far too terrifying. In fact, even the flow of his blood was stopped, a cold chill shooting through his body. The terror that befell him was as if he were lurking near Hell's gates. He made a symbolic attempt to block. However, the unstoppable power of Empress Luanxing surged over, immediately blasting him backward. He was like a grasshopper trying to stop a carriage, useless and hopelessly overpowered. Peng. His body arced through the air before heavily crashing into the ground with a beautiful pose. This? Silence instantly fell over the king tiers. The only sound remaining was that of heavy breathing. Zhu Yu is a rank 2 king tier. Moreover, he's also at the consummate level of the heavenly body tier. How was he sent flying by a single slap? This woman. She's at the pinnacle level of the heavenly body tier. What did it matter if one had reached the pinnacle level of the Sun Moon tier and Mountain River tier? If they came across someone who had reached the pinnacle level of the heavenly body tier, their fate could only be described in one word: defeat. This would be the case even if the latter person hadn't reached the pinnacle level in the previous 2 tiers. Of course, this was unless both of them had reached the Eternal River tier. At that stage, the person who had reached 2 pinnacle levels would definitely be more powerful than the person who had only reached 1. The higher one's cultivation, the more difficult it would be to reach the pinnacle level. As such, most king tiers would only reach the pinnacle level of the Mountain River tier. It was also because of this that rank 2 king tiers were incredibly rare, and rank 3 king tiers? Well, throughout the hundreds of neighboring galaxies, only the Star-San Saint had successfully become a rank 3 king tier. Gasp. She had even reached the pinnacle level of the heavenly body tier, so it was extremely likely that this woman had also reached the pinnacle level of the mountain river tier and the pinnacle level of the sun moon tier. Rank 3 king tier. Chapter 1438 Eating Stones. Rank 3 king tier. The king tiers were all numb with shock. Right now all they could do was breathe heavily as they watched on. Although this was only speculation, it was speculation that had at least an 80% chance of being true. Perhaps even 90%. Was Zhu Yu powerful? Definitely. However, even someone as powerful as him had been defeated in an instant. This further highlighted just how terrifying this Empress was. Her might was so formidable that she had crushed him with a single strike. It's your choice. You can either eat stones by yourself or I can force you to eat stones, the Empress said calmly. They had actually dared to question Ling Han's ability. In her eyes this was an abhorrent crime. The king tiers who had lost their gamble against her couldn't help but grimace. How humiliating. They actually had to eat stones before everyone else. Moreover, this was the Purple Wind Mountain. Each stone, each tree, and each blade of grass was affected by the aura of a saint. Eating the stones on this mountain would definitely affect their digestion. However, did they dare to oppose her? Even Zhu Yu had been defeated in a single exchange. Moreover, those at the pinnacle level of the heavenly body tier were just as powerful as elites at the low extreme of the eternal river tier. How could they challenge such an elite? The other king tiers were all chuckling in amusement as they watched on. They were naturally delighted to see these people being humiliated. In fact, it would be even better if they left with their tails between their legs. That way, the competition to enter the Star-San Martial Arts Academy in 20 years' time would become slightly less intense. After all, they were all king tiers, so who dared to say that they were absolutely confident? Of course, this was disregarding rank 2 king tiers. There were far too few of these king tiers, and the Star-San Martial Arts Academy was furthermore recruiting 900 disciples this time. If there were more rank 2 king tiers than this, it would be far too unbelievable. I'm not going to eat it, someone shouted defiantly. My master's master is the venerable Tiger Cloud, and he's an elite at the consummate level of the Eternal River tier. Since he couldn't defeat Empress Luan Xing, he could only use his background to threaten her. I'm not eating stones either. My master's lineage is that of the complete origin saint. This person possessed an even more impressive background. Empress Luan Xing humphed coldly before suddenly lashing out. Pa pa pa. The limbs of the defiant king tiers were instantly shattered. These king tiers collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. Empress Luan Xing remained silent as she turned her gaze toward the remaining king tiers. This was a silent threat. If they refused to eat stones, this would be their fate. What Eternal River tier elite? What Genesis tier saint? She couldn't care less about these king tiers' backgrounds. The king tiers grimaced again. This woman was not only powerful, but she was also extremely audacious. She didn't give a **T regardless of whether their masters were at the Eternal River tier or Genesis tier. She was intent on forcing them to eat stones. Several people stepped forward, each picking up a stone and obediently starting to eat it. The crunch of their chewing was loud and embarrassing. What am I seeing? The heavenly body tier elites and winged humans in the sky all rubbed their eyes in shock. They could barely believe what they were witnessing. Heavens! The people at the foot of the Purple Wind Mountain were extremely curious, asking, Senior Chin, what's going on? Uncle Lu, what have you seen? Great-grandpa, hurry up and tell us. However, it was as if the cultivators in the sky had all become stupid. After a long moment, an older generation heavenly body tier elite finally composed himself, saying, A few of the king tiers lost a bet, and they're now eating stones. His voice was shaking, and it was clear that he still hadn't fully recovered from his shock. Pooh! Many of them instantly spluttered in astonishment. Eating stones? Those were king tiers. Their face and reputation were even more important than their lives. How could they carry through with such a humiliating act? However, reality proved that between their face and their life, it was still their life that was far more important. What were they betting on? Whom did they bet against? The cultivators at the foot of the mountain were all captivated by what was going on. After learning that Ling Han had defeated Lu Juntian and that Empress Luan Xing had defeated a rank 2 king tier at the consummate level of the heavenly body tier with a single strike, all of them were dumbfounded with shock and fright. Initially, none of them had been confident in Ling Han's and his companions' abilities. However, who would have thought that they were actually this domineering and powerful? Not only were they all king tiers, but there were even rank 2 and rank 3 king tiers among them. Heavens! I'm about to go crazy. I've heard that they all came from the Eastern Light Galaxy, which is only a small galaxy. This is a small galaxy that doesn't even have an eternal river tier elite. Who can tell me how did such a galaxy produce a rank 3 king tier? The cultivators all clasped their heads as they exclaimed in shock. This was far too incredible. No matter how they thought about it, it was still as if they were dreaming. Atop the mountain peak, Jianghu slowly crawled to his feet, planning to scurry away and flee while no one was looking. He couldn't bring himself to eat dirt and whatnot. With a flash, Empress Wanxing had already arrived before him, blocking his path of escape. Her flawless figure was radiating with a powerful aura that was capable of suppressing even the heavens. Zhu expression instantly changed and he said, "Celestial Maiden, you should always choose to forgive when possible. I'm a rank 2 king tier, and even if I don't become a rank 3 king tier, my battle prowess will be no weaker than yours when I advance to the Eternal River tier. It's best that you don't force." Pa. Empress Wanxing made a slapping motion, and Zhu was instantly sent flying. A row of his teeth was forcefully knocked out. The Empress turned around saying, "Heavenly Phoenix, bring me a rod and string." "Yes, sister." The Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden hurriedly did as the Empress asked. The two women then trussed Zhu up tightly, sealing his cultivation while they were at it. How could Zhu break free and escape from them? He was hung high up on a rod, swaying helplessly whenever the mountain wind breezed over. Great. His reputation and face had truly been ruined now. The king tiers who were eating stones glanced over, cold sweat instantly pouring down their foreheads. They started to eat their stones with even more energy and vigor. It was as if these weren't stones that had been tempered by a saint, but rather an immensely appetizing meal. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of their chewing was as crunchy as could be. The Rain Emperor laughed heartily as he stepped forward asking, "Who wants to spar with me?" He summoned his 4 heavenly bodies, revealing his cultivation to everyone present. This was also to prevent those at the high extreme or even medium extreme from challenging him. After all, sparring against them would be far too boring and pointless. "I'll spar against you," a young man in purple said as he walked over. There was a layer of scales on his skin, and it was as if they had been forged from fine iron. They exuded an extremely chilly aura. Ling Han and his companions were far too domineering. They had first defeated Lu Juntian, then defeated Zhu. This caused a feeling of hostility to rise in the minds of the remaining king tiers. There was a ball of fire in their chests, and they wanted to achieve victory against one of Ling Han's companions even if they couldn't defeat Ling Han or Empress Wanxing. This challenger was at the consummate level of the heavenly body tier, and the 4 heavenly bodies that he released were all of the same size. It was clear that he had already reached the peak stage of the consummate level. "Come!" the Rain Emperor roared as he charged over and immediately threw a punch. His path was one of dominance, and he would courageously attack regardless of who his opponent was. In fact, he would dare to attack even if his opponent were a saint. Boom, boom, boom. The young man wasn't a pushover. Although he was only a rank 1 king tier, the Rain Emperor hadn't reached the pinnacle level of the heavenly body tier either. Thus, the gap between them was only very minimal. Moreover, the scales on the young man possessed incredible defensive abilities, being able to dissipate much of the power behind the Rain Emperor's attacks. Thus, even though his power was 1 to 2 times weaker than the Rain Emperor's, he could rely on his powerful defense to mitigate this disadvantage. This was the advantage of his bloodline. However, this was also the limit of what his bloodline could achieve. Apart from the bloodlines of ancient supreme prodigies, how powerful and mighty could these other bloodlines be? The Rain Emperor ruthlessly defeated the young man after throwing just 37 punches. The ground was littered with the young man's scales. Moreover, the young man didn't have any excuse for his loss. He had lost comprehensively. It can't be right? Is this another rank 2 king tier? Good heavens! This many high-ranking king tiers were produced by a super small galaxy? This doesn't make any sense. Don't tell me that their other companions are also rank 2 king tiers. Why do I feel like they all are? This? The remaining king tiers were unable and unwilling to accept this reality. Since when had rank 2 king tiers become so commonplace? During the past recruitment cycles of the Star San Martial Arts Academy, there would only be 20 or so king tiers at this level. Now however, there were several such king tiers on this mountain peak alone. Moreover, there was even a rank 3 king tier among them. Chapter 1439 Gu Daoyi. The tea tasting and Dao discussion gathering between the king tiers eventually became a platform for Ling Han and his companions to flex their strength. Su Ran and the notionless saint also stepped forward one after another, easily defeating any king tier who challenged them. They were also rank 2 king tiers. Only when the heavenly phoenix divine maiden stepped forward did the king tiers feel that normality had returned. This was because there was finally a rank 1 king tier among Ling Han's group. Among the 6 king tiers, a whopping 4 of them were rank 2 king tiers, while one of them was more so a rank 3 king tier. This was truly a formidable force. It's extremely likely that they'll all qualify to enter the Star-San Martial Arts Academy. At least it won't be a problem for those 5 of them. That's right. If even rank 2 king tiers don't have the right to enter, then the rest of us won't even stand a chance. Everyone shook their heads in disbelief. However, would king tiers lose their confidence so easily? They immediately steeled themselves and rediscovered their confidence. After reaching the Eternal River tier, they would have been dragged back to almost the same starting line. There wouldn't be a huge gap between rank 1 and rank 2 king tiers. In other words, they still had a chance. Moreover, if they could reach the pinnacle level of the Heavenly Body tier or Eternal River tier, that would definitely be even more impressive. Of course, the difficulty of doing so would naturally be many-fold that of reaching the pinnacle level of the previous major tiers. In reality, only very few people could reach the pinnacle level of the Heavenly Body tier after failing to reach the pinnacle level of the Sun Moon tier. Similarly, few people could reach the pinnacle level of the Eternal River tier after failing to reach the pinnacle level of the Heavenly Body tier. This was more so the case with Genesis tier saints. If someone genuinely managed to reach the pinnacle level of the Genesis tier, they would definitely be the ruler among saints. They would be a supreme king tier who could defeat anyone in their way. However, rank 5 king tiers had only ever existed in the legends. They had never appeared in real life. Anyhow, it wasn't long before the gathering of king tiers came to an end. Most of the king tiers also exchanged their current addresses at the conclusion of the gathering. They weren't planning on adventuring to faraway places during this time, and they would instead quietly wait for the Star-San Martial Arts Academy to begin recruitment. In any case, there were only 20 or so years until this time arrived. To them, 20 years would pass as quickly as the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Ling Han and the others had only arrived this early because they were worried that the Star-San Martial Arts Academy might begin its recruitment earlier. After all, the planned timeline of 100 years had only been conceptual, not precise. They settled down in a nearby city, refining pills and cultivating as time quietly crept by. More and more king tiers arrived on Woodfigure Planet, some of them wanton and seeking battles everywhere. The Rain Emperor was one of them. Among these king tiers, some of them performed impressively, and thus became renowned throughout the area. For example, the Rain Emperor had received the title of Fists Demon. This was because he only used his fists during battles, relying on his domineering battle style to obliterate his opponents. He was much like a frenzied demon. However, what caught Ling Han's attention was the fact that Gu Daoyi had also arrived. He had become a brilliant rising star, attracting the reverence and following of countless people. According to rumors, even king tiers had submitted to him, willingly becoming his followers. Just this fact alone was enough to send shock waves through Woodfigure Planet. Those were king tiers. They were high and mighty beings who could look down on everyone else. Yet, they had actually become someone else's follower? This was evidence of Gu Daoyi's charisma and profound power. Otherwise, how would king tiers have submitted to him and become his followers? No one knew what rank king tier Gu Daoyi was. However, right now, he was the most dazzling rising star on this planet. His might and renown were far above those of anyone else. Meanwhile, Empress Luanxing had also become famous. This was because she had defeated Zhu Yu in a single strike. Some king tiers had come over to challenge her upon hearing this, yet they had all been suppressed by her in a single strike. And thus, she was given the title of King Tier Assassin. There were 2 layers of meaning behind this title. Firstly, this represented her tremendous power. Secondly, this described her breathtaking charm. The king tiers who witnessed her beauty would all be enchanted by her, willing to become her loyal subjects. If there were someone who could rival Gu Daoyi's popularity, that would be Empress Luanxing. Right now, Everyone was eagerly anticipating a battle between these two renowned king tiers. Gu Daoyi ha? Ling Han recounted the events of the Medicine King's cave to Empress Wan Xing. A serious expression appeared on Empress Wan Xing's face as she heard the story of Gu Daoyi. He had originally been an elite of the celestial realm. Just this fact alone would be enough to stun everyone in the immortal realm. After living 9 lives and burying his 9 previous bodies, he had finally used these to nurture the divine fetus of his 10th life. Even in the celestial realm, such a divine fetus would be tremendously rare and top-notch. Moreover, those with a divine fetus would also possess heaven-defying talent. Are you certain that he buried his 9 previous bodies and nurtured a divine fetus for his 10th life? Empress Wan Xing asked, appearing slightly emotional. In fact, even her slender body was trembling. I'm certain. Ling Han answered with a nod. What's wrong? He's definitely practicing the 9 deaths heaven art. Empress Wan Xing said with certainty. How do you know? Empress Wan Xing paused for a moment as if recalling something. After a long while, she replied, the ancient ancestor of the 9 snake tribe obtained a cultivation technique in an ancient site. It was because of this cultivation technique that they were able to become renowned throughout the celestial realm. This cultivation technique was the 9 deaths heaven art. What? Ling Han was astonished. Then how come Gu Daoyi is also practicing the 9 deaths heaven art? Is he also a member of the 9 snake tribe? Empress Wan Xing shook her head and said, impossible. At that time, every single member of the 9 snake tribe left the celestial realm, not leaving a single tribe member behind. Gu Daoyi definitely inherited the 9 deaths heaven art after entering the ancestral grounds of the 9 snake tribe. She paused for a moment before continuing, perhaps he's grasped even more of the 9 deaths heaven art than I have. After all, I only inherited this cultivation technique from my bloodline. However, my bloodline has equally limited my mastery and understanding of this cultivation technique. Moreover, the ancient ancestor of the 9 snake tribe didn't attain great accomplishment in the 9 deaths heaven art either. Thus, even if my bloodline awakens, I still won't reach the pinnacle level of the 9 deaths heaven art. So, I definitely have to return to the ancestral grounds of the 9 snake tribe to personally read the scripts of the 9 deaths heaven art. Ling Han was astonished, saying, in other words, the bloodline of the 9 snake tribe isn't inherent, but rather a result of practicing the 9 deaths heaven art. Empress Wan Xing smiled warmly, replying, no bloodline is inherent. It's only because the ancestor of a tribe has practiced or created a powerful cultivation technique and fused it into their bloodline that they're able to pass it down generation after generation. However, the larger the generational gap, the thinner this bloodline becomes. Ling Han pondered for a moment before asking, if you obtain the complete 9 deaths heaven art, will your cultivation level climb more rapidly? Certainly, Empress Wan Xing answered with a nod. Burying 9 previous bodies to birth the 10th divine fetus is the highest-ranking secret technique of the 9 deaths heaven art. I only know of the existence of this technique, but I don't actually know how to practice it. If I can absorb the power of the divine fetus, my 9 snake body will definitely evolve into its most perfect form. Ling Han immediately clapped his hands, saying, then we definitely have to capture Gu Daoyi and force him to hand over the 9 deaths heaven art and divine fetus. You seem even more enthusiastic than me? Empress Wan Xing asked with a smile. Ling Han's expression became serious and he said, of course. I want you to reach the Genesis tier as soon as possible. The Empress faltered for a moment before coming to her senses. Ling Han was eager to bed her. Yet, he had actually said that with such seriousness. However, she liked that. Since he couldn't make love with the Empress, he would conquer the heavenly phoenix divine maiden first. They were all his wives anyway, so he couldn't treat one better than the other. Moreover, this violent woman had even experienced widowhood for him for 10,000 years. It was probably time for him to reward her. Ling Han entered the Black Tower after refining some pills. Right now, the heavenly phoenix divine maiden was under huge pressure. Thus, she would cultivate under the reincarnation tree whenever she had time. This was so that she could catch up to everyone else's footsteps. Otherwise, it was possible that she might even fail to enter the Star-San Martial Arts Academy. Wife, I've come to deliver some alchemical pills for you. Ling Han found an excuse to talk to her. Otherwise, if this violent woman became stubborn, she would ignore even him. Chapter 1440 Marital Harmony. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden was forcefully dragged aside by Ling Han, and she said in irritation, "You already gave me some alchemical pills a few days ago. Why are you bringing me more so soon?" "Because I miss you," Ling Han said with a smile. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden stared at him and said, "Are you having dirty thoughts?" Ling Han chuckled drily and replied, "Is thinking of you a dirty thought? Sai, where is the basic trust that should exist between people?" The heavenly phoenix divine maiden also chuckled, saying, "If your hands weren't groping me, perhaps I might have believed you." Ling Han put on a serious expression and said, "I'm giving you a body examination to determine whether you've become fatter or skinnier." "Then have I become fatter or skinnier?" the heavenly phoenix divine maiden asked, giving him a sideways glance. "Your body feels so nice," Ling Han whispered into her ear, not giving a direct answer. Each of his hands had already conquered one of her shapely breasts, his warm breath flowing down her smooth and jade-like neck. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden was blushing so much that even her neck had a pink tinge to it. This was an intoxicating sight. "Damn pervert," the heavenly phoenix divine maiden murmured quietly. Her two breasts had been conquered, and this caused her blood to course through her body in excitement. Moreover, her neck was actually an even more sensitive location, and the warm breath flowing over it caused her slender body to involuntarily shudder. "Wife, your body is so soft and supple," Ling Han said smugly. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden's reaction was the best encouragement for him. "Stop mucking around, I still need to cultivate," the heavenly phoenix divine maiden said. She was very easily embarrassed. "Say, wife, you were thick-skinned enough to act as my widow for 10,000 years. No matter what, I have to make you my true wife today. Only then will I be able to repay your loyal feelings." Ling Han started to strip her clothes, one layer after another. "You damn pervert." The heavenly phoenix divine maiden hurriedly tried to stop him. However, whenever she tried to guard a part of her body, another part of her body would be stripped naked. In the end, she failed to guard any part of her body. Ling Han clicked his tongue in wonder, saying, "Wife, your skin is so white and smooth, almost as if it's carved out of jade. See, my hands can't stop themselves. They've already slid to the bottom." The heavenly phoenix divine maiden was incredibly embarrassed, and she couldn't help but glare at him. Ling Han was actually teasing her. "Please don't." In her current state, she could only beg Ling Han to stop. Ling Han chuckled and said, "Wife, when you went to my place back then, you would take whatever you wanted. However, did I ever argue with you? After 10,000 years, it's time for me to seek the repayment along with some interest." Ling Han. Young Master Han. Brother Han. The more the heavenly phoenix divine maiden called him, the more seductive her voice became. In fact, her last exclamation of "Brother Han" almost melted Ling Han's heart. "Just let me off once, okay? Okay? Call me brother a few more times," Ling Han said, not retreating from his position. "Brother Han, good brother," the heavenly phoenix divine maiden called, her face flushed completely red. "Ha, this is more like it." The heavenly phoenix divine maiden breathed a sigh of relief. Was Ling Han finally going to retreat? However, she was immediately astonished because not only was Ling Han showing no signs of retreat, but he was even taking things a step further, grabbing her in his arms and carrying her into the bedroom. "You're going back on your words." She was almost about to cry. She hurriedly wrapped her arms around Ling Han's neck, not allowing him to put her down. She then bit his shoulder and said, "Ling Han, why are you going back on your words?" "Hee, when did I say I would retreat if you called me brother?" Ling Han asked with a mischievous grin. "Damn pervert. I'll fight to the death with you." The heavenly phoenix divine maiden twisted her slender body as she started to aggressively resist. Pung pung pung. The two of them became entangled as they scuffled. "Ow ow." Ling Han suddenly cried out in agony, saying, "Wife, where are you kicking? That's little Han. If you break little Han, the one who suffers will be you." The heavenly phoenix divine maiden was both embarrassed and worried. She had accidentally kicked Ling Han between his legs. "It's not hurt, is it?" "How can it not be hurt? There's a burning sensation all over it." Gasp. "I think my balls are about to shatter." The heavenly phoenix divine maiden was so worried that the color drained from her face. She had only been embarrassed, and it wasn't as if she didn't want to make love with Ling Han. "What should we do? What should we do? Can you check it for me and also console little Han?" The heavenly phoenix divine maiden faltered for a moment before realizing that she had fallen victim to Ling Han's evil ploy. Just how astonishing was his physique? How could he have been injured by her? She aggressively hammered his chest, exclaiming, "Damn pervert, you're playing tricks on me again." However, Ling Han ignored her words, instead passionately sealing her lips with a kiss. This caused the heavenly phoenix divine maiden to gradually calm down. She then reached over and wrapped her arms around his neck, their tangling bodies causing her to finally lose her defenses. Ling Han finally entered her, causing her to let out a soft and intoxicating moan. This was a passionate and steamy affair. After a long while, the bedroom finally fell quiet. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden was resting in Ling Han's lap, her beautiful cheeks still flushed and intoxicating red. She punched Ling Han's chest, saying, "You bullied me. After being bullied by you for so many years, can't you allow me to bully you once or twice?" Ling Han laughed heartily and continued, "I'm a man, so I won't argue with you. Just let me spank your bottom 10 times a day." In your dreams. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden jumped up in fright. However, how could she escape from Ling Han's grasp? Ling Han reached over and immediately pulled her back. Pa pa pa. He aggressively spanked her bottom. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden's shapely bottom undulated with his strikes, and this was an indescribably beautiful scene. TSK, not bad. I have to make this a daily habit of mine. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had already passed. There was great marital harmony between Ling Han and the heavenly phoenix divine maiden, his yang supplementing her yin, and her yin supplementing his yang. Moreover, with the help of an exorbitant amount of alchemical pills, both of them saw improvements in their cultivation level. One of them advanced to the high extreme while the other advanced to the medium extreme. Meanwhile, Ding Ping and Jiuyao also advanced rapidly, both of them successfully breaking through to the heavenly body tier. Following this, there was no more significant weakness in their group. At the same time, Gu Daoyi's name was also becoming more and more renowned. In fact, there was even a faint suggestion that he was the #1 king tier of the younger generation. Although he hadn't advanced to the Eternal River tier yet, it was rumored that he was already invincible among the heavenly body tier. Several more months passed, and the North Emperor and the Stone Emperor finally arrived together. They then both came over to visit Ling Han. Ling Han was relatively famous after all, so it was extremely easy to find him. Brother Ling. These two clearly weren't from the same galaxy, yet they always seemed to be together. It was hard not to suspect that there was some unspeakable secret between them. Brother Stone, Brother North? Ling Han exclaimed as he walked over to greet them. Ha, Brother Ling sure is extraordinary. Only less than 100 years have passed, yet you've already advanced to the high extreme of the heavenly body tier. This is truly incredible. The Stone Emperor exclaimed. He had already held Ling Han in high enough regard, yet he was still given a start by Ling Han's astonishing growth. However, Ling Han shook his head saying, "I'm still no match for you too." He couldn't see through the Stone Emperor and North Emperor's auras, and this signified that they were most likely at the consummate level of the heavenly body tier, perhaps even the pinnacle level. "Oh, Ling Han, are you trying to be humble or are you trying to show off?" The North Emperor remarked with a shake of his head. "Anyhow, several powerful king tiers have popped up recently. We truly can't underestimate the talents of this world." The Stone Emperor nodded in agreement, saying, "Perhaps the universe is entering a golden age of cultivation. Those who advance to the position of saint in this age might create history and even shatter the unreachable barriers, maybe even becoming saint kings." Chapter 1441 Great Opportunity at the Sunken Abyss Valley. Saints were rare and saint kings were even rarer. The latter were the true king tiers of the immortal realm, possessing the ability to kill even great saints with a simple wave of their hand. However, there was no such king tier nearby, at least not in the surrounding hundreds of galaxies. Even when looking 10 billion years into the past, no such king tier had ever existed in this region of the universe. I don't know about saint kings, but it's rumored that the Star Sand Saint is about to reach the end of his lifespan. When a great saint returns to Tao, this will definitely affect the circulation of heaven and earth. Perhaps this can even give the younger generations a glimpse into the secrets of becoming a saint. The North Emperor was slightly more conservative in his vision of the future. After accumulating in preparation for so long, a saint king will definitely be produced in this new age. the Stone Emperor said with confidence. The two of them started to argue, their faces quickly becoming beet red with fervor. In the end they almost came to punches. Fortunately, the Rain Emperor arrived at just the right moment, not speaking a word as he directly launched an attack. They then ascended into the sky as they engaged in battle, the Rain Emperor displaying his domineering demeanor as he challenged two king tiers alone. However, the Rain Emperor was truly powerful, not being pushed onto his back foot even though he was battling against two fellow king tiers. Meanwhile, the North Emperor and Stone Emperor couldn't bring themselves to summon their god tools. After all, they were already enjoying a significant advantage. In the end, after half a day, the battle concluded as a draw. How enjoyable! The Rain Emperor laughed heartily as he descended from the sky. Brother Ling, who is this? He's also a fearsome prodigy. The Stone Emperor asked with a smile. However, this battle hadn't hurt his confidence. The Rain Emperor was most skilled with his fists, so it made little difference whether he used a weapon or not. However, it was a different story for the Stone Emperor and North Emperor, both of who could only unleash their full power when using their weapons. Thus, with their battle prowess suppressed, it wasn't embarrassing that they had only managed to draw against the Rain Emperor, even though they had fought against him 2-on-1. This is my second brother, Ling Han said, introducing the Rain Emperor to the Stone Emperor and the North Emperor. The Stone Emperor and the North Emperor clicked their tongue in wonderment. You guys are insanely impressive. Both of you have come from a small world, yet both of you have managed to become rank 2 king tiers. It was almost accepted as a fact that a galaxy could only produce 2 rank 2 king tiers at any one time. Moreover, this would have to be a super large galaxy. However, Ling Han and his second brother had shattered this fact, both of them having come from the same small world. Ling Han smiled faintly. There was also Ding Pingy had also come from the lower realm and he was also a rank 2 king tier. I can finally confirm it now. We're definitely entering the most brilliant golden age of cultivation, the North Emperor said with a clap of his hands. However, I wonder if it's a fortune or a curse to be born during this age, the Stone Emperor said, sighing in emotion. From what I know, there are at least 5 rank 3 king tiers. 5. Ling Han's expression suddenly became serious. Being a rank 3 king tier at the heavenly body tier. What did this signify? It signified that they had definitely reached the pinnacle level of the heavenly body tier. There's Gu Daoyi and also Empress Luan Xing here, the North Emperor said as he counted on his fingers. In addition to them, there's also Zi Qinfeng, Long Xiangyue and second in the world. Second in the world? Ling Han couldn't help but interrupt the North Emperor. How did someone possess a name such as this? You might not know, but there's legitimately a clan called the World. According to the legends, a great elite had once appeared in this clan, this elite so powerful that he could do anything as he pleased. It was also at that time that he changed their surname to the World. Second in the World wasn't named second before, but because of his astonishing cultivation talent that was showing signs of equaling his great ancestor, his name was changed to second. The significance of this is that his ancestor is first, while he follows directly after as second, the Stone Emperor explained. How arrogant. How confident. Ling Han couldn't help but feel excited. This would definitely be a lot of fun. At the very least, he wouldn't need to worry about not having opponents. Brother Ling, if we don't reach the pinnacle level of the heavenly body tier, we won't even possess the right to challenge these people. We'll only be able to advance to the Eternal River tier and wait for them to be dragged back to the same starting line as us. However, since they've reached an extra pinnacle level, they'll still possess a noticeable advantage even if we all advance to the same cultivation level. The Stone Emperor and the North Emperor both shook their heads as they said this. They had both reached 2 pinnacle levels, but just how difficult was it to reach the 3rd pinnacle level? After all, most of the current saints were only ranked 2 king tiers as well. This was already incredibly impressive. However, who told them to live the golden age of cultivation? During this age, rank 2 king tiers would be nothing to be impressed about. After all, 5 rank 3 king tiers had already emerged. Moreover, these were only the ones that the Stone Emperor knew about. In other words, there were at least 5 rank 3 king tiers. Even though they were the son and disciple of saints, it was still impossible for them to gather all of the information on the king tiers of the hundreds of nearby galaxies. Oh, that's right. Brother Ling, do you know why we arrived slightly earlier? The North Emperor suddenly asked. Isn't it to prepare? Ling Han asked in reply. No, the Stone Emperor answered with a shake of his head. He paused for a moment before continuing, before the Star-San Martial Arts Academy starts recruiting, there's another great opportunity that lies before it. In other words, the Star-San Martial Arts Academy only starts recruiting after the battle for this great opportunity is over, the North Emperor added. Ling Han's interest was immediately piqued and he asked, what's this great opportunity all about? There's a place called the Sunken Abyss Valley on this wood-figure planet, the Stone Emperor explained. During normal times this valley is as ordinary as can be. It produces neither godly medicines nor any godly metals. However, every once in a while, this valley will undergo some mystical transformation. The North Emperor took over saying, at that time, the rocks inside the valley will all fly upward when trodden upon by a living being. Through battling and snatching the rocks of others, one can continue to rise higher and higher. Only when one person reaches the peak of the valley does the competition finally come to an end. At that time heaven and earth will rain a sweet dew. Those who are higher up will naturally be bathed in more of this dew, thus gaining the ability to temper their body and advance their cultivation. However, the requirement is that one has ascended to a suitable height, the Stone Emperor said. If anyone tells me that you two aren't wearing the same pants, I'll call bulls *T. Ling Han gazed at the two of them with a strange expression. This caused the Stone Emperor and the North Emperor to both feel uncomfortable. What's with your strange gaze? After a moment Ling Han asked, isn't this unfair? If one possesses a higher cultivation level, won't it be easier for them to reach a greater height? The North Emperor smiled and replied, firstly, this competition has its limits. Those who are at the Eternal River tier are forbidden from participating. In any case, the floating rocks can't carry their weight. This is also why only those at the Heavenly Body tier come to apply for the Star-San Martial Arts Academy. Even if one is capable of advancing to the Eternal River tier, they'll forcefully suppress their cultivation from reaching this level. This is for no other reason than the great opportunity at the Sunken Abyss Valley. Secondly, as long as you step onto a floating rock, your cultivation level will be suppressed to the early stage of the low extreme of the Heavenly Body tier, the Stone Emperor continued, his cooperation with the North Emperor incredibly smooth. In other words, this is genuinely a battle between cultivators at the same cultivation level. Thirdly, even if you possess a freakish physique as you do, this will be largely useless in the valley. This is because your opponents can target the floating rocks beneath your feet. Once your floating rock is destroyed, your only choice is to fall to the ground and start over again. The Rain Emperor laughed heartily and said, brilliant, this sounds like an amazing idea. When does it begin? Soon. It should begin within these few months, the North Emperor replied. However, even though everyone's cultivation level is suppressed to the low extreme of the Heavenly Body tier, those who have reached a pinnacle level will still possess some advantage, the Stone Emperor said with a solemn expression. Rank 3 King tiers will possess the largest advantage, with at least 1 star of extra power compared to everyone else. Gu Daoyi, Empress Luan Xing, Zi Qinfeng, Long Xiangyue, and second in the world will definitely be the most powerful competitors this time, the North Emperor said. So, my proposal is that we can team up to defeat these individuals first. Is that allowed? Ling Han asked in surprise. Why not? The Stone Emperor asked in reply. You were just saying how fair this competition was, yet in the blink of an eye you're proposing that we team up? How is that fair? Can 5 or 6 people reach the peak in unison? Ling Han asked. No, the North Emperor replied with a shake of his head. However, the competition in the Sunken Abyss Valley is divided up into 2 stages. During the first stage teaming up is allowed. However, after reaching a certain height, teaming up isn't allowed any longer. Moreover, only those who reach this cutoff height will be able to receive the blessings of heaven and earth. Right now, there's only Brother Ling and Brother Rain Emperor here. We plan to recruit a few more people to join our team. We want a team of 12 to be precise, the Rain Emperor said. Chapter 1442 Gathering of King Tears. Ling Han waved his hand and said, I still have some companions here. We can fill up an extra 8 spots. 8? The Stone Emperor exclaimed in slight astonishment. They couldn't fill their team with inferior cultivators. At the very least, these had to be ranked 2 King tiers. Ling Han nodded and said, yes, 8. Brother Ling, not to offend you, but are you sure that apart from you and the Rain Emperor these other people won't be a burden? the North Emperor asked with a serious expression. I'm sure. Ling Han replied with a nod. Regardless of whether it was his two disciples or Su Ran, which of them wasn't a rank 2 king tier? In fact, Empress Wanxing was more so a rank 3 king tier. As for the notionless saint, well, he was a saint. If he unleashed his aura, that would be enough to petrify a good portion of people. Seizing this opportunity to attack, they would definitely be able to achieve brilliant results. Only the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden was slightly weaker. However, as a rank 1 king tier, she wouldn't be too much of a burden. All right, the Stone Emperor said with a nod. Then we'll go and search for 2 more team members. No problem. Ling Han said with a nod. In fact, he could also introduce 2 more team members. For example, Yu Ying and Yang Lin, king tiers from the Long Light Galaxy. At that time, he had also developed a good relationship with them. However, this was the Stone Emperor and North Emperor's suggestion after all, so it would be rude for him to make all the decisions. When will the Sunken Abyss Valley open? The Rain Emperor asked. It won't be too long. Apparently, the rock faces of the Sunken Abyss Valley are already starting to glow. When this glow becomes as bright as the sun, that will be the moment when the valley opens, the North Emperor replied. Then we'll patiently wait for you too, Ling Han said with a smile. The Stone Emperor and North Emperor took their leave. They had to find the remaining 2 team members as soon as possible. After they left, Ling Han specially traveled to the Sunken Abyss Valley. Sure enough, just as the Stone Emperor and North Emperor had said, there was nothing special about this valley. There were rocks everywhere and there wasn't any plant, beast or insect in view. This was a completely desolate and lifeless valley. Now, however, the rock faces of the valley were glowing, just that this glow wasn't very bright. In fact, this glow could barely be seen in the morning. Only when night fell would this soft glow become obvious. However, this changed extremely quickly, with the glow becoming visible in the morning after just 7 days' time. At this rate, it was safe to assume that this glow would become as bright as the sun in another 10 days' time. Ling Han returned to his residence. After a few days he saw the Stone Emperor and North Emperor return, another 2 men behind them. These men possessed mighty auras, and their demeanor was as if they were the center of the universe. One couldn't help but cast their gaze over. However, these 2 men were truly haughty, this haughtiness not only in appearance, but also from the depths of their very being. Here, let me introduce them, the North Emperor said with a smile. This here is Nye Tiancheng, brother Nye. He's the youngest out of the Flying Rain Saint's 18 disciples. However, his talent is the most outstanding. Nye Tiancheng smiled, this smile appearing relatively amicable. However, the arrogance and haughtiness that radiated from him could be sensed from a good 10 kilometers away. This here is Shan Jingyi, brother Shan, the North Emperor said as he pointed at the other man. Brother Shan is a disciple of the 6 Mountains Saint. Shan Jingyi also nodded at Ling Han, his expression still as haughty as could be. These 2 king tiers were truly full of themselves. Where are the others? Shan Jingyi asked. Didn't you say that there are already 12 members? There was a look of impatience on his face. Of course he was displeased. Shouldn't these people have finished preparing long ago? Once they arrived, it should have been time for them to all set off. So, why was Ling Han the only one here? Where were the others? He actually had to wait for these remaining people? How arrogant. Brother Ling, we filled up all 12 spots of our team now, and the opening of the Sunken Abyss Valley is also imminent. So, gather the others and we'll immediately set off, the North Emperor said with a smile. Understood. Ling Han said with a nod. Glancing at Nye Tiancheng and Shan Jingyi, he had a feeling that these 2 individuals were far too haughty. He was sure that their haughtiness would eventually become poisonous tumor to their team. In fact, after learning of the Sunken Abyss Valley's existence, the Rain Emperor and the others hadn't gone out to challenge any other king tiers. Thus, the 7 of them arrived in the guest hall in no time after receiving news of the others' arrival. Upon seeing Empress Wanxing, Nye Tiancheng and Shan Jingyi both exclaimed in surprise and adoration. Although they couldn't see her features, just her figure and aura alone were enough to enchant them and tug at their heartstrings. This was definitely a breathtaking beauty. Their haughtiness suddenly disappeared, and they both actively stepped forward to introduce themselves. I'm Shan Jingyi. I'm Nye Tiancheng. To say nothing of them, even the Stone Emperor and North Emperor were stunned by her beauty. However, as Ling Han's good friends, they naturally couldn't act so brazenly. Thus, they didn't step forward to introduce themselves. Who was Empress Wanxing? In terms of pride, who could compare to her? She completely ignored Nie Tianqing and Shan Jingyi, having eyes only for Ling Han. This caused Nie Tianqing and Shan Jingyi to feel even more displeased with Ling Han. There was a peculiar glimmer in the eyes, and it was a mystery what they were pondering over or planning to do. Let's go. The 12 of them set off for the Sunken Abyss Valley. Ling Han's residence was quite far from the Sunken Abyss Valley, so even though they were king tiers at the heavenly body tier, they would still need to walk for an entire 2 days if they didn't travel at full speed. However, there was no need for them to hurry, as they still had plenty of time until the valley opened. Thus, they only arrived at their destination after walking for 2 days. At this time, the Sunken Abyss Valley was already overflowing with people. This type of rare opportunity would only come about once every several million years after all. Moreover, this valley would suppress their cultivation level and even allow them to form teams. With these factors, even rank 3 king tiers wouldn't possess an overwhelming advantage. Thus, who wouldn't travel here to test their luck out? If they obtained the great opportunity of this valley, perhaps they would be able to transform their life and destiny. A prodigy might become a king tier, and a king tier might become a king among kings. Gazing around, the valley was already packed full of people. Right now, the entire valley was radiating with a soft glow that was clearly brilliant, yet not piercing to the eyes. This will definitely be an intense and cutthroat competition, everyone exclaimed with emotion. This competition could be viewed as the prelude to the recruitment competition of the Star-San Martial Arts Academy. In fact, the Star-San Martial Arts Academy would also send people over to observe the competition. This was both to prevent mishaps and to keep an eye out for any outstanding individuals. After all, talent was only an intangible asset, while strength and battle prowess were the true qualities of king tiers. Although not every king tier would participate in this competition, at least 90% of them definitely would. If one hadn't reached or surpassed the heavenly body tier, they would have no option but to sit aside and spectate the competition. This valley would only suppress one's cultivation level, not raise one's cultivation level. As such, if one were at the Sun-Moon tier, they would still remain at the Sun-Moon tier even if they entered the valley. In that case they would be nothing more than cannon fodder. Ling Han swept his gaze over the sea of cultivators, and after searching for a long time, he finally found the king tiers from the long light galaxy. Right now, all of them were standing together. As mentioned before, when casting one's eyes over the entire universe, those who were from the same galaxy would naturally feel closer to each other. This was especially the case for weaker galaxies like the long light galaxy. This galaxy had only produced a mere 3 king tiers. Afterward, Ling Han also saw Faceless. However, he was located too far away, so Ling Han didn't walk over to say hi to him. Then he also saw Daoyi. In the entire immortal realm, Ling Han was most likely the first person to have learned of Daoyi's existence. However, he had only heard his voice at the time, and hadn't actually seen him in person. Right now he was finally able to see him. He wasn't difficult to find. In fact, he was incredibly easy to find as he was like a crane among a bunch of chickens. There was an empty region of at least 30 meters around him, and a circle of people was standing around him, their eyes fervent with excitement. Daoyi wasn't extremely handsome, yet his skin was as smooth as jade and his hair was jet black like ink. His aura was indescribably elegant and ethereal. This was a divine fetus. Chapter 1443 Extreme Troublemaker, Large Black Dog. That truly is a divine fetus nurtured by the 9 Deaths Heaven art. Empress Wanxing whispered in Ling Han's ear. In fact, she had used her divine sense to transmit this message. Thus, unless there was a saint beside them, no one else could have heard what she had just said. Her hand was gripping Ling Han's wrist, and even with Ling Han's freakish physique, he still felt a slight pain shooting through his arm. This was a sign of just how emotional Empress Wanxing was. As if feeling their gaze, Daoyi also turned around to glance at them. However, his gaze didn't stop on Ling Han. In his eyes, Ling Han naturally wasn't worthy of his attention. Instead, his gaze landed on Empress Wanxing. His eyes narrowed and a meaningful smile tugged at the corners of his lips. It was evident that he had discovered that Empress Wanxing was also practicing the 9 Deaths Heaven art. Just as he was a delicious meal to Empress Wanxing, perhaps Empress Wanxing was also a delicious meal to him. Perhaps she could help his divine fetus become even more extraordinary. Hurry, stop that dog. This dirty dog is far too uncouth. It's running around and biting people everywhere. A wave of commotion swept through the dense crowd, and it could be seen that a large black dog was currently running over from the distance, a huge group of people behind him. These people wore furious expressions, and it was clear that they were all seething with anger. Ling Han couldn't help but grimace. That was none other than the large black dog from the Medicine King's cave. Right now, it wasn't as large as a mountain, but instead the size of an ordinary dog. Its fur was ink black and shiny like oil. However, this dog was truly a huge troublemaker, attracting the anger of so many people right upon arriving. In fact, his halo of trouble was even more intense than Ling Han's. The large black dog was extremely provocative as he ran, shouting, "Little sh**, why are you running so slow? How about Grandpa Dog takes a handicap of 2 legs?" As he said this, he indeed stood up, running on his 2 hind legs. Pooh! Many people instantly spluttered with laughter. However, those chasing him were incensed even further. This was far too detestable. "Little sh**, you still haven't caught up? So be it. Grandpa Dog will walk upside down now. How does that sound?" The large black dog leaned on his front paws as if doing a handstand. However, his speed was still incredibly fast. His provocations were definitely extremely effective. He was running away using just his front paws, yet he was still faster than all of the people pursuing him. He was truly smacking them across the face again and again. Fucking C*** dog. We definitely have to capture and cut him into 10,000 pieces. I've never seen such a shameless demonic dog before. He's so bloody shameless. Die. The pursuing people were burning with rage, and it was as if flames were spitting out from their eyes. The large black dog was not only extremely quick, but also incredibly agile. He was like a fish in water as he slithered through the dense crowd of cultivators. Meanwhile, those pursuing him came across barrier after barrier, causing them to fall further and further behind the large black dog. "Huh? Isn't this little Han? Come, call me Grandpa." The large black dog involuntarily stopped upon seeing Ling Han, waving his paw in greeting. However, he was in a handstand position right now, so this greeting was truly as peculiar as could be. Ling Han was rendered speechless. This large black dog was just as debauched as always. He was always seeking to take advantage of others. This woman seems alright. She's fairly beautiful. Why don't you become my maid?" The large black dog stared at Empress Wanxing, attracted by her charm even though he was a dog. Drool started to roll down from his mouth. How audacious! Nie Tiancheng immediately roared. He was intent on making a good impression before Empress Wanxing, so he immediately launched a strike at the large black dog. Numerous heavenly bodies instantly materialized in the air. These weren't the heavenly bodies from his dantian, but rather heavenly bodies that had been formed from his cultivation technique. The surrounding space was filled with heavenly bodies. "What are shouting about, ugly wretch? See how Grandpa Dog disposes of you." The large black dog immediately leaped forward, surprisingly breaking through Nie Tiancheng's attack. He then ruthlessly bit down on Nie Tiancheng's wrist. Ah wow! Nie Tiancheng instantly howled in agony. Back then, even Ling Han had felt some slight pain after being bitten by the large black dog. However, could Nie Tiancheng's physique compare to Ling Han's? Thus, this bite instantly drew blood. Moreover, Nie Tiancheng couldn't shake the large black dog off no matter what he did. "Let go. Let go." Nie Tiancheng was almost on the verge of tears. This large black dog was far too uncouth. It was actually biting people. Of the elites in the world, whoever fought like this? There was a loud crack as Nie Tiancheng's arm was brutally bitten off. Carrying this broken arm in his mouth, the large black dog continued to run away. This was because the people chasing him had already arrived before Ling Han. "Detestable dog, return my arm." Nie Tiancheng also started to chase after the large black dog. Although he could regrow his arm, doing so would definitely consume a portion of his life force. Thus, he naturally wanted to snatch his severed arm back. That way, attaching his severed limb would consume much less of his life force. "Come, chase Grandpa Dog." The large black dog stood up on his hind legs again, running as quick as the wind. Don't say that Grandpa Dog is scolding you people, but you people truly are a group of trash. Detestable dog. C*** and T dog. The group of people was beside themselves with rage as they continued to chase after the large black dog. Shan Jingyi couldn't help but celebrate his luck. Thankfully he had been a split second slower than Ye Tianqing. Otherwise the person with the broken arm might have been him. Although he was conceited, he didn't think that he was stronger than Ye Tianqing. Thus there was naturally a lingering fear in his mind. Anyhow, perhaps this large black dog wasn't truly as powerful as he seemed. However, he was indeed mysterious, and it seemed as if origin power couldn't do much to stop his advance. Add to that his terrifying teeth, and this large black dog truly made for a difficult opponent. Moreover, he was also incredibly quick, immediately running away whenever he was done with provoking someone. This gave his victims absolutely no chance of exacting revenge. Ye Tianqing had truly suffered a great misfortune. With the large black dog causing trouble everywhere, the originally serious atmosphere instantly descended into chaos. The cultivators all laughed heartily as they watched the large black dog running around and causing trouble everywhere. However, those who became his victim would all immediately seethe with rage. Grandpa Dog is certain to reach the pinnacle of this world. I'm recruiting servants now, and this is a rare chance for you to apply. If you miss this opportunity you might never see it again. The large black dog continued to shout as he ran. It was a mystery where he had thrown Ye Tianqing's broken arm. You and you. Grandpa Dog will give you people an opportunity, the large black dog said as he continuously pointed at random people. Those who were pointed at naturally became enraged. Most of the people here were king tiers, yet this dog was actually asking them to become his slaves? How could they accept this? The dignity of king tiers couldn't be violated. Some people were easygoing and they simply shrugged this off with a smile, acting as if nothing had happened. However, many more people were infuriated, joining the group of people chasing the large black dog. This large black dog was truly born to be a troublemaker. If one were to ask who was the most famous at this moment, the answer would definitely be the large black dog. His renown had instantly surged past that of Gu Daoyi and Empress Luanxing. However, his renown was for his detestable nature, and he was much like a street mouse, hated and cursed by everyone. Sigh, Grandpa Dog is far too brilliant. My brilliance is even attracting the jealousy of others. There was a narcissistic look on the large black dog's face. Detestable dog, fight us if you dare. The pack of chasing people was about to go crazy with rage. The large black dog waved a paw and said, Grandpa Dog doesn't want to bully you people. As he said this, he continued to run away, not even stopping for an instant. After chasing him for half a day, not even a single person had managed to catch up to him. The large black dog was genuinely too quick. Moreover, the path that he had taken was also quirky and unpredictable. It was no wonder that he dared to provoke so many people. If one wanted to become the enemy of the people, they would first need to master the training of their legs. 3 days passed and the large black dog was still running around as provocative as always. So far, he had already offended almost 1/10 of the people present at the valley. There was now a vast group of people chasing after him. Right at this moment, a column of light suddenly rose from the valley. At the same time, a humongous golden boulder also soared into the sky, instantly reaching a height of 300 meters above the valley. It then stopped and hovered in place, radiating with a boundless divine light as it did so. The Sunken Abyss Valley has opened. Chapter 1444 Pseudo-Saint Tool. Following the opening of the Sunken Abyss Valley, everyone instantly lost interest in battling the detestable large black dog. They could kill this detestable dog later, but the great opportunity presented by the Sunken Abyss Valley wouldn't appear again. If they missed this opportunity there would be no next time. Everyone surged toward the valley. When the valley had been glowing before, there had been a mystical barrier preventing them from entering. Right now, the first person had already stepped onto a piece of rock, which instantly rose into the air. However, it only rose 6 meters into the air, not ascending any further. Then the second and third person arrived, both of them stepping onto rocks that rose into the air. Intense battles immediately broke out, and it wasn't long before the floating rocks of some cultivators were shattered. These shattered rocks didn't fall to the ground, but were instead absorbed by the floating rocks beneath the victor's feet. These floating rocks would then grow larger, thereby allowing them to ascend higher into the air. However, there was also a limitation. That was, each piece of floating rock would only have a movement range of 6 meters in the up and down direction. When these floating rocks grew larger, they would merely carry the cultivator to a greater height. However, the range of its movement wouldn't increase at all. As a result, the regions of battle became confined into the shape of a pyramid. The lower one was, the more intense the battles would be. Meanwhile, the higher one was, the fewer people there would be, meaning that it was also much more difficult to rise any higher. "Hurry, we need to get a move on too," Shan Jingyi said. Nie Tianqing had already returned, though his expression was livid and dark. He hadn't managed to find his broken arm, so he was left with no option but to consume his life force to grow a new one. This naturally caused great harm to his life force. However, if he were able to find some natural treasures, perhaps he could still regain this lost life force. Meanwhile, there was a look of toxic resentment in his eyes as he gazed at Ling Han. This was because he had seen Ling Han being greeted by the large black dog, and since he had been unable to capture the large black dog, he naturally heaped all of his anger and resentment onto Ling Han. This was truly undeserved hate. Ling Han took note of this, but he didn't say anything. If Nie Tianqing truly dared to target him, he would definitely strike back and suppress him. They were only temporary allies after all, and this alliance would naturally fall apart once they reached the cutoff height. Thus, Ling Han didn't have any intention of helping Nie Tianqing or Shan Jingyi achieve good results. The only reason he hadn't become immediately hostile was to give the North Emperor and Stone Emperor face. After all, it was them who had informed him about the Star Sand Martial Arts Academy and the Sunken Abyss Valley. Of course, both were major events, and Ling Han would have eventually found out about them even if they hadn't informed him. The team of 12 entered the valley. There were floating rocks everywhere, and it was as if they could never be used up. Thus, each of the 12 king tiers quickly found a floating rock to step onto. They all rose to a height of 6 meters, where they then began to search for opponents. "Celestial Maiden, I'll definitely protect you," Shan Jingyi said to Empress Wan Xing. "I will too," Nie Tianqing hurriedly said. Looks of displeasure instantly spread across the North Emperor's and Stone Emperor's face. Although Empress Wan Xing hadn't introduced herself, anyone with eyes would have realized that she was in a relationship with Ling Han. They were all in an alliance right now, so was it really a good idea to flirt with the partner of a fellow ally? This was incredibly rude. However, Shan Jingyi and Nie Tianqing didn't pay any heed to this, continuing to fawn over Empress Wan Xing. It was as if Ling Han didn't exist in their eyes. Moreover, it was clear that they were purposefully ignoring their relationship and trying to steal Empress Wan Xing from him. In their eyes, Ling Han was completely unworthy of a woman as beautiful and charming as Empress Wan Xing. Only supreme prodigies like them could be worthy of her. However, if they had spent the time to gather some information, perhaps their confidence wouldn't be as full as it was now. This was because Ling Han was a rank 2 king tier. In other words, he was no weaker than them. Meanwhile, Empress Wan Xing was even more terrifying, being publicly acknowledged as one of the most powerful king tiers. However, how could they have gone out to gather information? Firstly, they were extremely conceited individuals who looked down on all other prodigies and king tiers. Secondly, they had been completely enchanted by the Empress figure and charm. Ling Han smiled faintly and prevented Empress Wan Xing from attacking them. He used his divine sense to transmit a message saying, "We'll kick them down when we reach the peak." "Sure," Empress Wan Xing replied, an intoxicating smile on her face. However, it was a pity that no one could see this smile. With her personality, she would immediately kill any person that she detested. However, since Ling Han had other plans, it wouldn't hurt to wait for a while longer. Her gentleness and understanding were only reserved for one person, Ling Han. There was already an undercurrent of animosity sweeping through the team of 12. However, this animosity still had yet to rise to the surface and explode. They started to attack the other teams. Since the rules permitted it, most of the cultivators here had chosen to form teams. After all, those who were alone would obviously be at a very huge disadvantage. Thus, there were teams of 3, teams of 7, and other teams of all shapes and sizes. Those teams that had less than 12 members most likely simply hadn't managed to recruit enough members. After all, even super-large galaxies could only produce 10 or so king tiers. Meanwhile, large galaxies could only produce 7 to 8, while small galaxies could only produce 3 to 4. If the king tiers weren't familiar with each other, who dared to entrust their back to strangers? Teams like the one that Ling Han was in were relatively rare. Generally speaking, Cultivators wouldn't trust those from foreign galaxies so easily. The first team that they came across was a team of 3. Although there were few people, their strength wasn't weak. After all, everyone's cultivation level had already been suppressed to the early stage of the low extreme of the heavenly body tier. As such, even the gap between rank 3 king tiers and rank 1 king tiers wasn't very large. Nie Tianqing had been humiliated before, so he naturally wanted to regain his face now. Thus he was the first person to charge over. He summoned a peach branch that had 7 flowers on it, each of them exuding a faint and refreshing fragrance. Boom. Whipping this peach branch, it was as if a towering tree had instantly materialized into the world, suppressing the lands and holding up the heavens. Ling Han couldn't help but feel astonished. What god tool is this? It seems fairly impressive. This is the rumored celestial branch, the North Emperor exclaimed. He turned around to explain this to the others, saying, according to the legends, during a transformative period of the skies, a celestial tree once appeared in the void. It swept through the universe, possessing a profound might that prevented anyone from nearing it. Unfortunately, perhaps it had received significant damage when traveling through the void, and this caused it to shrivel and die very quickly. However, it still bore a single fruit that was obtained by the Flying Rain Saint. After planting this fruit and using all kinds of divine soil to nurture it, it finally sprouted and grew after 900 million years. This is a celestial peach tree, and it only produces 2 fruits every 100 million years. To cultivators, these fruits are profound great herbs that can compare to the rarest of saint fruits. However, this is only a child tree. The mother tree would have most likely produced even better fruits. In any case, this is the origin of the celestial tree. My master teamed up with the Flying Rain Saint once, trying to determine where the mother tree had come from. However, it was a shame that they ended up vomiting blood even though they had used heaven-defying techniques. They weren't able to discover a shred of new information. Anyhow, the branch that Brother Nye is holding has come from none other than the child tree. It can be viewed as a saint tool, something that can be refined into a pseudo-saint tool. Pseudo-saint tool. No wonder it's so impressive. It was able to release a heaven-suppressing aura immediately upon being summoned. Ling Han and his companions exchanged a glance, all of them reaching a speculation that was probably close to the truth. The mother tree had come from the celestial realm. This was almost certain, as only the celestial realm was capable of nurturing great herbs that were above the immortal level. A haughty smile appeared on Nie Tianqing's face. This should have been an important secret, but he wanted to show off and also impress Empress Luanxing. Thus, he allowed the North Emperor to explain the secret of his pseudo-saint tool. He roared loudly as he whipped the peach branch toward his 3 opponents. Countless flowers instantly blossomed in the air, each of them lush and brimming with vitality. It was almost impossible to determine whether these flowers were real or illusory. Explode! Nie Tianqing shouted. Pa 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 pa. The peach flowers instantly exploded, their devastating power causing the group of 3 to howl in agony. They all fell from their floating rocks. At the same time, these floating rocks exploded into pieces, these shattered pieces being absorbed by the floating rocks beneath Ling Han's and the others' feet. Chapter 1445 Crushing Power. In fact, in this abyss, even saint tools would be suppressed, not being able to unleash their full power. Thus, it was only natural that pseudo-saint tools would be suppressed even more. However, saintly material was saintly material after all. This was analogous to how rank 3 king tiers would still be slightly more powerful than rank 2 and rank 1 king tiers even when their cultivation level was suppressed. Nie Tianqing's 3 opponents had only been rank 1 king tiers, so how could they have opposed him, a rank 2 king tier? Moreover, the gap between them was only broadened by Nie Tianqing's pseudo-saint tool. The 3 rank 1 king tiers being defeated wasn't surprising in the least. However, the fact that they had been defeated so quickly still caused Ling Han to feel slightly astonished. He couldn't help but take an extra glance at the peach branch. When can I dig the child tree up and move it into the Black Tower? He wanted to eat celestial peaches. Although these celestial peaches couldn't live up to their name anymore, they could only be regarded as immortal peaches. Ling Han didn't mind this. The Flying Rain Saint would definitely howl in anger if he knew about Ling Han's thoughts. You might not mind, but I mind. That's my celestial tree. After absorbing the 3 floating rocks, Ling Han and the others rose to a height of 9 meters. Because the floating rocks had been evenly absorbed by them, they naturally couldn't shoot to the same height as if one of them had absorbed all three of the floating rocks. However, they didn't mind this and they continued to snatch the floating rocks of others. After being defeated here, one wouldn't lose the right to compete. Instead, they merely needed to start over again. Thus, the fallen team of 3 immediately found another 3 floating rocks and rose into the sky. They had only just begun anyway, so their losses hadn't been big. Meanwhile, Ling Han and the others came across a team of 7. This team approached them aggressively, yet their expressions changed drastically the instant that they laid their eyes on Empress Wanxing. They frantically turned around to escape, not even daring to engage in battle. Nie Tianqing, the North Emperor, and the others were all extremely confused. What was going on? Were they already so powerful that they could scare others off with just their aura alone? However, Ling Han and his companions smiled knowingly. Empress Wanxing had the title of King-tier assassin. Although most people were only aware of her title and not her appearance, it was evident that the fleeing team of 7 did know about her looks. Moreover, it was extremely likely that they had suffered at her hands before. Thus, they had been petrified immediately upon seeing her, fleeing without even daring to engage in battle. The Empress was a rank 3 king-tier. Even though her cultivation had been suppressed, she would still possess an overwhelming advantage over them. Not only that, but Ling Han's team had also reached the maximum number of 12. They continued to cruise upward. Most of the time, it was just Nie Tianqing and Shan Jingyi doing the hard work, each of them trying their best to impress Empress Wanxing. In fact, Shan Jingyi was also quite extraordinary, possessing a god tool that was formed from several types of rare godly stones. This god tool was only the size of a palm, yet it was incredibly heavy. When it was tossed toward an opponent, it could definitely wound their flesh and break their bones, regardless of how powerful their defenses were. It wasn't forged from saintly material, but instead composed from level 16 or so godly stones. However, after being tempered by a saint, it could be regarded as a top-notch god tool, even among the Eternal River tier. This god tool was called the 6 Elements Mountains, a name that was very similar to the 6 Mountain Saints title. In fact, this was indeed a replica of the 6 Mountain Saints Saint tool. Not only could it be used to smash people, but it could even expand into a mountain. When it fell, it would be able to flatten everything beneath it. Shan Jingyi and Nie Tianqing teamed up, relying on the might of their 2 treasures to defeat anyone who dared to stand in their way. Few people could withstand their formidable power. Half a day passed, and they had already reached a height of 300 meters. However, this was only 1/10 of the way up the valley. They were still extremely far from the large boulder that was hovering above the valley. Although there was always a victor for the competition in the Sunken Abyss Valley, no one had ever managed to reach the height of the giant boulder before. This was directly related to the quality and number of competitors. Even if there were someone who was more talented than anyone in history and peerless in the world, they would still fail to reach the giant boulder if there weren't enough competition to enable this. Only when talent was bountiful and the competition was intense would it be possible for a king among kings to emerge. This person would tread upon the heads of countless other king tiers as they gradually rose to the peak. Right now, Daoyi was gazing at the giant boulder in the sky, the images of the universe and heavenly bodies flashing across his eyes. Countless great stars were born and destroyed. If Ling Han saw this, he would definitely realize that this was the power of creation and destruction. By possessing both of these powers at once, one would be able to tear apart the barrier in space and forge a path to the celestial realm. Anyhow, this wasn't strange. After all, Daoyi had originally been a prodigy of the celestial realm, someone who had already surpassed the peak of the immortal level. Right now, he had been reborn with a divine fetus, and this naturally sped his cultivation up even more. Thus, he would face no barrier between cultivation levels. However, he would still be limited by his cultivation level after all, so he couldn't genuinely wield his power of creation and destruction. Even so, there was still a faint hint of saintly might emanating from his body. It was also because of this that he was able to subdue so many king tiers. Around him, there were a whopping 23 king tiers standing respectfully on their floating rocks. Although the maximum number for a team was 12 people, there was nothing stopping them from forming 2 teams. The king tiers all wore fervent expressions as they stood guard around Daoyi, and it was as if they were gazing at a god. Without him needing to move, Daoyi's 2 teams of guards easily disposed of any opponents in their way. In fact, there were even ranked 2 king tiers among his followers. When Daoyi saw Ling Han and the others, his gaze lingered on Empress Wanxing for a moment longer. However, he didn't command his followers to attack them. There was no need to rush. In any case, a fresh fruit like her should be personally captured by him. Ling Han and the others rose up with surprisingly little resistance. After all, the competition had only just begun, so there were still many inferior prodigies who weren't king tiers trying to test their luck. If they came across king tiers, their fate would generally be sealed. As they rose higher and higher, it also became more and more difficult to find suitable opponents. With the intensity of the competition, the weaker prodigies were completely unable to rise to great heights. Whenever they reached a great height, they would be ruthlessly defeated and knocked down again and again. Those who could maintain their positions at great heights were all genuine elites. Right now there were almost 1,000 teams in the first echelon. Meanwhile, there were countless cultivators beneath them, all trying to fight their way up. Since the defeated cultivators could start over again, there would naturally be an endless stream of cultivators rising up for them to defeat. Of course, this was given that there was still enough time. Reaching the height of the valley signals the conclusion of the first stage. From there on up, it's forbidden to fight as a team. Moreover, according to hearsay, no one has ever been able to ascend the final 300 meters. According to the pattern of the previous competitions, when the first person or team reaches the same height as the valley, the competition of the Sunken Abyss Valley will also begin a countdown. From that point onward, the competition will only last for 3 more days. When this time expires, the person standing at the greatest height will be crowned as the winner of the competition. Anyhow, after all these years, everyone is extremely curious to find out what happens if someone manages to ascend the giant boulder at the top. Or in other words, everyone is curious to see whether they'll receive some never-before-seen reward. It's a pity that no one had ever succeeded before. The North Emperor and Stone Emperor spoke in an alternating manner again. They had already reached a height of 2,400 meters, and this was already not far from the peak of the valley. This also signified that their alliance was about to come to an end. "Someone's coming," Nye Chancheng suddenly exclaimed. He gazed forward, killing intent oozing from his body. Ling Han glanced over, yet he immediately reached over to stop Nye Chancheng from attacking. "Those are my friends." This was a team of 5 people, 4 of whom Ling Han recognized Faceless, Yang Lin Yuing and the Cloud Maiden. "Brother Ling," the 4 people immediately called in greeting. Ling Han nodded in reply before starting to greet them one by one. In fact, their team of 5 wasn't especially powerful. However, they had Yang Lin on their team. This was someone with the title of Heaven's Blessed Child. Indeed, Yang Lin was someone who could casually find a saint tool when wandering around. Thus, they had generally only come across weaker cultivators on their ascent to this height. In other words, they had actually managed to reach this height without much difficulty. Ling Han felt that they should stop ascending after reaching a height of 3,000 meters. Firstly, they could maintain their power as a team, looking out for and protecting each other. Secondly, they could avoid coming across any top-notch king tier. When the time limit of 3 days was about to expire, they could then make the jump to the second stage, thereby gaining the right to receive the blessings of heaven and earth. In any case, the floating rocks only had a movement range of 6 meters in the up and down direction. Thus, they could easily achieve this goal if they calculated their positions carefully. Chapter 1446 Questioning. Nye Chancheng was extremely pissed off. Ling Han actually dared to block him? Holy fuck. They were here to fight for a great opportunity, not to catch up with old friends. There was an icy look in his eyes, yet upon recalling their plan, he forcefully suppressed his urge to explode in anger after reaching the height of the valley. He and Shan Jingyi would launch a surprise attack and knock him off his floating rock. They would make him fall from heaven to hell. That would definitely be a feeling of unparalleled despair for Ling Han. "Brother Ling will spar later," Faceless said with a smile. Ever since growing a face, his expressions had also started to become increasingly rich and lively. "Sure," Ling Han said with a nod. Only after chattering for a while did Yang Lin and the others hover away on their floating rocks. Because they had all fought hard to reach this height, and because the teams at this height were all extremely powerful, no one was willing to rashly engage in battle with others. In fact, even Gu Daoyi wouldn't dare to say that he could crush all of the elites at this height. Since their cultivation had been suppressed to the same level, the gap in power between them was also far too small. Those who dared to make an enemy of everyone would definitely be knocked down the quickest. However, there were also exceptions. More precisely, there was a dog that was an exception to this rule. The large black dog had also appeared, and he obviously hadn't formed a team with anyone who dared to form a team with him? To say nothing of being bitten in the rear by this dog, just the hostile stares from the tens of thousands of cultivators would be enough to pressure anyone to death. However, the battle style of the large black dog was surprisingly simple. He would simply crash into his opponents, this crash sure to knock his opponents off their floating rock. It was because of the large black dog's powerful physique and near immunity to origin power that he was able to take to this competition like fish took to water. Yet his mouth was still as toxic as always, so be it if he defeated his opponents. However, he would still insist on biting and even mocking them, causing all of his opponents to explode in anger as they fell to the bottom of the valley. If they could fly up this valley, there would definitely be tens of thousands of people chasing after the large black dog at this moment. Sigh, my life is truly as lonely as fallen snow. It's truly cold at this great height. Grandpa Dog genuinely feels sorry for being so powerful. The large black dog was standing upright on his floating rock as he pretended to be the most powerful being in the world. Those people above, Grandpa Dog is coming. Come and become Grandpa Dog's human servants. His utterances instantly offended everyone in the valley. In fact, even Gu Daoyi narrowed his eyes and moved his gaze away from Empress Wanxing, stealing a few extra glances at the large black dog. He had lived 9 previous lives, and although each of these lives had only been very short apart from the first, these lives had still lasted for at least 1 million years. Yet, during these millions of years, he had never discovered anything special about the large black dog. After reincarnating into his 10th life, it was as if the large black dog had also obtained some great opportunity. This was so peculiar that even he was slightly astonished. However, this dog was an absolute C***T. Gu Daoyi would never allow a dog as depraved as this to follow him. He was someone who had the goal of breaking into the celestial realm and obtaining unparalleled power. If there were a dog continuously provoking the people around him, it would be a genuine miracle if he wasn't killed after a very short amount of time. After all, he wouldn't be an elite after entering the celestial realm anymore. Moreover, even though his divine fetus was extraordinary, just how powerful was the celestial realm? There would definitely be powerful physiques that could rival the incredible might of his divine fetus. As such, his physique could only be regarded as one of the most powerful, not the most powerful. Ignore that dog. Let us make haste and charge to the peak, Gu Daoyi said. He cast his gaze to the giant golden boulder hovering in the sky. He had a feeling that if he could ascend this boulder, he would definitely obtain immeasurable benefits. To instill such a feeling in him, someone who was once a celestial, this boulder was definitely a goal that he had to reach. After a temporary moment of peace, intense battles immediately started to flare up again. A team of 12 aggressively charged toward Ling Han and the others, directly attacking them without even speaking a word. Nia Tiansheng and Shan Jingyi charged over to meet them. However, they were unable to suppress these people even after summoning their powerful weapons. Instead, they were the ones being ruthlessly suppressed. After all, their opponents were also extremely powerful, and they also had a huge advantage in numbers. This team of 12 wasn't a team that the two of them could deal with alone. The North Emperor and the Stone Emperor hurriedly rushed over to help. Even so, they were still unable to turn their disadvantage into an advantage. The Rain Emperor was itching to fight, so he roared loudly before also joining into the battle. Seeing the eager expressions on his 2 disciples' faces, Ling Han grinned before nodding in approval. Seeing this, Ding Ping and Jiuyao also charged over to join the battle. Ding Ping represented pure power, and no one at the same cultivation level as him would be able to rival his strength. He launched a punch, and the dense power packed into this punch was at least 1 star more powerful than even rank 3 king tiers. Meanwhile, Jiuyao was someone who had taken a path of peculiarity. The 9 divine patterns on his arms lit up, transforming into 9 powerful demonic beasts that were each just as powerful as him. When the 10 of them teamed up, it was equivalent to Jiuyao gaining an extra star of battle prowess. At a glance, this didn't appear as powerful as Ding Ping. However, these 9 demonic beasts were all undying beings. Moreover, Jiuyao's body could also transform into a mist-like state, his powerful defensive ability not something that Ding Ping could rival. Thus, when trying to determine which of them was stronger, this wasn't something that could be concluded from their power or cultivation level alone. However, when it came to the battles in the Sunken Abyss Valley, it was quite evident that the more powerful one's offensive ability, the greater their advantage. This was so because it would be extremely difficult to defend the floating rock beneath one's feet, regardless of how impressive one's defensive ability. Take for example Ling Han. He could stand there and allow every single king tier in this abyss to attack him. Even in the face of such attacks, he could guarantee that he wouldn't receive an iota of damage. However, he couldn't guarantee that the floating rock beneath his feet would also remain unscathed. The Rain Emperor was cultivating a path of dominance, so he hadn't even considered targeting the floating rocks beneath his opponent's feet. Instead, he simply attacked the cultivators. Once he defeated them, the floating rocks beneath their feet would naturally become his. This was obviously several times more difficult than just targeting the floating rocks. However, this was just how willful the Rain Emperor was. This greatly displeased Nie Tianqing and Shan Jingyi. However, they had their hands full right now, so they didn't have any spare time or energy to express their displeasure. After a while, Su Ran and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden also joined the battle. Meanwhile, taking into account his identity, the notionless saint didn't participate in the battle. After all, it was naturally beneath him to skirmish with these juniors. Beside him, Ling Han and Empress Luan Xing commanded the battle. If anyone was facing danger, they could also rush over to help. In any case, this was already sufficient. Although they were still at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, they were already more powerful than their opponents. The Rain Emperor was the first to achieve victory, blasting his opponent off his floating rock. Once this breach was opened, their remaining opponents started to fall like dominoes, either being knocked off their floating rock or having their floating rock shattered. However, even after defeating these powerful opponents, they only managed to rise by 9 meters. From this, it could be seen just how difficult it would be to cover the last 300 meters of the second stage. Not only did they have to defeat a few dozen people, but these would all be extremely powerful opponents. After all, these opponents would also be people who had crawled up by stepping on the corpses of others. Although the defeated cultivators could continue to rise up, there was only a mere 3 days of time. Thus, to reach the gigantic boulder in the sky would be a tremendously difficult task. In the countless years of this competition, no one had ever managed to ascend that gigantic golden boulder. This was a testimony of the immense difficulty of the task. Humph, how arrogant of you two. The others all participated in the battle, so why did you two stay behind to watch? After the battle, Nie Tianqing immediately started to vent his anger on Ling Han and the notionless saint. Ding Ping and Jiuyao immediately stepped forward, blocking Ling Han behind them. There was a menacing glint in their eyes as they faced off against Nie Tianqing. Firstly, the battle has already been won. Secondly, does our master need to personally partake in such a battle? They asked in a haughty manner. Nie Tianqing almost exploded in anger. Ling Han was far too arrogant. He was actually using his 2 disciples to deal with him. However, he could clearly tell that both of these disciples had only just advanced to the heaven body tier. In the outside world, he could easily suppress them using just a single hand. Here, however, even with his Pseudo-Saint tool, he still didn't have absolute confidence that he could defeat them. After all, he had witnessed their battle prowess just then. If he battled against them 2-on-1, he genuinely didn't have any confidence that he could win. Chapter 1447 Conclusion of the First Stage. Shan Jingyi arrived beside Nie Tianqing at this moment, saying, "Couldn't we have ended the battle earlier if we all attacked at once? Don't forget we're a team. The most important thing is the overall benefit of the team." Ding Ping and Jiuyao wanted to retort him, yet Ling Han tapped their shoulders, saying, "Fine, we'll fight with the overall benefit of the team in mind next time. I'll also participate in the battle." Shan Jingyi and Nie Tianqing exchanged a glance, delight in their eyes because of the imminent success of their plan. They wanted to target Ling Han, so they naturally needed to understand Ling Han's strength first. After all, one could only ascertain victory if they understood their opponent. Moreover, since his 2 disciples were already so powerful, could Ling Han be any weaker than them? Shan Jingyi and Nie Tianqing didn't want to dig themselves into a hole. If Ling Han were too powerful, they would choose to bide their time first. Ling Han smiled faintly. He could easily guess the thoughts of Shan Jingyi and Nie Tianqing. When they came across another team, Ling Han indeed participated in the battle. He casually snapped his fingers, sending a wave of sword chi toward his opponents. This could be viewed as a relatively powerful technique. However, in terms of extraordinary qualities, Ling Han didn't seem to show any. The notionless saint couldn't suppress his itch, so he also participated in the battle. However, he didn't unleash his saintly aura. This was his trump card, so he definitely wouldn't use it until the most critical moments. Only Empress Wanxing didn't participate in any of the battles. However, she was a charming beauty they all adored and admired, so who would step forward to criticize her? 2,400 meters, 2,700 meters, 2,970 meters. At this height, there were already very few teams remaining, only 100 or so. Although there were only 30 meters remaining to the peak of the valley, theoretically speaking, only 5 to 6 of the teams would be able to ascend to this height during this round of battles. Everyone became even more alert and serious. Each of these 100 or so teams had risen up after defeating countless other teams. As such, which of these teams wasn't extremely powerful? If they were defeated by an even more powerful opponent, they would fall back down to the bottom of the valley. At that time they would have to battle their way up again. Die. After a short pause, chaotic battles instantly broke out between the teams again. Meanwhile, Ling Han and the others finally came across a powerful opponent. Without Empress Wanxing participating, and without Ling Han unleashing his full power, the skirmish between their teams lasted for several long hours before a victor was finally determined. They had defeated their opponents. Ling Han's team rose several more meters. However, glancing into the distance, Gu Daoyi's two teams had already risen by many more meters. This was a sign of their overwhelming battle prowess. Meanwhile, at this moment, the teams of the Supreme King tiers finally separated themselves from the remaining King tiers. Zi Qinfeng, the North Emperor, exclaimed as he gazed at a team of 7 in the distance. Among this team there was a young man who surprisingly had flowing purple hair. There was also a pair of horns on his head, though it was difficult to tell what kind of horns these were. In any case, these horns didn't affect his handsomeness in the least. I battled against him several thousand years ago. However, I was defeated in a single strike. Ling Han nodded upon hearing this, saying, "He's reached the pinnacle level of the heavenly body tier. If they were at the same cultivation level, no one could defeat the North Emperor in a single strike." Long Xiangyue. Nie Tianqing exclaimed as he gazed at another location. His pupils contracted and cold sweat surprisingly started to drip from his forehead. That was a woman who possessed an incredibly attractive figure. She was dressed in a suit of golden scale armor and also wearing a helmet that was decorated with dragons. Her luscious hair was tied into a bun inside this helmet, and even from this distance, they could feel the might and vigor radiating from her. She was more so exuding an astonishing vitality and liveliness. It was as if she were a true dragon in human form. Truly, her aura was far too astounding. Moreover, she was alone with her sword. She hadn't formed a team, nor did she have any followers. Her demeanor was one of independence and strength. Second in the world. Shan Jingyi exclaimed in astonishment. This was another rank 3 king tier who was standing at the peak of the current generation of prodigies. Ling Han glanced over. Second in the world definitely couldn't be regarded as a handsome man. However, he was extremely large in stature, being at least a head taller than most other people. He was sturdily built and his skin was a tanned copper color. His arm was dense with hair, and his face was more so covered by a thick beard. At a glance, he genuinely looked like a powerful bear standing on its hind legs. Judging by appearance alone, this person didn't look anything like a powerful king tier. He looked neither ethereal nor full of wisdom and vigor. If he were placed on some random street, anyone would think that he was the thug of the town. However, contrary to expectations, it was someone like this who was a supreme king tier. The name second in the world was enough to explain everything. Second in the world wasn't alone, there was a team of people behind him. Unexpectedly, this was a team of elegant and graceful women. Moreover, they were all as beautiful as flowers. This was a jarring sight, and they didn't seem to fit together with second in the world at all. To say nothing of beautiful flowers being placed with cow dung, this was still at least a case of beauties and a beast. Why isn't Empress Wanxing here? The Stone Emperor murmured to himself. He hadn't seen Empress Wanxing before, and Ling Han and the others hadn't introduced her to him either. Thus he was still looking around in search of her. However, he couldn't find anyone who fitted the descriptions of the rumors. The North Emperor and Nie Tianqing were also searching for her. However, like the Stone Emperor, they were also completely baffled. Little did they realize that Empress Wanxing had been beside them this entire time. Xiao. Long Xiangyue was the first to move, charging toward a team of 12. Once she defeated them, she would obtain 12 floating rocks and immediately rise to the peak. Humph. So what if you're a rank 3 king tier? You're by yourself, so there's no chance that you'll win. The team of 12 immediately started to counterattack. They were all rank 2 king tiers, and they all possessed extremely powerful weapons. In fact, some of their weapons were no less valuable than Ye Tiancheng's Celestial Peach Branch or Shan Jingyi's replica 6 Elements Mountains. Long Xiangyue slashed with her sword. This strike had a celestial's elegance, exuding a profoundly ethereal aura. Moreover, she was incredibly domineering, directly charging at them head-on. Her suit of scale armor started to glow, and it was as if her helmet had also become alive. It transformed into a genuine dragon head, unleashing a tremendous dragon might as it roared. Even the Supreme King tiers could feel the boundless pressure exuding from this roar. True dragons, once they matured, they would already be Genesis tier saints. They possessed the most powerful bloodline in the immortal realm. With just her sword, Long Xiangyue was still tremendously powerful, her relentless attacks quickly causing her opponents to become wounded and disheveled. With an overwhelming might, she forcefully snatched the 12 floating rocks of her opponents. She then immediately rose upward, becoming the first person to reach the peak of the valley. The image of an hourglass instantly materialized on the gigantic golden boulder hovering above the valley. Moreover, the sand within it had already started to flow. Someone had finally broken through the first stage and charged into the second stage. However, Long Xiangyue was unable to rise any higher. This was because there was no one else at the same level as her. Even if she lowered her position by 6 meters and the others raised theirs by 6, that would still only make up 12 of the many meters between them. She could only wait. Meanwhile, the other teams also started to do battle. The countdown had already begun, so they could no longer take things slowly and steadily. Among the king tiers who had come here, who didn't yearn to ascend the giant golden boulder at the peak? Charge! After a series of intense battles, the teams that possessed Supreme King tiers all started to rise steadily, breaking through to the second stage one after another. Upon reaching this stage, each team would naturally disband. The cultivators could also see that as long as 2 people were together, the floating rocks beneath them would automatically begin to crumble. If they didn't engage in battle, their only fate would be to die together. That being the case, teaming up would be a near impossible task. Nye Tiancheng and Shan Jingyi exchanged a glance before both of them suddenly lashed out, striking at the floating rock beneath Ling Han's feet. It was for this moment that they had endured him for so long. They were already impatient to see the astonishment and shock on Ling Han's face. That would definitely be a beautiful sight to behold. However, Ling Han suddenly turned around, a strange smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Chapter 1448 10 Powerful King Tiers. Nye Tiancheng's and Shan Jingyi's heart jolted. They had both launched a surprise attack, so, logically speaking, Ling Han certainly shouldn't have been able to predict their attacks beforehand. Yet, in reality, Ling Han was composed and unflustered. Not only that, but he had even cracked a strange smile at them. This meant that he had already been wary of them for a long time. Good one, brat. As a member of the team, you were actually suspicious of your team members. It truly was absurd that this was the thought running through their minds. Perhaps they should have reflected on the fact that it was they who were attacking Ling Han right now. Ling Han's smile grew even wider as he swung both of his fists at once. Wong. A terrifying might swept outward, and the power of Nye Tiancheng and Shan Jingyi was forcefully suppressed by 2 stars. 2 stars. What kind of concept was this? They were all at the low extreme of the heavenly body tier, and they were all ranked 2 king tiers. Thus, even if there were discrepancies in their power, it would have only been extremely minimal. Right now, however, the power of Nye Tiancheng and Shan Jingyi had been suppressed by 2 entire stars. This was a drop of 100-fold. How could they still oppose Ling Han? Pung pung. They were instantly blasted off their respective floating rocks, screaming in agony as they flew through the air. However, this still wasn't the end. Empress Luanxing also lashed out, 2 large mountains materializing as she made a slapping motion with her hand. Boom. These mountains ruthlessly slammed into Nye Tiancheng and Shan Jingyi. Papa. Blood instantly exploded from their bodies, the sound of breaking bones grating yet unending. In fact, this strike had broken all of the bones in their bodies. If Ling Han hadn't attacked them, or if he hadn't suppressed their power by 2 stars, their situation wouldn't have been so dire. Even if they were no match for a rank 3 king tier, it would have still been impossible for a rank 3 king tier to severely wound them with a single strike. Just then, however, Ling Han and Empress Wanxing had essentially teamed up to attack them. How many people in the world could withstand their devastating attacks? At least it was clear that Nie Tiancheng and Shang Jingyi couldn't. They continued to wail in agony as they plummeted to the floor of the valley. Ling Han blasting them off their floating rocks had only caused them some minor injuries. However, Empress Wanxing's follow-up strike had genuinely left them with severe wounds. These wounds weren't severe enough to kill them, yet they were severe enough to ensure that they wouldn't be able to battle at full strength for at least several hundred years. Gazing at the proud and mighty Empress Wanxing as they fell, they suddenly came to a realization. Fuck. Isn't she the king tier assassin? Sure enough, they had been mercilessly defeated. There were indescribable emotions churning in their minds at this moment. However, their envy and jealousy of Ling Han grew several-fold. After leaving this valley, they would definitely have their revenge on Ling Han. He had actually dared to lull them into a trap. Right now, 50 or so king tiers had already entered the second stage of the competition. At this height, it was already impossible to form any alliances. Each person could only fight for themselves. If they didn't want to battle against someone, the most they could do was avoid them or keep their distance. Ling Han and his companions also spread apart. After all, they naturally wouldn't step on the corpses of their friends to rise to the top. By spreading apart, they could avoid being forced into battle against each other. This would obviously result in some of them being defeated, but there was nothing more they could do about this. This was also the case for everyone else, with all the king tiers fighting their own battles after reaching the second stage. It was impossible to team up, and each person could only rely on their own abilities. In fact, this also rendered the competition more fair. Ling Han started to unleash his power as he engaged in battle. He didn't unleash his full power, though, merely unleashing heaven's might to suppress the power of his opponents. However, in a competition such as this, the effect of heaven's might was incredibly devastating. It could almost be regarded as one of the most powerful weapons. Everyone's power was the same, yet if someone came across Ling Han, their power would be suppressed 100-fold. That being the case, how could they still rival him? Ling Han was as good as invincible as he defeated numerous opponents and continued to rise higher and higher. Meanwhile, less and less people could stay at the same height as him. It wasn't long before there were only 10 of them at the same height. There was Empress Wanxing, the Rain Emperor, the Notionless Saint, Zi Qinfeng, Long Xiangyue, second in the world, Gu Daoyi, and Ling Han. Meanwhile, the last 2 individuals were complete strangers to Ling Han. However, like Ling Han, they had both been extremely low-key in the beginning. Only after entering the second stage did they suddenly transform into powerful individuals who obliterated anyone who stood in their way. The North Emperor and Stone Emperor hadn't been defeated yet, but a significant gap had already formed between them and the first echelon. As for Ding Ping Juyao, Su Ran, and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, they had also fallen into this second echelon of king tiers. Below them, there were still many more cultivators fighting and surging up. These were the cultivators who had been defeated after occupying spots in second and third echelons before. Right now they were fighting their way up again. This is incredible. I've heard that those 4 are all from the same galaxy, someone said as they pointed at Ling Han, Empress Wanxing, the Rain Emperor, and the Notionless Saint. They then pointed at the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden and the others and said, they're also from that same galaxy. A single galaxy produced 8 king tiers, all of whom are this powerful? Good heavens. The spectators at the bottom of the valley all clasped their heads in shock and surprise. This was an astounding revelation. A small galaxy had actually produced this many top-notch king tiers? How could those from the large and super-large galaxies accept this? However, the following battles will be what determines the final victor. I reckon Gu Daoyi has the best chance of winning. I've heard that his talent is unparalleled throughout both the past and the present. I agree. He's the only king tier who's been able to recruit fellow king tiers as followers. This is a clear sign that his strength is far superior to the other king tiers. I support Empress Wanxing. There's no reason for this, other than that I like her. I also support Empress Wanxing. Who are the other 2 people? I don't think I've ever seen them before. That's because you're uninformed. The person in gray is called Hong Ma, and he's the disciple of the Sky Ancient Saint. Moreover, he's a rank 3 king tier. What? Another rank 3 king tier? The person in blue is a lone cultivator, yet his fortune is astonishing, and he's come across countless rare opportunities in his time. His name is Qing Xiaofan, and he's also a rank 3 king tier. Qing Xiaofan isn't ordinary at all. Anyhow, I still think that Gu Daoyi is going to win. He's a prodigy who was born in accordance with the great trend of heaven and earth, so he's destined to become a brilliant prodigy whose dazzling radiance illuminates past, present, and future. Indeed. More and more people started to lean toward the opinion that Gu Daoyi would be the eventual victor. This was an extraordinary king tier who possessed an aura that resonated with the rhythm of Tao. Moreover, among the 10 most powerful king tiers, he was clearly the most eye-catching one. It was as if he were a sun, while the others could only scrape by as the stars that orbited him. The gulf between them appeared far too large to overcome. Above the valley, Gu Daoyi stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He smiled as he looked at Ling Han, saying in an incredibly haughty voice, "I never imagined that you would be powerful enough to reach this stage and even dare to oppose me." Ling Han naturally wouldn't back down, retorting, "You've merely come out of hiding after tens of thousands of years. Why would I be afraid of you?" Ha! Gu Daoyi couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Prodigies have no option but to bow their heads before me. In fact, even king tiers are nothing more than dirt. Wherever I pass, all beings will have to prostrate." Boom. Before he could even finish speaking, a brilliant sword light had already slashed toward him. Ling Han brandished his sword, saying, "Prostrate your mom. Come battle me. I'll teach you how to become a decent human." Gu Daoyi couldn't help but grimace. Back then, Ling Han had provoked him with a few words, arousing his pride and resulting in his decision to let Ling Han go. After all, this was the first person that he had spoken to in hundreds of millions of years. Indeed, that had been quite a meaningful event for him. He wanted Ling Han to witness his rise to glory. However, he would have never imagined that Ling Han actually possessed such a toxic togue, one almost as toxic as that of the large black dog. However, Ling Han's strike was already before him, so he had no option but to engage. He struck using his palm. Pum. The sword light collided with his palm strike. Boom. The sword light was instantly shattered, transforming into a devastating shock wave that caused all of the surrounding floating rocks to sway violently as if they were ships out in the tumultuous sea. When this shock wave passed, the spectators could see that Ling Han was facing off against Gu Daoyi, raging fighting spirit on their faces. "I've truly underestimated you," Gu Daoyi said softly. "However, before me, all prodigies are nothing but tra. Shua." His words were cut off by another strike from Ling Han. "Fuck. Is there any end to this? Even if you want to fight, at least let me finish speaking first, okay?" Chapter 1449 Fighting Gu Daoyi. Gu Daoyi was furious. He'd initially been a prodigy of the celestial realm. Though he had now fallen to the immortal realm, he still had a very high opinion of himself, and had a very powerful superiority complex. In his eyes, the immortal realm was a backward, primitive place. This feeling of superiority was just like how the prodigies of the immortal realm felt towards the cultivators that came from a small world. And now, an ant of the lower realm actually provoked him repeatedly. It was like a mortal challenging the might of the heavens, so how could he not be enraged? "Erase." He humphed, an air of primal chaos encircling his whole body. There were images of heavenly bodies appearing behind him, and he stood proudly like a god as if he could shatter a star with a single stamp of his foot. "Ignorant ant, you actually dare challenge my authority." He stretched out his hand and tapped out a finger. A frightening power of regulations was condensed in his origin power, which took the form of a finger, but this finger was a 300-meter long and 90-meter wide one, and it grandly pressed down on Ling Han. One after another, divine patterns appeared on this colossal finger, exuding an aura that had completely surpassed the level of the low extreme and the medium extreme, and had even reached the level of the high extreme of the heavenly body tier. It should be known that all of their cultivation levels had been weakened to the early stage of the low extreme, but the might of this attack of his had reached the high extreme. How many stars of battle prowess had he surpassed? When this strike was unleashed, everyone was astounded. How could he possibly be so powerful? From the early stage of the low extreme to the high extreme, even if it was similarly the early stage, that had also breached a gap of a whole 8 stars of battle prowess. This was something that should not have happened unless it was being suppressed by the pinnacle level, but how could that be possible now? This was exactly who Gu Daoyi was, the greatest prodigy for all eternity. How could Ling Han block that? Even if Ling Han managed to block it, how could the floating rock beneath his feet be saved? There was absolutely no way to resolve this attack. Everyone shook their heads. Being able to enter into the first team, these 10 people were all undoubtedly kings among kings, but compared to Gu Daoyi they would pale in comparison. They were on completely different levels. He's finished. If he doesn't want to die, he can only give up the floating rock beneath his feet, or there would be nowhere he could dodge to. Who asked him to be so determined to challenge Gu Daoyi? If he'd kept a low profile and drawn out the distance between himself and Gu Daoyi, even if he could not have ascended to the top, he would have at least been able to get a place that is closer to the top. It was Gu Daoyi who provoked him first, right? What kind of person is Gu Daoyi? He is naturally qualified to be arrogant. If Ling Han had more self-awareness, he should choose submission, and not a head-on confrontation. So this is what he asked for. He has to start again from the beginning. A considerable number were making cynical remarks. They were communicating through their divine sense. This could be done very quickly. Otherwise, Gu Daoyi's attack would have reached them in the time they'd taken to open their mouths. But Ling Han's actions caused everyone to be surprised. That was because he did not save himself by jumping off the floating rock. Instead, he raised his hand and pressed down on that giant finger. He's fucking crazy. Seeing this scene, this thought appeared in everyone's heads. This was absolutely not something the low extreme of the heavenly body tier could press down on. If he took it on by force, that was courting death. A great many people were shaking their heads. Ling Han was really too foolish. He was actually showing off his courage at such a time. This was not merely an attempt to seek death anymore. He would be killed by his own foolishness. Boom! That attack of Ling Han, which seemed like a speck of dust, met the colossal finger, and it was visible that the giant finger was beginning to deteriorate at an astonishing pace. When it truly reached Ling Han's body, it had already collapsed on its own. What? Seeing this scene, everyone's mouths were gaping. They were rendered completely speechless. Previously, they had said that Gu Daoyi's attack was definitely not something that could be matched by anyone in the low extreme of the heavenly body tier, but just in the blink of an eye, Ling Han had used reality to slap their words back into their faces. He had easily dispersed the attack. So many years had passed, and Ling Han had continued to cultivate underneath the reincarnation tree. He had also drunk who knew how much reincarnation tea, and had boosted his mastery of the tide of the ages to a well-practiced extent. Even without the bloodline of the Ding clan, he had definitely surpassed a great majority of the members of the Ding clan in terms of his use of tide of the ages. Gu Daoyi also looked surprised. Though this finger had not been comprised of his full power, who was he? He was a prodigy of the celestial realm, and now he was also a divine fetus that had been produced from his 9 lives. The strength of his battle prowess should be invincible among his peers in the immortal realm. This is the power of time. He carefully recollected, and the look of surprise on his face involuntarily became even stronger. Though Ling Han's mastery of the power of time could only be considered superficial, an ant of the lower realm was actually capable of touching the height of the regulations of time. This was inconceivable in his eyes. Even in the celestial realm, aside from the inheritance of bloodline, only those that had advanced into the severing mundane were qualified to touch this kind of supremely high regulations. Could it be that Ling Han possessed the bloodline of the celestial realm, and had been expelled from the celestial realm just like him? That's right, that's right. Otherwise, how could he possibly know of the existence of the celestial realm? No wonder he dared to oppose him. As it turned out, he was also from the celestial realm. Humph, you just have a slightly superficial grasp of the power of time, and you dare think you can stop me? Gu Daoyi asked maliciously, disdain clear on his face, but a feeling of vigilance rose up in his heart. The power of time was extraordinary. In a battle between equals, he had to show his true abilities. Ling Han smiled calmly and said, "You've been asleep for several billion years, and you really have a lot of nonsense to spout." Gu Daoyi's expression darkened involuntarily. He really had a vicious tongue. He had cultivated to his 10th lifetime, so his way of thinking had also become young, and he was also more easily provoked. His eyes narrowed involuntarily, and his killing intent soared. You are so determined to seek your own death. He maneuvered the floating rock and charged towards Ling Han. He tapped out another finger, the tip of his finger as bright as blood and incredibly blinding. God of Blood Finger. Ling Han still did the same thing and sent out another Tide of the Ages. However, he immediately discovered that the might of the other's attack was incredibly dense, just as if it was a mountain that had been condensed into the size of an egg. Thus, the surface area that was being affected by the Tide of the Ages had also become very, very small. Hence, when this finger was endlessly having its outer shell peeled off, until there was only a small point left behind, the might of the Tide of the Ages had also completely vanished, yet this tiny point was bursting with the most frightening destructive power. Boom! This attack landed on Ling Han's body and forced him backwards a few thousand meters, but when he arrived at the boundary of the valley, his figure stopped. An invisible barrier had stopped his retreat. Daoyi revealed an expression of pride. Did he think that he had no way to deal with this superficial level power of time? What a joke. He had grasped who knew how many powerful secret techniques, and they were all celestial realm level, so his support base was unimaginable strong. But in the next instant, the arrogance on his face suddenly transformed into surprise. That was because Ling Han had moved about his bones and muscles, looking like he had not been harmed in the slightest. If this attack had been aimed directly at the floating rock beneath his feet, Ling Han would definitely have fallen, but as it was an attack aimed at him, then how could power on the level of low extreme possibly cause him serious injury? Even if it was a technique from the celestial realm, it was still impossible. That was because the indestructible Heaven Scroll had similarly originated from the celestial realm, and its level was even higher. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.